Moon gang. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's another episode of Dumb Money with apes in the morning. Apes in the morning. Hello, hello. I hope everyone had a phenomenal weekend. So in the Philly area, the weather was great, absolutely great. Got to hang out with some friends, got to watch the UFC fight. I wasn't able to see it at an AMC theater, and honestly, I think that's for a good reason. It's because everything in the area was completely sold out. We're going to be talking about AMC and the UFC partnership. Little insight there. Seems to be absolutely amazing. Black Widow, we're going to dive into that. Absolutely destroyed the numbers in the box office this weekend. Lots of good things to talk about, folks. But hey, happy Monday, folks. This is the start of the week for us. The start of the battle. Another week, another battle for Ape Nation. And man, do I think we're on the right side here. Hello, hello. Let me make sure we're all set up here. Good posture. Gotta save that spine. You guys know how it is. All right. All right. So as of now, hang on, let's hop into a few things. What do we have going on here? Okay. Well, just so you know, AMC 44.75 right now, and then GME 191.15. That's just where we're starting off in pre-market. But there's not much volume traded in pre and post market. I put a lot more emphasis on kind of what's going on as soon as the market actually gets going on the day. In terms of the fundamentals, I was just discussing Black Widow right here. Black Widow snags $80 million from its theatrical debut and an additional $60 million from Disney+. Black Widow tallied $80 million at the domestic box office debut over the weekend, the most of any film released in the wake of the Rona epidemic. The film garnered an additional $60 million from Disney+ sales. In addition, Black Widow tallied $78 million from international ticket sales, aka very, very good. Yes, I do wish that this $60 million from Disney Plus, obviously, I wish those people instead chose to go to an AMC theater. But overall, it still broke theater records anyway. But I'm just saying, it would have been cool if it broke it by even more. So did very, very, very well. Excited about that. Very, very excited about that. And then, like I was referring to so over the weekend, if you guys are not really following what's going on, I guess in the world of fighting UFC, there was the trilogy fight between Poirier and Conor McGregor. If you guys didn't watch it, Conor McGregor ended up losing. But what had happened was it was kind of the first partnership between AMC and the UFC, and they were showing it, I believe, for $20 or $25 at select theaters where you could pay that and you could watch the fight there. This is just anecdotal. We're still waiting for the numbers to actually be reported from the leadership team at both the UFC and AMC. But anecdotally, I can tell you everything in about a 25-mile radius that I saw in Philly completely sold out. And then when I was scrolling through on Twitter, it seemed to be a very, very similar thing in almost all major cities that had AMC showing the fight. I am beyond excited to see the numbers. So one thing I want to add, so between the continued success of F9, the new and amazing success of Black Widow, and the new and amazing success of the UFC AMC partnership, with all of those things, I don't think one of those individually is enough of now AMC is fundamentally valued where it should be. No. AMC it's still not a fundamental play. This to me, it's more of it. That's a very good piece of news, and it's a solid piece of fundamental news, but I think its power is more in the excitement that it generates, not so much of this one thing happened and now AMC's trading where it's fundamentally at. This is still a short squeeze play. This is when I'm saying a swing trade, I'm basically saying it's longer than a day trade, but less than a long-term investment. We are in this exactly for that, a trade. Right now, we could check this out. There is roughly 97 million shares short against AMC. Here is the overall situation, especially if you're a new ape listening in. Remember, if you're short against the stock, you're betting on it going down, and to close the position, you have to buy stock back. Well, what the game is right now is to see if there's a manner in which these 97 million shorts are all just trying to get out so they don't suffer too big of a loss, and they close the position, aka they covered the position by buying back into the market, as in that's how you close a short position. But remember, this is an immense amount of buying, which we could see the stock go sky high. That's the game we're in right now. It's a game of cat and mouse, a lot of retail, and obviously some hedge funds are clearly long, like we were just looking at some of the 13Fs. So basically, we have some bulls and apes on one side who are looking for AMC to go up, and then we have a bunch of bears and snakes on another side looking for AMC to go down. It's a game of tug and war, back and forth, but what's going to happen is if the bulls and the apes start really pulling, as in the stock starts to trend upward, these people, the people betting against it, might get scared enough that they cover and they're like, hang on, I don't want to take a bigger loss. So they buy. And then when you have this amount of buying, if they all decide to buy or a high majority starts to buy, that will play out in the chart as in a massive upward swing. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, on June 2nd, we ran about 95%, and that was in the realm roughly of about 30 million covering, roughly. And that's just in shorts. I mean, obviously, it's a multivariate equation. I get this question day in and day out. What price level is possible? And in truth, no one on this planet can tell you that number. If someone is throwing out a price level, my question is just how? Like, where are you possibly getting this number from? Yeah, you can do a rough mathematical estimate of what 97 million would buying, but then of course that's even different because you have to do it over a certain amount of time. Will it be done in 1 day? Is it done in 2 days? Is it done in a week? So that itself is already kind of a complex mathematical equation. On top of it, you have to factor in the potential of a gamma squeeze. How liquid is the options market? What's the volume being traded on the options market? What is going on in these out of the money calls? Are a lot of people loading into it? That's a whole nother aspect. And then the third aspect that I personally believe is almost in no way mathematically verifiable is the FOMO buying, fear of missing out. How many people are just going to hop on the train because it's fun and they just want to throw that down, that gamble, and see where it's going to go? So because of those three reasons, I can't give out a price level because no one knows. If someone's throwing out a price level, and even worse than that, a date of like, oh, it's going to squeeze this day, this week. No, what? No, that is, if someone says that, they have not been around the stock market long enough, or the other option is that they're actively lying to you. No one can tell you that. I wish I could. I wish, do you know, do you know how awesome that would be if I was the guy who could call it like, this is the price, this is the date, and I just do that and then I'm somehow right? Like, I wish I could do that. It's just not how the stock market works. It's more of every single day, it's a battle of tug and war. It's a game of cat and mouse to see what's going on, of who's going to feel the pressure worse and at what severity, and really when it's going to happen. But the current, the current field right now, the current situation, the current, technical setup, and just really stock market plumbing setup is more so that AMC has about 525 million shares, I believe we know from the most previous 8K filing. About 100 million are bet against AMC, as in they borrowed the shares from an original owner. They sold that share. Now there's, a new group of 100 million owning. But on top, these are also just minimum. Remember, these are all conservative estimates. This is not 100% of the picture. It's about 85% of transactional volume. So I'm not trying to pitch these numbers as if they are the full extent of what's going on. So I would say it's the minimum conservative estimate. If anything, these numbers are just higher. But anyway, I digress. The game is what needs to happen to get these roughly 100 million shares to cover, because in the event that they do cover, this stock, what we're all talking about, is going to the moon. So I don't know who needs that reminder out there. You guys know when I come on this channel, sometimes there's a lot of, bombastic, overly excited comments put out there and reasoning with, in my opinion, kind of really weak due diligence. But the one thing I'm going to tell you right now is these shorts have not covered. No way, no how. The data doesn't show it. The price action doesn't show it. The shorts betting against AMC, I would bet any amount of money in the world, have not covered. And I'm not just saying it. This is not an opinion. We have a data source showing us, yes, we know verifiably at least 85 million as of June 15th. As of now, Ortex is estimating 97 million. And beyond that, we also just can read the price action that there's no, where would they have covered? If you're looking at the daily chart on AMC, there's no point ever that they would have possibly covered, because we're just not seeing, I mean, even just the volume itself, we have not really seen that many days above 95 million, above 100 million. So if you don't have the volume above it, where is it going? I'm just not seeing any buying of that degree in the chart. So it tells me between the data sources and the price action, they didn't cover. And like, I know some people are like, oh, like, well, what if they're doing something in the dark pool? We've been over that. We had an expert on. In certain environments, in small volume trades, yes, you can kind of, I guess, what's a way to best articulate? You can hide supply and demand, but once again, that's in very special circumstances. Across the board, the general blanket rule is buying and selling on a dark pool will impact the price. Not always, but a high percentage of the time, because we are dealing with the NBBO, the National Best Bid and Offer. That price is acknowledged across all venues, exchanges, dark pools, also known as ATSs, and then also various other non-ATSs, such as retail wholesalers, aka someone like Citadel Securities, who, that was another thing I was just reading about this morning. Some people were talking about payment for order flow. And it's a very, very good thing to discuss. And I'm thinking midday today, when things are a bit more calm, we're going to go into a bit more of a discussion about payment for order flow. I want to talk about it. Some good information out there, but I'm also seeing a little bit of confusion and a little bit of misinformation about what payment for order flow is across the board. So yeah, let's dive into it. Let's talk about that. Let's get all onto the same page of what PFOF actually is, what it actually means. But a lot of, I guess, conflation that PFOF somehow deals with hedge funds, and in no way it does. Not at all. Payment for order flow deals with brokerages and market makers, not hedge funds. That was like the one thing that I kind of saw. People were just assuming it dealt with hedge funds, and in no way does it deal with hedge funds. Hedge funds, I mean, maybe it does if their broker decides to engage in it, but at large, it's very much a broker's deal with a market maker. And if you even look up PFOF, a quick Google search, you're not going to see hedge funds at all, because it doesn't deal with hedge funds. But like I said, before I get too far into that, like I think that's a good midday discussion that we could talk about what PFOF is and what brokerages do and don't use it. I mean, because it's good for us to know, for sure. Not trying to like hide away from that at all. But overall, I also just want to point out this trend to you, that the short interest just going higher and higher and higher. We're right around 19%. This calendar year, the highest it's been is 19.64%. So we're almost at the year-to-date high. And on top of that, the utilization is tracking upwards. We are almost at the max value of 100%. A quick breakdown, especially if you're new, what is utilization, or a reminder for those of you who've been watching this before. Utilization is a basic ratio of the amount of borrowed shares divided by the amount of total loanable shares at that moment in time. X divided by Y, it's a percentage, and hence the max percentage is 100%. Both of those numbers, X divided by Y, borrowed shares divided by total loanable shares, both of those are dynamic. They change on a day-to-day basis. That top number, X, it's just who wants to borrow. If people are borrowing more or less, returning, that's the top number. And the bottom number, X divided by Y, Y in this scenario is how many people who currently own AMC and are long on AMC are willing to lend their AMC out to a potential short. So even that pool of total shares, that's dynamic on a day-to-day basis. I know a lot of people are turning off their share lending, especially in retail. Sometimes the big players want to loan theirs out if they want to get extra interest, and sometimes they don't at all. So, but I just want to clarify this utilization ratio, X divided by Y, both of those numbers are dynamic, and the max is going to go is 100%, but it's still just a ratio. It can change on the magnitude of the shares that are willing to be lent out. And I think that's going to come up more and more as this number continues to trend higher. But I just wanted to give you a quick reminder of what this metric actually is. So the way you could think of it, is for every 100 shares that people are willing to lend out of AMC, 91 of those, 91 of every 100 are actually out on loan and potentially short. There's a high correlation between shares on loan and short shares. High correlation, not exactly the same thing, but like I said, they're very similar because a lot of the times, why would you go out on loan and not short it? Because you are paying a cost to borrow fee per day, CTB. In terms of GameStop, the short interest is currently 9.61%, shares on loan 7.32 million, and the utilization is 36%. We've kind of seen this overall action with GameStop. Its price action and its short interest had just been going sideways, not really up, not really down, but just a lot of sideways action. We might see a little bit of volatility this upcoming week. GameStop is doing the NFT dividend thing. I believe that's actually in 2 days. I think that starts in 2 days. So there might be some excitement around that. Let's see how that plays out. Quick reminder, overall market on Friday hit a new all-time high. This is the S&P 500 tracked by the ETF, Exchange Traded Fund, SPY. We like to check on this because it is the overall market. It's 500. It's a basket. An ETF, think of it as a basket of stocks. This particular basket is 500 of the biggest companies in the US. And that's why it's thought to be a barometer for the overall market because you want to know how your top 500 companies are doing. Anyway, on Friday, in the aggregate, they hit a new all-time high, and we're not that much lower in pre-market. So today, we might be seeing history once again, but really ever since about June 25th, it seems like every other day, new high, 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 taking a breather, a new high. We're just kind of like that's, if you're reading any of these financial newsletters, this is probably what they're referring to when they're talking about a melt up or anything about that. We're slowly melting up. New high, new high, new high. I know I sound like a breaking record, but hey, it's good to pay attention to. In terms of AMC, we had a nice recovery on Thursday, July 8th, and then Friday, just consolidation. Friday was essentially a wash day, a premium burn day, nothing too special going on. We ended up finding support at the exact same support of June 4th. We're looking for that to hold around 46. We also know we have strong support between 40 and 42. So that's the support. In terms of resistance, for me personally, the first resistance I'm looking for AMC to overtake is 50 and really the region of 50 to 52. And then from there, it'd be nice for it to get back into this wedge. And above that, you guys know the rest, 60 to 62, 65, and then 72. So today, though, the first resistance I'm really watching on the daily chart perspective is 50 to 52, mainly 50. It's a key psychological level. In terms of GameStop, we had a nice bounce off of 180. We know there's a region of support between 180 and 185. It bounced off of 180. I'm looking for that to recapture 200, and it'd even be nice for it to get out of 210. This region of support is now turning into resistance. So I'm looking for GME to take out 200 as the first goal, at least on this daily perspective. As we have some of this information coming across with options on AMC and GME, we will dive into that. And there was one news story I want to get into right here. AMOM in an ETF driven by artificial intelligence has sold a majority of its holdings in Facebook and Walmart while loading up on shares of AMC. Oops, where did that go? The ETF's latest portfolio after rebalancing early July showed that the fund has sold a major chunks of holdings or entirely divested in Home Depot, Adobe, Texas Instruments, and then it was talking about Tesla. So right here, we have an AI-ridden, run, I should say is the best way, AMOM. They're loading up on AMC. So some fancy robotic brain out there that's doing an analysis, investing based on artificial intelligence is saying, hey, we need to pay attention to AMC. So just kind of a cool story. This just came out by Benzinga. Oh, speaking of which, Benzinga, over the weekend, we finally came to a deal. Basically, if you want Benzinga, there is a discount code in the description of the video. Just click on that link. And there's also a free trial associated with it, but it should be like at the top of the video description. All right, so we'll check on that. We could check out the ETF to see how that's actually doing. But once again, it's the ETF AMOM loading up on AMC. Kind of a little bit more exciting news. So on top of that, actually, it seems like a lot of the news recently has been pretty exciting for AMC. ETFs loading up on it. Movies are coming back and just absolutely destroying. F9 Black Widow, super, super good. A hugely successful event between AMC and the UFC. An exciting, exciting time. And that's what we're looking for on AMC. This is very much psychology, excitement driven. And I'm just seeing a lot of positive things across the board in terms of all of that and like how it's all boding well for AMC. So it's about 9:20. We have 10 minutes. Let me do some of these questions, just trying to get a setup for the day. Play Ya Ya Ding Dong. I love that movie, Eurovision. Let's talk about the short interest for AMC. It seems like we're holding up very well in pre-market despite the actual price action. Let's talk about the short interest. Seems like we're on very well in pre-market despite the actual price action. Aviv, I'm not sure what that means. What do you mean holding up despite the actual price action? I mean, this is the price act. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost on that one. It's cheaper for shorts to pay millions a day, equaling billions a month, than it is to cover. And make no mistake, they are scared. Motley FUD going hard in the paint today. So many FUD pieces in the last 24 hours from them. Yeah, I got some messages, and I saw that. I guess what they already put out like 3 today pieces of FUD against AMC. Oh, Motley Fool. Thanks for all you do for the community, man. I hope we can draw rocket ships and watch it rip today. Apes need some boom boom candles. I love that. Did you see Weeble is worse in terms of PFOF? I'm transferring everything to Fidelity today. Stubbs, a 17-year-old tabby, was mayor of Alaska. So cat facts. I saw that there was some commentary on payment for order flow, and okay, I'm going to get more into this, but basically, just so you guys know, if you're hearing anything about payment for order flow, what that is, it's a deal between a broker and a market maker saying basically the trades, you're going to get first dibs if you want to take the other side of the trade. It has payment for order flow, has nothing to do with hedge funds. And some people were trying to connect it to liquidity. It doesn't really have anything to do with liquidity. It's basically just a partnership saying, if someone trades on my brokerage, I'm going to route the order to this market maker and they get first dibs. But it's not trading differently. In fact, when people do payment for order flow, like the market makers, as in Citadel Securities or Virtu, their argument is that you actually get a better fill. And that's true. And that's like when they're talking at like Wall Street forums and that type of stuff, and with the SEC, they're like, we like payment for order flow because it means our customers get a better fill. And there is data to show that you get a slightly better fill. And when I say slightly, I mean to the portion of a penny. So if you're trading on something with payment for order flow, technically you get a better fill. But with every pro, there's a con. And the con in a payment for order flow is it successfully, in the world of trading, it segments retail traders. And what that does is it means that there's less competition everywhere outside of that segment, and that widens the bid-ask spread. So instead of having like a 1 cent spread, it might be 2 or 3 cent. Well, when you do that to every single stock across the board, you're widening it, which makes it that it's a higher competition environment. And when you have a higher competition environment, that means that you have really highly competitive players. And what's sad is in this scenario, that has a very adverse effect on pension funds, retirement funds, because that's where those players are. And now they're only playing against high competition, not necessarily retail. So the loss that you see in a wider bid-ask spread, according to Dave Lauer, it's widening it by about 20%, and that relates to billions of dollars in not much of a... It relates to billions of dollars in potential losses just because of how much wider the bid-ask spread is. But overall, like, I guess I'm going to get into this more, I promise, but payment for order flow, it relates to a deal between a broker and a market maker and has nothing to do with hedge funds. And I just saw it. It seems like it was started to, I mean, I was reading about it this morning. I saw that it was kind of, I guess, catching the attention of many people in this community. And I think it's something really, really useful to talk about. And I think it's a whole nother problem, but I mean, I have my tinfoil hat here. And I don't know if I would say that payment for order flow, it is bad. Like, I'm not a fan of payment for order flow. I'm not supporting it because I think the people who benefit from it, the benefit is outweighed by the negativity caused from it. But in terms of, is that the culprit for what's keeping AMC down? No, not at all. That is not the culprit. Payment for order flow does other negative things, in my opinion. But in terms of AMC, I mean, there's just so many people out there buying and holding. It's not really a payment for order flow thing. A payment for order flow comes much more into play when it's along the lines of a lot of high frequency trading, a lot of active trading. And we're kind of seeing the opposite in AMC. In AMC, people buy and they hold. So it's two different things, and it's definitely a worthwhile discussion, but I don't know if we should necessarily conflate them. I just like how it's so. I mean, I'm gonna get into this, but payment for order flow, it has a lot to do with Bernie Madoff, like when it was initially created and who was making money off of it. The backstory of PFOF, it's absolutely crazy. And I think if people talk about it enough, it'll probably go away. And I hope it goes away. But it's worth its own discussion, its own video. SI synthetic interest, hedgies hiding a lot of synthetics and really low put options. Thoughts? That's pretty shady and very blatant. Hiding synthetics. Jason, I don't know what you mean by hiding synthetics. Because when you're synthetic, that's a long position. You're not going to want to hide a long position. I think we're getting to the point that like there's just getting a lot of confusion between terminology. Remember what synthetics are. Synthetic shares are the shares that are created from a naked short position. Someone naked sells shorts, as in they didn't properly borrow it. They sold shares that they don't own, and now there's a new owner of shares, and those shares only exist, I guess, digitally, but you wouldn't hide synthetics. That's, I think we have a bit of a terminology miscommunication there. Motley Fool published 3 articles attacking AMC, all released this morning. I mean, that's kind of their MO, right? Did you see the Motley Fool article on Friday? Oh, wow. So they've been at it all weekend? Carl's saying on Friday. So what, it comes from Friday till like also today? Like they've just been at it all weekend? When the chain reaction of covering short starts, this is second round of shorts, pay the price for the first cover up and so on. No, because you create a short by selling, but to cover a short, that's buying. Two opposite actions there. The Motley Fool article was positive on AMC. Very strange. Oh, wait. The Friday one was positive. Wait. So Motley Fool went from a positive one on Friday to 3 negative ones today. I mean, they're all over the place. Hey, Matt, when this squeezes, I'll have to take you out. Also, it's crazy you're from Huntsville. I'm from Wilkes-Barre, Scranton area. My bro and I both watch you. Shout out. That's awesome. NEPA. Yeah, I heard about the NFTs with GameStop kind of doing some like special dividend thing. I think it's going to prompt some excitement. I want it to be very successful. Payment for order flow is how trading platforms are able to offer zero commission trades. Exactly. There are there's good aspects and bad aspects to it. But if you're wondering why you can trade on something like Robinhood and Webull and these other platforms for free, it started because of payment for order flow. All right, ding, ding, ding. The market, the casino, we are open. Let's see how we're going today, folks. You know me, I like to wait those first 15 minutes, see how things are kind of panning out. But I like when we're starting off the day with a boom boom candle. I like that. That's not me. That started on Trey's channel. I think it started on Trey's channel, but I like it a lot. It's a boom boom candle to start off the day. Can hedgies, market makers, processing bots through dark pools and sell in the New York section and help sell pressure because lag in dark pool? No. No. There's not lag in a dark pool. There's a lag in the numbers being reported, as in just like how it's displayed to us, but there's not a lag in the price action. Hey, Matt, I applied for a margin account last Friday on Fidelity and was approved. Now, next to some of the shares, I am showing that they are margin. Does that mean my shares are borrowed? Margin is a type of an account. You'd have to see if your lending is on or off to see if your shares could or it won't be lent out. What would happen if we find out we own 100%, 110% of the float? What happens that extra 10% of shares we own? How does that affect the price? I know this is weird, but remember, and I've kind of discussed this a couple times, there's no such thing as ownership below 100%. As soon as you have any shorts in the game, ownership has to be above 100%. Above 100%. Remember, in a system that has 10 shares, let's say I own all 10 shares, I loan one out, someone shorts it, there's a new owner. So in this system with 10 shares, 100% ownership, all me, I loan one out, someone shorts it, there's a new owner. So that means in this system, there's 11 shares owned, but there's only 10 shares in existence. That's legal. That's called rehypothecation, and you can like daisy chain that all the way out. But what I just said in that example, there's 110% ownership, and in the example I gave, that's all above board. In the world of stocks, you never go below 100% ownership. You only go above 100% ownership. And then that can happen both legally, illegally, and a combination of the two. Right. But the second part, how does that affect the price? It doesn't really affect the price. When there's buying pressure, the price goes up. When there's selling pressure, it comes down. Hey, Matt, shout out to Latvia. Need your non-fashion opinion to frustrate my girlfriend. Duck underwear or duck headband? Thanks for keeping apes together. I mean, if possible, I would go with both. But if you can only pick one, I would recommend the duck headband. All right. AMC currently at 43.75, pushing 44. GME at 188. Locked out of my house. My response: bought more shares. Hodl. Where are we at? All right. I like to stay calm. The RSI is very, very oversold right now. Let's see if there's some sort of bounce, but usually you see a bit more volatility. All right, some people are asking about Virgin Galactic. I could pull that up. I just want to see how this is actually going to open today. Then we could also check out the market. Look at this bounce back. Very, very oversold. I love buying in oversold situations. Just helps optimize your risk to reward. They were removed from the threshold list. Yes, AMC was removed from the threshold list on Friday. As in, they're apparently on Friday were less than 2.5 million fails to deliver. That's what that's indicative of. But this threshold list, for me personally, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I don't think many people were making the trade based on AMC being on the threshold list. Day one, when people started talking about it, I mean, I have the catalog. You can check out those videos. I kind of just said, I think it's another thing where expectations are getting set too high. I know there were a lot of people pumping this threshold list thing as if it was some form of a magic bullet. But day one, I mean, the videos there, I just didn't really necessarily think that it was something that was going to be an amazing amount of help. I went into it neutral, and of course, you want it to be good, but I wasn't making my AMC trade based on this threshold listing. In fact, we were in it way before it, and to me, it doesn't really change anything. It's just proof to me that there's still a lot of crazy things going on in the background. There shouldn't be that many millions of FTDs per day, especially consecutively. I don't care if it cut off at day 12 and we didn't hit 13. Why did it happen for 12 days in a row to begin with? It just does not make sense. Someone whatever it is. And of course, we don't know the type of FTD. Ooh, AMC with that boom, boom candle. But the threshold list, it does not change anything for me. And a lot of people were pumping it. And I don't know. I was happy with my trade regardless of this threshold list thing. Woke up to all my Ethereum gone on Exodus wallets and they won't help me get it back. What do you recommend using to not go through this again? Trey's nipple OnlyFans. So I have not used Exodus. I have the, like, I guess Trust Wallet and MetaMask are ones that I've used variously and I haven't had issues with them. But for my Ethereum, a lot of my Ethereum is held on BlockFi. I have some Ethereum also held on Coinbase. Especially on Coinbase, I can just stake it for like the Ethereum 2.0. I signed up for that a bit ago. I have no plans to sell my Ethereum. I want to hold my Ethereum for a decade plus. So I'm more than happy to stake it, collect the interest payments on it. Like that's through BlockFi. But Exodus, I haven't used it, thanks for letting me know. I'm sorry you're battling with that. That sounds bad. But and then I also use a Ledger Nano X for my legitimate like physical wallet. But AMC, we're bouncing off of 43.45, coming up to 45. Strength, strength, strength. You gotta like it. Ooh, next stop, 46. Are we taking it $1 at a time today? Is that the overall goal? All right, AMC did hit 45.44 is the current intraday high. A beautiful $2 bounce. Beautiful $2 bounce. And we're still going. New high. Ooh, feeling froggy today. All right. 46, 47, 48. $1 a day. Keeps the shorts away. $1 a day. All right. We're trucking. What are we? 10 cents away from 46? We're cruising, we're cruising, we're cruising. Whoop. All right. We're breaking out of that. Now we're making a quick run to 47, I suppose. This is getting nuts. What a way to start off the week. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Non-essential bartender, birthday boys in the house. You get today and I'll be 42 tomorrow. Non-essential bartender. Happy early birthday, man. Boom, boom candles get the people going. SPCE volatility halt. Maybe I didn't explain that correctly. There's 500 million shares. There's 1 billion shares being traded. 500 million are synthetic. Say, come to find out the apes own 600 million. How does that extra 100 million get covered? I think this is still maybe some terminology confusion. Just because there's 1 billion shares being traded, 500 million synthetic. No, that doesn't necessarily mean if 1 billion are traded, that doesn't mean that there's 500 million synthetic, because that one block of legitimate shares can be traded back and forth many times and jack the volume up. Trading volume gives absolutely no indication about synthetics. It just doesn't, because there's, especially when there's some like high volatility, exciting stock, that could just mean that there's a lot of day traders in and out of trades. Remember, shares, one block of shares, like one individual share, can be traded multiple times within a day. If there's day traders or something like that, high frequency traders in and out on the volatility, playing a bunch of swings, just if there's a stock that has 10 shares and you're trading 20 shares in a day, that doesn't mean that there's 10 synthetic shares. That means that maybe there's just one share that's being traded back and forth many, many times. That's another possible explanation. And say, come to find out the apes own 600 million shares. How does the extra million get covered? Well, there would be extra ownership whenever there's any shorts. If you ever have any shorts whatsoever, there's going to be more ownership than outstanding shares because of mechanically that there's a new owner when the short sells it to a new person. Remember, you never go below 100% ownership. Let's get the old brother. Also, check out Charlie's vid channel. Does a lot of in-depth digging behind the scenes. Very informative. Yeah, but he also was saying lies about me, so I don't know like how. I mean, I've seen some of his videos he liked, but then he also personally lied against me, so I don't know. What time will the new threshold securities list come out today? Can Robinhood free selling during a squeeze with AMC afraid to move to Webull? So the threshold security list, it updates after the market closes. It's not during the day. Like the market has to close. They have to clear all the data on the day. So it kind of updates in the evening. And then what was this? What time will the new threshold security list? Can Robinhood freeze selling? I don't. They've never done that, so I don't believe they will do it. Robinhood stopped the buying of assets, but they've never stopped the selling. If they were to stop the selling, they would. I mean, they're already in various state and federal level class action lawsuits. If they stop the selling, the optics would be so horrendously bad that I would argue it would legitimately be the end of the company if they were to stop selling, especially of AMC GME. I can't say it's impossible because I didn't even know that they could stop the buying the way they previously had. So I can't say it's impossible. I just think it's incredibly unlikely. And if they did, they would just be sued into oblivion. Oh, Margaret. Sorry, man. Hey, no, Margaret, you don't have to be sorry. It's all good. It's all good. Uh, I'm new, not volume. I'm speaking of total flow FTDs. I'm new to this. So, okay, crystal pools. That is, remember with FTDs, all naked shorts are an FTD, but not all FTDs are a naked short. There's various types. Like, in fact, if you search like possible FTDs, you're going to get a long list because FTD is an umbrella term that either means you couldn't deliver the goods or you couldn't deliver the cash. Either you don't have the money or you don't have the asset. And because of that, it can happen in the options market. It could happen with naked shorts, obviously. It can happen with shortings when people are forced to buy in. Like there are many types of FTDs. So to answer your question, it comes back down to what is the specific FTD, because the specific FTD kind of determines how it's actually resolved. Matt, after the shorts cover, who takes care of the FTDs? If you're referring to naked shorts, it's the same people who take care of it when the shorts haven't covered, the prime brokers. The prime brokers are the ones who prompt naked shorting FTDs. They're the ones who allow someone to go short without locating the shares. So it's the same one whether the shorts have or haven't covered. Those FTDs in terms of naked shorting should be resolved by the prime broker. I bought and sold any GG on Friday and then use the unsettled funds to buy SPC. How many days till I can sell SPCE? It depends on if you're in a margin account or a cash account on that vegan ape. And also, if you are in a margin account, how much equity is in that account? With it, I know like that's not the answer you want to hear, but it's legitimately you have to consider those things because if you're on a margin account above 25K, you could do whatever you want. If you're on a cash account, it depends how much free balance you have running right now. Ryan Miller, thank you. I'm transferring my shares from Robinhood to Hub and they deactivated my account. Is that just during the transfer or is that a permanent thing? King, I'm not really sure because when I got off of Robinhood, I just sold and bought. I didn't actually go with the transfer because I was worried about like missing any crazy action. So the deactivation thing, I don't know if it's temporary, but I mean, you should find out within a couple days. Good morning, Matt and Moon Gang. We know the game, utilization and percentage of the free flow looking juicy. Patience is our virtue, my friends. What's going on? Wall Street Viking. Shout out, shout out. Shout out. So AMC update, just audio update, 44.40, and then GME is at 189 currently. 189. All right, we're about 15 minutes into today. Let's take a quick look-see at the overall market, if we're appearing to make a new high or not. Interesting. Clear divergence between the S&P 500 and IWM. So IWM is the Russell 2000. It's an index that's tracking 2,000 small cap stocks, and AMC is a part of it. GME was, but it no longer is. The S&P 500 is 500 of the biggest companies, and that's why people like to think of it as the overall market. I don't like when people are looking at the Dow because that's only 30 companies. I don't think it's that useful of a data point. But anyway, the S&P 500 looks, I mean, this might have been a new all-time high. Oh, we double topped exactly at the exact same cent value. So we tied the all-time high to the perfect cent, and it is showing some strength. So I'd look for this breakout and a continuation upwards. Hopefully we could see a swing around in IWM. Last week, it seemed like AMC was not perfectly correlated with IWM, but they were kind of stumbling in the same rough direction. And I would say that IWM is like more the one that's going to lead the charge just because this is, I mean, AMC, currently has a market cap of 22 billion, while IWM represents trillions of dollars. All right. AMC, we went up. Looks like we officially have a higher low. We went from 43.45, and now it appears to be basing at 44.30-ish. We're at 44.70 right now. So let's see this breakout back above 45, and hopefully we just have a beautiful continuation throughout the day. Kind of FTD. Hey, Matt, it's my 21st birthday. Been following you for months. One question. How do you add another stock chart to the other one on Webull? This button right here, right under options and note, this little graphic kind of lets you pick the grid setup that you want right in the top left. Is it possible that the squeeze starts 5 minutes before close? Yeah, I mean, it's possible to start whenever. That doesn't mean it's going to end then. That could just theoretically be the start. There's no way it would be start and end within 5 minutes because we're not trading that much volume. When roughly, let's say the numbers that we know about, the legitimate numbers, are at a conservative estimate is around 100 million. And like, let me reiterate that. I'm saying it's a conservative estimate. There's no way they would be able to cover 100 million in 5 minutes. They'd be able to maybe cover 2 million, 3 million, 5 million on a very high volume day. But obviously, that's a huge percentage discrepancy with the amount of shorts that there's actually out there. This is the best OnlyFans page ever. What's going on, Ryan? Shout out. Someone just said Adam Aaron tweeted. What did Adam Aaron throw out there? Frankly. Stream. There's just, all right, hang on. I'm not finding the Adam Aaron. I was reading some of these follow-ups. All right. So this is from Adam Aaron. Black Widow opened big, and several more hit movies are also in the theaters. AMC showed UFC's Poirier McGregor #3. So AMC set yet another post-reopening attendance record this weekend, Thursday to Sunday, with more than 2.5 million U.S. guests and approximately 3.2 million guests globally. That's very, very impressive. All right, AMC. We're just kind of coasting at 44.50. We're looking for the breakout of 45 on an intraday basis. Adam Aaron spitting some facts. New attendance record for the reopening period. Hey, Matt, what was wondering what your thoughts about UPSC, man? Love your stream. UPSC, I will add that to the list, and then we'll do some of this breakdown stuff when things are a bit more quiet. UPST. Whoa, lots of notes. Lots of notes, folks. All right, let's add this one, the first ad of the day. UPST. UPST. Got it. Ooh, I want to show you guys this. Yesterday on Twitch, we did a reopening. People were just sending stuff to the box office, the PO box. And check out, oh man, I don't know if, is that going to center it? Someone made these handcrafted pens. So I have some new duck pens that I'm using. We have a mallard and then some other duck. But awesome. Shout out. Using it. Already using the new pens. All right. SPY looks like it's running to make a new high. Hopefully this turns IWM around. So I'm looking A, SPY runs, B, IWM, and hopefully that gives some gusto and some moxie to AMC this morning. Posture check. Posture check. Anyone listening right now, check your posture. Save your spine. All right, all right. Zero proof. Thank you for your super chat. Come on, SPY. We need some gusto, some movement. Actually, speaking of posture, let's show a little bit of support for AMC here. Let's stand up. All right. All right, all right, all right. Stan, let's work on those six packs. You guys know how it is. Team. You know how it is. All right, all right, all right. So right now, the RSI on both of these, AMC and GME, pretty neutral in the middle. It looks like GME is clocking in at 59. Remember, neutral's 50, and then AMC is at 47.5. So pretty neutral. Where did the RSI actually get to on IWM? So that was a bit closer to oversold. Almost officially hit the oversold territory. Very, very close. Around 9:45 this morning. 9:42. Right. AMC not moving much. Just still coasting above 44. Hopefully we have some excitement following through. Oh, people were saying that here. Let me get rid of this. That SPCE had some halts this morning. How are we actually looking on a bigger time frame? So this is Virgin Galactic. They came down. I think some of this has to do with, so I watched the test flight and it was well, like it went well. They didn't scrub the flight or anything, but it was a bit underwhelming. I don't know. I watched it. What was it? Sunday morning, at least on the East Coast, and I think it was I guess a bit boring. So you could see in pre-market that there was excitement, but remember, with a lot of this stuff, there's that old adage in the stock market: buy the rumor, sell the news. So it's the news that the event was successful, and people, I guess, were now taking their money, they're taking their winnings on it, and they're just kind of leaving the play now, I suppose. But yeah, SPCE is down 11%. It's at 43.60. I haven't been tracking it too much, but if I had to give my own opinion on why this is down right now, it's probably just that psychology of buy the rumor, sell the news, and we just have people taking profits after this successful flight. And then that's causing some capitulation for people who are like potentially underwater, or maybe they don't want to be the ones holding a bag or something like that. But I don't have an SPCE position. All right, let's go to the 3-minute. The 3-minute, and the 3-minute. Look at GME coming back around, showing some excitement, looking to make a new intraday high. It's currently at 191.24. The S&P 500, the market, still looks very, very strong. Early today, it tied the all-time high from Friday, not that long ago. Let's see how this actually... I don't like how it doesn't snap that well. Very close. We are less than, what, 15 cents away from a new high in the market, which I think is causing a bit more excitement in IWM, like we see this swinging back around. So I think that could actually do well for AMC. Watch IWM push, and I don't think AMC will be far, far behind that one. Will GME NFT dividend help expose fraud? When it comes to fraud and Wall Street and all that, I would not hold my breath on it. Maybe when I'm saying that, maybe here, let me answer it in my new tinfoil hat. Let me answer it because that sounds a little conspiratorial to me. I don't know. Yeah, so I have a new tinfoil hat. Let me reread that super chat. Will GameStop NFT dividend help expose fraud? So I know this is conspiratorial, but it seems like there's just an immense amount of fraud, and they find every loophole in the book. And I believe one aspect of this community is we're just fighting to close certain loopholes. We find one loophole, we fight against it, and then we just move on to the next. So in this one, it's just more of like, okay, what are the possible loopholes they could find? I'm not going to be holding my breath on it, as in that being the thing that exposes fraud. Do I hope we finally get some more answers and a little bit more explanation? Yeah, but we're also dealing with Wall Street. It's not going to change overnight. This is more of a long-term battle, I would argue. Webull article, Virgin Galactic says they're going to sell 500 million shares, probably why there's a sell-off. 500 million in shares, my bad. Oh, okay. So that's why they announced a dilution. That's why SPCE is getting hit, a dilution. Here, let me just double confirm that really quick. News. May sell. This sounds like another thing that they did to AMC. Space tourism company Virgin Galactic said on Monday it may sell up to 500 worth of shares the day after the company's billionaire founder Richard Branson traveled the vehicle's first fully crewed space flight test. So this sounds like another thing where we see mainstream media hopping on it to scare people. So it says that may sell. It's not like it has, and they're like definitively going to follow through with it. I mean, we saw that same rhetoric with AMC where they like kind of prompted some fear. Overall, though, IWM did hit a new high right there. Ding, 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 dingity, ding, ding, ding. Dingity, ding, ding, ding. Dingity, ding, ding, ding. New high. We're living in history, folks. Can I add workhorse? Oh, you want it up on the side? If I search it, it should pop up. Yeah. Okay. So there's workhorse 1258 on the bottom left of the screen. Let me go back to IWM. See if this thing is going to keep cruising because the SPY is cruising. Tinfoil or aluminum foil? This is tinfoil, and it's actually so it's this tinfoil hat for humans offers protection against mental and psychotronic attacks from both the government agents and alien intruders. They have been targeting you for years. Don't let being a targeted individual limit your life. Wear this hat as you go to the grocery store, a football game, or even the DMV, and you won't be able to read your thoughts or modify your behavior. Our unique cutting-edge design blocks all electromagnetic fields and reduces HAARP and gamma rays by 70%, includes a soft felt lining for ultimate comfort needed for 24-hour use. It also recommends that I replace it after 6 weeks. And on the bottom here, I don't know if you guys can see this, but it says also available tinfoil hat for cats. Very, very important, especially when you're dealing with a non-dead cat situation. Obviously, you want to protect your cats and get the tinfoil situation. Tinfoil protection. I love it. I love it. I love it. That was sent to me in the unboxing yesterday. It's so cool. I'm happy to rock it. Happy to rock it, actually. Is it centered on my hair? It does. It's at the risk of messing up my hair, but that's A-okay. A-okay. Must be painful to be the hedge fund intern who has to watch me today, or the hedge fund, I guess, CFO runner who's like, what is it the duck boy doing today? And they're like, Hulk Hogan's in the background. Oh, brother, he has a tinfoil hat. Could Adam Aaron buy the remaining AMC shares? I don't know what you mean by remaining, because there's not just shares sitting in the ether. There's a current owner for every share out there. Hey, Matt, been hodling since January. My buddy told me that he heard institutional investors are now a net long on AMC, according to realvision.com. Is that possible? Can they change their position? So I don't know the validity of Real Vision, but to answer your question, is that possible? Can they change their positions? Yeah. The way we can freely change our positions, so can institutions. But I don't know how they would get data from all these institutions, especially because if you're looking at the 13F reports, the 13F filings, there is no requirement for them to report short positions. That's part of the issue we're dealing with, is just very legitimately, no one is ever forced to report their short position at all, ever. Like, it's just not forced upon them, which I think is kind of messed up. And they have to report their long positions. They have to report their puts and their calls. And that's for basically these hedge funds that are managing over $100 million. But nowhere ever does it report them, like, require the reporting of a short position, which is just like, why is that a rule? That seems insane. Yeah, but so I see some comments about the tinfoil hat. If you guys all of a sudden, if you're like, wow, Matt is way more articulate, well-spoken, and his brain seems to be more clear today, it's because I'm literally protecting myself from all these government rays trying to force us to think a certain way. So if I come off as a bit different and like a bit more like on the ball, a bit more in the game today, just know it's because I have actual protection. So just know that that's probably what's going on. What is SPY? Right here, the bottom left, this is the overall market. This is the S&P 500. It's an ETF, exchange traded fund. Think of it as a basket of stocks. This particular basket is 500 of the biggest companies in the US, hence why it's thought to be a good barometer for the overall stock market. Game is, I looked at that. That's not a blocked account on YouTube. So feel free to DM me, but I try to look that up and it's not on the blocked list. Okay, so I've been wanting to ask you this. So when you move platforms and say the price goes up, once the stock is active in the new trading account, you make up the different price. So say if it goes up $2, wouldn't your stock now be worth that new price? I am trying to understand why everyone is worried about changing platforms. Well, Gear be jamming. What they're worried about is missing the squeeze because sometimes the transfer takes multiple days. And remember, when a stock squeezes, it doesn't stay at that new value. It goes up and then it comes back down. So that's people's concern. Gear be jamming is the fact that their shares might be locked up in the transfer window during the squeeze. So like if you are transferring, obviously that's something you have to weigh out and be like, okay, do I think it's going to happen? If you're out there and if you're on Robinhood or Webull and you're trying to transfer to something like Fidelity, I can't guarantee squat, but in my personal opinion, as of now, I think it's a fine time to transfer. I don't think that something crazy's like I think if you're doing it in a day or two, I think you're going to be good. That's how long usually the transfer window takes, like 1, 2, 3 days. I think you will be good this upcoming week. Like I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is bad advice, but my gut instinct is that you will be fine if you decide to transfer today. But I really just need to put that. This is not financial advice. It's advice of no sort. It's just my own humble opinion. So with it, do your own research on it. How long does it take? Ask, like, gut check yourself. Do you think also in the next day or two that you'll be fine if, like, from this, I guess, do you think the explosion will happen in the next day or two? That's the question you have to ask yourself if you're considering transferring. All right. AMC currently at 43.75. GME looking, oh man, it's actually close to its intraday high at 191. IWM is pushing. I'm looking for AMC to not be far behind. This is the Russell 2000, just another ETF. The SPY pushing, 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 pushing. Uh, ba, ba, ba. All right, all right, all right, all right. We are looking strong. We are looking strong. Quick update. Just in terms of this overall market thing, just so you know, my futures literally just captured profits. So now it's flat. If you guys were listening on Friday, it was long on the S&P 500. And that's not saying it's not done. It's just, it was a percentage gain and it just locked in profits. I just got a notification over here. What did it actually lock in? It locked in $729. Sweet. I'll take that. Why not? Good day. Good day. More Motley Fool, AMC FUD, 8 lies. Bro, you looking like a Hershey Kiss? We going long on chocolate now or what? Sam Blow, if we want to, if we should all invest in some chocolate. I'm a big fan of dark chocolate. I know you milk chocolate lovers out there are not going to like it, but I personally think that dark chocolate's better. And if you disagree, I don't know if it's an opinion. I just think you're wrong. Because, like, I mean, have you eaten both? Actually, there's a member in my Discord who I've gotten into some debates about that, the milk chocolate versus dark chocolate debate, like that, the age-old argument between the two. And I'm not saying anything bad about milk chocolate. I like milk chocolate. I just don't think it's better than dark chocolate. I'm a fan of both. I'll eat both. It's just, it's as crazy to me as the people who think honeydew is better than cantaloupe. It's as crazy to me as the people who think waffles are better than French toast. I think there's just a certain subset of the population that maybe their taste buds are broken because they don't have the exact same taste buds as me, perhaps. I don't know. I guess scientists really need to look into it. Someone said dark chocolate is taste me. I'm arguing the objective nature of subjective taste buds. Uh, Tesla propping up QQQ, Apple, Amazon, red. Oh. All right, let me find these Motley Fool articles. Let's see what they're talking about. Motley Fool. View all. News. Oh, this is from our boy Sean Williams, the guy who doesn't know. He was getting into a Twitter fight with someone on our stream. He's like, "Oh, like why don't they report their shorts then?" So the dude who thinks he's some sort of amazing stock market commentator doesn't even know that you have to report, like that you are not forced to report a short position. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So what are the 8 lies? Lie number 1, off the bat, as you could see from my expression, already thoroughly confused about this guy. So this is the guy who just like at his core hates the Ape Nation community, Mr. Sean Williams. TMF ultra long. So that's lame. All right, lie number 1. Hedge fund short selling bankrupts company. Well, Mr. Williams, if the selling pressure overwhelms the buying pressure to such a degree that the stock goes to zero, yeah, bankruptcy. Exchange a message board is that the reality is that operating performance of a company determines whether or not it thrives and goes under. No. My other comment on that would be no, because remember, sometimes we know that a stock diverges from fundamentals, i.e. AMC, we're way above fundamental value, but it could also diverge in the other way when something is traded severely below what it's worth. And that's when you see a lot of companies doing stock buyback and that type of thing if they have the money. Theoretically, is it possible for a stock to be shorted into oblivion? Yes. It is theoretically possible. I'm not saying it's the most common thing, but it's the reality is that operating performance of a company determines whether or not it thrives or goes under. No. It's not. The reality is that operating performance, it's the perception of the value of the company. And it's very important to throw that in there. The perception of value. For instance, if you're in Ape Nation, there's a good chance that you're looking at AMC and saying, okay, I think it has more value because there's a statistical chance of a short squeeze. So to you, that gives it value. To some people who don't care about short squeezes, they might be exclusively looking at fundamentals. It's a philosophical debate of what gives something value. Many of the people paying attention to AMC are giving it extra premium, as in more value, because of the statistical chance of a short squeeze. Some people don't. So it is not operating performance. That's the most old school fundamental way to look at something. We all have different ways of valuing something. So it's the perception of value, and I guess in a certain sense, the total aggregate value of perceived value out there in the ether currently. It's not operating performance. There's some stocks trading way above their operating performance. There's some trading way below it, and there's some trading right at it. That's not a rule of the stock market. The stock market is one of the most elaborate house of cards ever created known to man. And it's a house of cards because all it is perception. If people want to buy and they think it's valued something, they'll go higher. For example, a lot of people disagree with Tesla because they think, hang on, it's only profitable because of regulatory credits, like it's doing well, but it shouldn't be valued at where it's at. And then the people who are bullish on Tesla, they're more forward looking. They're like, yeah, but look at what it could become in 3, 5, 10 years down the road. I'd be happy to buy it now. All that is, not one's right, not one's wrong. It's just, how are you personally valuing something? Are you looking at it at the moment? Are you looking at the shorts? Are you looking at what's that Wayne Gretzky quote of where the puck's going to go in a couple of years? There's an infinite amount of ways to make decisions. So, I guess just wrong is for lie number 1. Man, this is going to be long if we have to go through 7 more of these. Shorts have to cover. Another dose of misinformation AMC short sellers of the stock have to cover, specifically for implying that there's levels of urgency here and the disorder from executive coveraging will lead to the mother of all shorts. Have to cover as much apes have to sell their position. In other words, shorts can cover their position at leisure. Shorts have to cover. If you take that at face value, I would agree with him. That's not theoretically true. It depends on how hedged are they. They might hedge their position in the options market. They might be short $1 million, but also long $1 million, which is referred to as a box position. Shorts have to cover just those 4 words. I don't necessarily agree with that. If they're completely exposed and the stock runs, yeah, they might get margin called in that scenario. But a general blanket rule of shorts have to cover, I don't think that would be true for every single hedge fund. So that one, but I guess I don't see that much. Like, I don't think there's a point where we're all saying that they have to cover, because like, I mean, at least on this stream, on this channel, I explained that, yeah, no, some of them have intelligently hedged the position, and there's not different hedge funds got in at different times for different reasons with different positions. So how could you throw a general blanket statement across all of them when there's so many variables? The short squeeze is coming around the corner. Remember, no one's guaranteeing anything at all. I say we have to play it from level to level and watch it day in and day out. I have never once, for me personally, I can't speak for other creators. In fact, I know there's other creators who do this. They're like, oh, it's coming today. It's happening today. I say, okay, no, there's risk and reward in every single situation. I don't give you a time ever. I don't give you a price level ever. And it's because I don't believe in it. So I think this lie is true, and he's like, as in Sean's actually right on this one, and he's picking it up from promoters, like these other content creators who like are actually saying this, but I go out of my way to specifically not say that. Fundamentals don't matter. Well, okay, I mean, I could easily debunk this one. Fundamentals don't matter. Well, okay. The way I would debunk that is it doesn't matter to what? To not make money? Because people who don't believe in fundamentals from this run up are currently up 265%. So this fundamentals thing, I don't know, like the price action, the scoreboard, the stock really begs the differ there. Obviously, you can't trade outside of reality for like forever, but there are pockets of time that things like this happen. So sometimes, even if you're a fundamental trader and or investor, sometimes you can get blown out of water in situations like this. But none of us are arguing that this is a fundamental play. Sometimes I'll bring up some fundamental things, and that's exclusively because I think it can prompt excitement, and excitement can obviously really help the stock. But this is not, we're not in this saying that AMC is fairly valued at it on a fundamental basis. We're saying we're in this play now to see, really, it's the cat and mouse game with shorts. But fundamentals, all right, that's a weird one. Look at the scoreboard. Hedge funds control mainstream media. This one, the things I've seen is that mainstream media is very much in the pockets of hedge funds, but I don't know if I could fairly speak on this one because like I guess I just don't have the facts in front of me, but I've seen it many times, especially on Twitter and on Reddit, being discussed of like, hey, look who's an equity owner or investor of this MSM or of this MSM. It doesn't take much to kind of uncover that, and I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head. But to say that there's no connection between media and Wall Street, I mean, we might be dumb, but we're not that dumb. Like, come on, man. You're obviously short. To build on the previous point, AMC's impassioned retail investors also claim inherent ownership bias in the anchors, guests, authors, and so on who rail against the stock. This is necessary to help recruit fresh capital to offer. I've personally been told on social media many dozen times that I'm obviously short or clearly losing money. I mean, I've never told him he's short. I don't know if he's short, and I don't really care if he's short. His job is to write these articles, prompt some sort of emotional response, and that's how he gets paid. I have no idea if he's short or not. I don't know if he believes what he's saying. I don't know any of that, so I can't comment on it. Oh, this is interesting. BlackRock and Vanguard buying AMC stock is bullish because apes are more willing to welcome institutional investors if they happen to own AMC. Retail investors regularly use BlackRock and Vanguard's ownership of AMC as a reason to promote optimism. However, this tells only a fraction of the real story. BlackRock and Vanguard are two of the largest institutional investment firms in the country based on assets under management. As of their mid-May 13th filings, which detailed holdings, BlackRock, blah, blah, blah. Put another way, BlackRock and Vanguard have so many product offerings that they take a stake in virtually every stock listed on the index. Saying that BlackRock and Vanguard buying AMC is bullish is akin to saying you bought shares of Ford stock because you like red paint. Well, this is a logical fallacy. Wait. Is he arguing? I don't get this argument. I don't get this argument at all. Is he saying that BlackRock and Vanguard would buy AMC even if they were bearish on it? Because the name of the game for BlackRock and Vanguard is to make money. So if they were bearish on it, why would they buy AMC? The dude is probably going to be in the Olympics for mental gymnastics. To say that BlackRock and Vanguard buying AMC, okay, is what? He's saying that it has nothing to do with it. He's like, yeah, no. BlackRock, I mean, they have so much money, they'll buy anything. What? And then to make this connection is akin to saying you bought shares of Ford stock because you like red paint. The dude, he's getting ready for the Olympic trials of mental gymnastics. This is a logical fallacy. This wouldn't stand up anywhere. It doesn't stand up there's just no logic in this statement. He's literally saying that they just have so much money and they're so big that they just have to buy it and they actually might hate it. Like, what? Like, I have a tinfoil hat on right now, so I appreciate the comedic value in me saying this, but if a dude in a tinfoil hat can poke holes in your argument, what? Apes saved AMC. The eighth and final mammoth lie. AMC's rely on the Kohrs community compliance and bringing in fresh capital. The apes have saved AMC. These folks generally believe that by purchasing shares of AMC, they've somehow saved the company from going bankrupt. Buying and selling has absolutely no... Wrong. We really save companies from bankruptcy is their operating performance. This dude is just fundamental from the word go. What saved it? Do you think they would have been able to raise as much money and liquidity as they have without the ape community? The excitement of people talking about it, being on people's mind, people spreading the story, the stock going up, hence they raise money and save the company. Okay, maybe I don't have the nitty gritty details on, okay, theoretically, did we save them or not? But was AMC's position as a fundamental company, not fundamental, just as a business in the world, improved by the ape nation? Of course. This dude is so boring. All he says is it's their operating performance, their operating performance, their operating performance. Without the ape nation, do you think the UFC AMC partnership would have happened? Do you think that people talking about, there's so many people now involved in AMC that it was because of the community support that they got involved. So how would they have done the dilutions to take care of their debt and extend their runway? There, to me, is verifiable things that the ape nation has demonstrably helped AMC. That's my opinion, and I guess maybe I should get some of the facts to back that up. If this is a list of lies shows anything, it's the lengths apes will go to manipulate AMC's share price. However, history is very clear that all pump and dump schemes end in disaster. That's not FUD. It's a practical guarantee. I don't know. Okay, so first of all, we all know that AMC will not live up here. So if you're a new ape, maybe you don't know that. But when a stock short squeezes, it does not stay at that new value. It goes up and it comes back down. I just want you to be prepared for that eventuality. But in terms of this pump and dump, the length to manipulate, I mean, can't we just argue that this stuff is manipulation? All of his stupid lies, these lies that he was debunking, he's trying to influence the stock himself. If someone's out there and they're like, hey, I think AMC is fundamentally overvalued. I'm going to go short. Okay, cool. I think you're missing a lot and it could cost you a lot of money, but like, okay, that's your opinion. I'm not here to tell anyone what to do. You have to do what you think is best. But for him to say, okay, I think it's fundamentally overvalued and it has to go down, and hence anyone who's saying, hang on, I think it might be going up because of XYZ, to call that manipulation. No, I'm just pointing out facts. On this channel, I say, hey, there's a lot of shorts. The short interest is trending upwards and the stock really doesn't seem to be going down. There's an interesting statistical chance of a short squeeze. And because of that, and because of various other things that I document here of why I personally like it, those are my reasons. Whether I'm right or wrong, okay, I have reason XYZ to be long. Apparently, he has reason XYZ to absolutely hate the stock and hate the community. I don't know how that's manipulation when people are just sharing their reasoning and their opinions. It blows my mind. And these lies, I mean, some of these things that he discussed, I literally just don't even acknowledge on this channel because I'm like, all right, that's weird, and I don't really necessarily talk about it. So I don't know if these 8 things perfectly reflect the Moon Gang here, which I get is a subset of the overall ape nation. But this guy, I mean, he's not the most fun guy at a party. I don't think he's a person that you necessarily want to invite to your barbecue, you know? Doesn't seem to be the most fun. So anyway, AMC at 44.50, GME at 194.34, SPY hit a new intraday high, or new all-time high and intraday high. Number 8 goes against number 1, Motley Fool. I mean, there's, like I said, the mental gymnastics, the logical fallacies he presented in that as fact, it's astounding. Truth number 9, Ape saved Sean Williams from his parents being the only people reading his articles. Mom, we're so proud of you, Shawnee. Pooh, Dad, you were supposed to have potential. Owning creditors. I don't know much about the legality of what bankruptcy would or wouldn't do in terms of stock ownership. I like to call them shortcakes because they're only good for a short time, and I'm disappointed it's not a whole cake. A normal stock fundamentals matter at the time you play the game. Go on an overextended short stock play, and the game changes. You play the player. I agree. Jacob, thank you. Do we know at which rate shorts were purchased the day they were purchased in the specific rate? Thanks. Yeah, but remember, they don't lock that in. It is dynamic. Most of them, the fee you're paying changes per day on the current cost to borrow fee. I'm on vacation in my country, the Dominican Republic, and won 20K in the lottery here. Put in AMC, vacation and money. I love it. Hey, Matt, if the hedge funds know we are looking at reported published short numbers or text to determine when to exit our positions, will the synthetic put any put pressure on the way up? Synthetic put. Remember, when you're first buying a call or a put, it could end up having an impact on the stock price because of like situations like a gamma squeeze. But at the moment you buy a call, the moment you buy a put, they're derivatives. If you buy a bond, like they're all just derivatives. So there is situations in which it could have an impact, but it's not, it doesn't happen instantaneously. It's still different than buying stock or selling stock itself. When you buy stock, you're helping it go up. When you sell stock, you're pushing it down. The same is not said about buying a call, selling a call, buying a put, selling a put. Yeah, there's like those weird scenarios or like the psychology implications of people seeing it or things like a gamma squeeze, but you don't see that same initial buying and selling pressure because it's a derivative. You're betting on something else happening and not on the stock directly. It just happens to be based on that stock. It's like it's a different bet. Different bet. All right. IWM looking strong, and the strength in this is showing up in some strength in AMC. We're also seeing a volume of 1.3 million in the last 3 minutes. So volume picking up a bit, the price picking up a bit. We might be setting up for some sort of a cup and handle. Let's see how it reacts to the current intraday high of 46.55, and it's currently just above 45. All right, GameStop cruising, just hit 197.75, making a run for that test of that key psychological and technical level at 200. Check CCIV, please. All right, adding CCIV to the list. GME. People are getting excited about this NFT thing. CCIV. We will check out Lucid Motors. Wear that hat in front of your neighbor at lunch. Morning, Father Duck and fellow apes. Hope y'all's weekends was feather fluffing great. Clubfoot Billy, shout out. Short sale can undermine investor confidence, depress the market value of a company's shares, and make it more difficult for the company to raise capital, extend, and create jobs. Matthew, I 100% agree with you. And like then they could engage in stock bashing, as in going on mainstream media and be like, oh, it's going to fail. Like they scare people. There's a lot of psychology in it. So this fact that he thinks everything is tied to fundamental operating performance, well, that's dumb, because even the overall market right now, the market literally is right now at a new all-time high. Do you think our economy is the best it's ever been in the history of the world? So right here, if someone is bashing AMC being fundamentally overvalued, they should also then say, get out of the stock market. It's going to crash. The stock market is overvalued. It's a bubble. And I bet someone like Sean, he's also just long on the stock market. They're very much picking and choosing their particular arguments. It makes no sense to me. I guess me, Matt, a guy in a tinfoil hat, maybe all I do is invest in things and trade things that are fundamentally overvalued. AMC in the market, and I somehow am ending up making money on all of it, even though they're all trading outside of their operating performance. I just find it hilarious. Can you talk about what's happening with Credit Suisse? Thanks. Josh, I didn't hear anything about the news on Credit Suisse. I would have to look that up. I have to check that out. Credit Suisse. All right, I'll write it down just so I can remember to Google it. Time will flip the script on them. Let's force them to close their short positions. Fellas just threw 500 more into AMC. Connor P9. The more Motley Fool we read, the more it shows on Google search. We need to stop giving them the light of day. They want us to push their page ranks up. Scott, I mean, I agree with that, but also there's new apes, and sometimes it's necessary for me to debunk it and at least share my own opinions, because if there's a new ape, maybe they don't know that Motley Fool is a steaming pile of crap, and they might think that it's like legitimate. So you have to also keep in mind that there's new apes, and sometimes they have like questions about what's going on, and it's good for us. But I see what you're saying is like it's a catch-22, because as we discuss it, it's giving them, I guess, more reads and it's helping their SEO. But then if we don't discuss it, it might confuse some of the newer apes. So like that's the catch-22 of the situation. Dr. Thompson, what's going on? Thanks for sharing all your knowledge. Love your channel. Hey, I appreciate the support. The article said that we are manipulating the price and we didn't help the company. If you negate your own argument, something is wrong. Yeah, very, very impressive mental gymnastics. Good morning, Matt and apes. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Did you ever get a Funko Ape and Walmart gift card in your PO? Yeah, GH. I opened it on Twitch yesterday. Yeah, it's right here. I have the Caesar ape from War with For the Planet of the Apes. Thank you so much. I have that. What I'm waiting for is I got this shelf thing, and I'm going to put up all the figurines and the stuff that people are sending in the PO box to get it up behind me. Thank you very much. 3 years ago, I blindly followed Motley and lost all. Not a hedge fund. That's sad. Sorry that you had to do that. Thought you followed me on IG over the weekend, but then I read the message twice. Gosh darn, Matt Kohrs misspelled. I told him he should buy AMC. Yeah, please double check. If you think I'm engaging with you, please double check that it's actually me. It's Matt_Kohrs. Check the spelling. Make sure there's not a zero instead of an O or something like that. If you look above me, Matt_Kohrs, that's my Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram. I don't have WhatsApp. I'm not DMing anyone on Instagram. I'm not asking you to send me crypto. I'm not managing anyone's money. Just check the spelling. It's right above me. That's why I leave it up all day. It's just Twitter and Instagram are refusing to verify me. And I don't know how else to, I guess, battle these scammers. So please don't send anyone money. It's actually also just become horrific on YouTube as well. They'll make accounts and the name of the account is pinned by Matt Kohrs. That's not me. On YouTube, I am verified. There's a check mark. And whenever I comment, especially on my own videos, I'll have a different highlighted color when I am actually messaging. So please just double check the name. Did they verify you? No, they denied me. They're actually refusing to verify me. Matt, if you were going to play AMC on the way down after the squeeze, would it be better to buy put contracts now with low IV or at the peak of the squeeze? Ben, so I see what you're saying. Yes, you obviously want low IV, but also buying it now is tough because who says that it's going to start falling now? That's also another tough one because, yeah, IV will be juiced, but it honestly probably get even more juice when it continues to fall like after the squeeze. So for me, I think it's very much playing with fire to be messing around with puts at the moment. Honestly, I think puts on AMC at any point are a tough play, even if you're super confident that the shorts have covered and everything. Because what if there's a round two? Like, what if it just keeps going higher and higher and higher, and you don't have enough time, and then you like lose all the money on that play? It's a tough play. Will some people in this world on the backside of AMC going up, coming back down, will some people make money on puts? Yeah, but it's definitely not the easiest trade out there. All right. AMC currently just below 45. SPY is still pushing. What is IV? IV is implied volatility, and it's something important when it comes to the world of options. Options, you look at the volatility. When volatility increases, if you own a call or a put, that increases the value of your option. If volatility decreases, if you own a call or put, it decreases the value of your option. It's all good. That's why I'm an ape now here, up 250. There's a place to see historical data and options price in Greeks. There has been times where I'm curious and how they change over time. Andrew Jackson, yes, but in my own experience, to get options data, usually it's paid and it's not cheap at all to get historic options data. Mini pendant forming on the daily. Chris, what's going on? All right. Matt, the Motley Fool is sponsored by Citadel and Melvin Capital. Had to dig in Wayback Machine for this because their author editor and later took the sentence out. I love that. M spitting the facts. Matt, Motley Fool sponsors some people on YouTube like Good Mythical Morning. The more people you can warn about them is good. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would not take the the way in which I can't say I would never do a sponsorship with AMC or Motley Fool. What I would do is be open about it and I'd be like, hey, Motley Fool just paid me this much money to be sponsored. I would then take that money and I would publicly show you all me taking that exact amount of money and buying AMC with it. To me, that would actually be more humorous to use Motley Fool's money to actually buy AMC. That's the one scenario in which it would happen, but in reality, it's just not going to happen. I don't think I would actually take it, but that's how it would go down. I'd be like, hey, I just got paid this much. Hey, I'm about to buy this much AMC. That's how it would work. After the shorts cover, won't they double back and short again on the way down? It depends. Remember, it's different across the board of how, because there's so many different hedge funds. It's not like there's like one hedge fund, and it's not like all the hedge funds are playing it the same way. It depends on the fund and what's going on. Any truth to the rumor that YouTube is going to cancel financial streamers such as yourself or Trey? I hope not. I have not heard that. I know Graham Stephan got in trouble because of the bots on his account, but I believe that was all taken care of. But if YouTube is going to cancel myself and Trey, this is the first time I'm hearing of it. So I hope it doesn't happen, but I have no reason to believe that's actually going to happen. All right, let's get some trends. Little wick to wick action. Let's see if we can get a breakout on AMC. Currently trading at 44.56. We're roughly looking for a breakout just above 45. So like 45.12, 45.15, something like that. I'm looking for a continuation in the Russell 2000 right here. I think if this can pop above 226, we might see a nice follow through on AMC as well. This is just kind of what I'm watching on an intraday basis. The stock market, the overall S&P 500, just hit a new all-time high and intraday high. I'm so annoyed that other stocks like HCMC are being pushed as the next short squeeze play. Please be careful about the distractions. As of now, I don't believe there's any other potential short squeeze play that's better than AMC and GME. Do I still have my retirement account that's in stocks like Nvidia and Apple and Microsoft and the S&P 500 and Tesla? Yeah, and I check on them, but they're a different play. To me, AMC and GME are very different than any other play we discuss or think about. And in this world of a short squeeze like play and potential, I don't think there's a better option. I'm in no other stock because I think it's a better short squeeze. Like AMC and GME, in my humble opinion, in my non-financial advice opinion, have the greatest odds of a short squeeze. And I'm in no other play because I think it could squeeze from like a short scenario. Like I said, I still have my stocks in my retirement account that I've had forever. I watch them. I still have my futures account. But in terms of AMC and GME, they are my stocks for a short squeeze potential. Ba-ba-ba. Can you invite Sean W on for a debate? I mean, I could, but I think he'd be whiny, and I also don't think he would accept it. He'd probably just end up yelling at me. I've been to Hershey, Pennsylvania, did a chocolate tasting. Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, I'm shorting French toast, cantaloupe, and dark chocolate. Been 183% gain, so whatevs. This is why making comment FINRA to rule change short position is massive. We need more people to comment. Yeah, so the regulatory notice 2119 on finra.org, you definitely can get your voice to be heard about reporting shorts. All right. The market is still trucking along here. GameStop 194, and then AMC, we're just seeing if it can get above this trend line. It's at 44.65 right now. We're trying to recapture just above 45 for this trend line breakout. Let's do a quick Ortex check. Ortex, a net borrow against it, but not big. 352,000. Short interest is 19%. In terms of GameStop, the borrow change 193,000. Short interest is now cruising back up to 10%. Um, Oh, if you're just hopping on the show right now, so for people, Benzinga, I was talking with them over the weekend, and they agreed to do some sort of affiliate deal. So because you're in the Moon Gang, you can get a free trial, and then after that, there's also a discount for anything that Benzinga offers. The link is in the description. It's like at the top of the description, or it's near the top. So if you like Benzinga, and if you want to try it out for a week trial, you could do it. I've been using it. I like it. I like seeing the options. I like seeing the news, this news aggregator. Cool stuff in my opinion. So if you want to try it out, it's there. But I just figured that's what's kind of cool about when you get a larger brand. You can talk to these people and be like, hey, my community might be interested. Can you offer a discount? And like, sure, especially if you're big enough. So I just thought or even if you already have it, if you happen to be signed up for Benzinga, you could then also just get a discount and spend less money. What does Benzinga do? It does many, many things. I like it for three different things. I like the news aggregator. You can type in like whatever ones you want, and it'll just filter on any news, GME, GME, FBCE, and it'll just give you the news for like whatever stocks you actually care about. So you can watch the news aggregator. There's a bunch of signals over here: price spikes, options activity, block trades, halts, and resume. You just kind of click what you want. So right now, this morning, there's been a lot of unusual options activity on AMC. And then I also really like to look at what the actual options are of what's going on. So for me, it's just a bit more information. You could see where some of the money is coming in. Let me get this all set up so we can view it a little bit easier. All right. So for example, the most recent abnormal one was 1029. Wait, why are these lighting up? Oh, wait, this isn't in order. Hang on. Okay, so just now, 1047 calls for July 23rd, 135 and 70, 81,000 and $34,000 respectively. So it kind of like you can just kind of track some of these abnormal moves in the options market as they're happening in real time. This happened literally just now. Like you guys saw it pop up. But once again, for July 23rd, we have 11 days until expiration. The 135 and the 70s, bullish bet. Bullish bet. So, I mean, to me, obviously, we can find utility with AMC and GME, but I think you could also find utility with it on any stocks that you're paying attention to. If you want to know the news, if you want to see the options market, what's specifically going on it, is it active? Is it not active? It just gives you, it's just a tool, just a resource for you to hopefully make more informed decisions. Night John, I like the stock. Can you check on stamps and where you see it going? Stamps is being completely driven by, I believe, a acquisition deal right now. So with that, that's not really a chart trade. That's kind of diving into the deals of the merger, and like whatever it was, an acquisition, but not really a chart trade. That's definitely a fundamental drive. Do you go over Momo going long on AMC, Robot Ape, Mobo? I didn't see Momo. I thought we saw this algorithm or this AI based. Hang on, let me get rid of Virgin Galactic. Right. Where was it? Where was it? Momo. Oh, AMOM. Yeah, they went long while loading up on shares of AMC Entertainment. AMOM. It's an AI based ETF. AMOM went long on AMC. They are quoted to have loaded up on it. Loading up, loading up, loading out. Loading up, loading out. Oh, the Russell 2000. What are you doing, man? Russell 2000. All right, let's see if this can actually bounce. IWM getting hit off of 225.88 down to 224.84. AMC hopefully putting in this higher low. We want this test of the trend line, but I think this right here, the action you're seeing in the Russell 2000 could be scaring some people. We want a very rapid bounce back. Very rapid. I was looking back at GME and AMC charts. It seems like the beginnings of big movements and the peaks of big movements happen on Wednesdays. Any reason for that? On Wednesdays? No, not necessarily. I don't know if AMC and GME have a weekly pattern like that. Might be something to dive into, but it's not something I've really like heard or seen talked about. Check out AMD. I think they have huge potential. I mean, I'll add it to the list for a breakdown, but I know I'm going to agree. I like AMD. I own some AMD. To me, it's just a good long-term semiconductor hold. Do you think 50 will trigger a squeeze at why they're keeping under it? It'll help to get above 50, but I think a better breakout is that like the 60 to 65 range where people will be scared. Shorts will be scared. Is it statistically impossible for no squeeze? Statistically impossible. As in, is a squeeze guaranteed? No. No, you can't guarantee anything in the stock market ever. Anyone who's guaranteeing it of like, oh, it's going to happen on this date and this price level. No, there's no such thing as a 100% or a 0% chance in the stock market. Matt, do you know anything about Robinhood Naked Brand Voting Group? Naked Brand Voting Group. Never heard of that. Test luck. All right. Justin, hang on. You said I missed it. Let me see if I can find yours. With some institutions having legitimate shorts and naked shorts, they will cover both simultaneously or one before that. Thanks, B-Day on the 14th. I think they would cover at the same proportionate amount of time because there's a very good chance they don't even know they have a naked short. It's not like a hedge fund calls up and says, give me a naked short. They call up a prime broker and they say, short, I want a short. And then it's the prime broker who doesn't locate the shares and they just lit the hedge fund short. There's actually a chance that they might not even know that their position is a naked short position. They might know, but they also might not know. So because of that, I don't think they'll be like, oh, we'll cover these ones and then these ones. I think they're like, hey, I want to cover a percentage of my overall short position. And it's not like you can't block it. It's not like, oh, I know this block of shares is naked and this block is legitimate. That's not how it works. I mean, if you look at your shares right now, you just have X amount of shares. How many ever shares you have, you just have it. It doesn't, and it averages it all together. Like you just have one position, one block. You don't say, I want to sell these shares and then these shares. That's not necessarily how it works. Matt, when you go jogging, do you run like Phoebe from Friends? It's a thing. Google it. Oh, I'll have to look that up. If she runs by like profusely sweating and just thinking about how much she hates it the whole time, then yes. NFT dividend news official rumors on Reddit since April we're waiting for more of an official statement from GameStop as a company, I believe within 2 days. Can you explain a $700 put option for Tesla expiring this Friday? A put option? A put option. What's Tesla trading at? How would I answer this? Tesla. Okay, so Tesla's currently trading at 680. So if you have a put option, if you sell a $700 put option on Tesla, that's actually a bullish bet, and you're betting on Tesla being below 700 by this Friday. And you just want it to be below. It doesn't matter if it's at 600 or 699.99. If you sell a put option, that's a bullish bet, and you're just betting on it being below that strike price. If you buy a put option, you're already in the money, but that's a bearish bet, and you're betting on it trending downward from here. So if you did it, it's currently at 679.16. If you bought a $700 put, you're already in the money. Not exactly my style, but you're still betting on it continuing farther down from here. So the moment you buy it, if you're buying a put, you want it to downtrend like the moment after you bought it. Matt, you should check out Off-Grid Trading. He has a lot of insight. I think conversation between the two of you would be awesome. All right, I'll look into it. Skunk the Moon, yeah, just caught up with that one. Matt, with all this talk about payment for order flow and moving shares to Fidelity, also Rich Greenfield is in a several-day rant of spreading FUD. Well, Rich Greenfield banned me, so I have no idea what that dude's saying. But for payment for order flow, okay. Does Robinhood engage in payment for order flow? Yes. Does Webull engage in payment for order flow? Yes. Do almost all brokerages engage in payment for order flow? Yes. Does Fidelity, is that one of the few that doesn't? Also correct. Payment for order flow is why we have free trading. A couple years ago, a handful of years ago, whenever you went to make a trade, it could have been, I don't know, $3.99 a trade, $5.99 a trade, whenever you bought and sell. And then they've been utilizing payment for order flow to offset the cost of like, okay, instead of making the customer pay for these trades, what we're going to do is we're going to sell. Well, I'll explain what it is, but basically they're getting a kickback from the market makers. So what is payment for order flow? Payment for order flow is basically your orders get sent to most likely Citadel Securities. They are the market maker. So payment for order flow is they're paying for the orders to get routed to them, and they get first dibs on if they want to play the other side of it. So if you buy AMC right now off of Robinhood, Webull, there's many other brokerages, there's a good chance it's getting routed to either Citadel Securities or Virtu. They play the other side of it. So if you buy, they're selling it to you. If you sell, they're buying it off of you. It means they're just the player. I saw some videos talking about it somehow relating to liquidity. That's inaccurate. So okay, there's a couple things we need to clarify about payment for order flow. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think it does things that are harmful to the market, but that's a different, I guess, story. It doesn't really relate to stopping a squeeze potential. It has more things to do with how it's segmenting the entire retail trading public, and I don't think that's good. So I'm not the biggest fan of payment for order flow, but it's not really because of a relation to the current narrative we're talking about with AMC. Payment for order flow deals with a partnership between a broker and a market maker. So someone like Robinhood and Webull, and then someone like Citadel Securities and Virtu. It has nothing to do with hedge funds at all. Not like you're not selling your payment for order flow. Brokerages don't sell that to hedge funds. They sell it to market makers. That's very, very different. Hedge funds are not getting your trading data. Market makers are, and they're getting it because they just are paying for the right to play the other side of it. With all that being said, though, it still doesn't change the NBBO. It's not changing the price because like we have the national best bid and offer. Market makers have to acknowledge that, as in this scenario, they're acting as a retail wholesaler. Market like exchanges, the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, they have to acknowledge it. We're all trading at the same price. It's even trading at the same price on dark pools. Their AMC does not trade at a different price anywhere. So if your order is getting routed to a market maker, the reason why they would pay for this. Okay, so maybe this is a better way for me to explain it. Okay, Matt, I'm hearing weird things about this payment for order flow. First of all, it has nothing to do really with, well, I guess it does have to do with liquidity. It doesn't have anything to do with hedge funds. Why would they do this? Why would someone pay Robinhood? Why would someone pay Webull to engage in payment for order flow? Well, here's what they do. So right now, AMC is trading at 44.12. Let's just call it 44 for like the ease of this conversation. Let's say AMC is trading at 44 flat. You hit buy. You're like, I want to buy, and you want to buy, and you're buying X amount of shares at 44. Why would Citadel, why would Virtu go up to a broker and be like, hey, let me get first dibs on it? Because what they do, and this happens in nanoseconds, they try to quickly sell it. They try to quickly buy it themselves for $43.99. Really, it's $43.99 point like 99999, something like that. It's like a small difference. And they know that you're already a buyer. So then they sell it to you and they quickly profit that little difference. So they're just trying to, I guess, play that like that small discrepancy of like they see your order, they try to quickly go out, get it for a slightly better fill, and then sell it to you, and they profit that difference. Market makers, they're not directional players. Like I said, it has nothing to do with hedge funds. It's them trying to just fill it out. And people, I saw they were talking about liquidity, and they were conflating two different terms. I mean, the same term, liquidity, over the weekend, or really early this morning. And I need to talk about liquidity now. So liquidity in the stock market is how much could the ease of trading a stock. Just because you want to buy 1,000 shares, that doesn't mean someone out there is willing to sell 1,000 shares. So the higher liquidity, it means that the bid and the ask is filled out. Liquidity means how easily can you buy and sell? Are people buying and selling a lot, or are they not buying and selling a lot? High liquidity means you can get in and out of sizable positions very, very easily because there's a lot of liquidity. That definition of liquidity is the common definition of liquidity in the stock market. And it was getting confused with more of the Merriam-Webster definition of liquidity, which is like, okay, like how liquid are you? Like how much money do you have in your bank account to go buy stuff? Like, oh, like if I have $10 in my bank account, I'm like not that liquid. I only have $10 of cash to my name. Liquidity in the stock market, well, I mean, of course you could, like, that's more of like a semantics thing of a style of talking. Yeah, like you can use liquidity to mean both, but generically liquidity when referring to a stock is referring to the ease of buying and selling, of like just how easy is it to get in and out. If you have some whale that has 1 million shares and they're trying to buy, well, they might not get filled if the stock isn't that liquid. Like if people aren't selling it, that could be difficult. Or if it's extremely liquid, they might be able to buy 1 million like it's nothing. It's a stock's liquidity. How many shares are being bought and sold? So I saw they're both accurate definitions of liquidity, but I saw those getting confused with each other. And payment for order flow. These market makers who are engaging in it, they're going to argue three pros. And these are, I guess, legitimate pros. First pro is the fact that they do payment for order flow. So that means that the brokerage is making money, and that's why we can get free trading. So if you don't want to pay per trade, part of the reason why you don't have to pay per trade is because of payment for order flow. The second one is that with them getting the first dibs on it, they're increasing the liquidity of the stock. Market makers such as Citadel Securities and Virtu are filling out the bid and the ask. They have a lot of sitting buy orders. They have a lot of sitting sell orders, and they don't care about direction whatsoever. They really, really don't. They just want to do what's referred to as a full trip. They want to sell at the ask and then come across the bid and sell it on. They want to come across the spread and sell it on a bid. They're in the game of just buying on the bid and selling on the ask and just ping-ponging back and forth. They're trying to capture this difference. Like right now, it's what, a 3-cent difference, a 2-cent difference between the highest buy and the lowest sell. There's a good chance that Virtu and Citadel Securities right now, as I'm saying this, are literally filling out the bid, they're filling out the ask, and they're hoping to just ping pong it back and forth. It's called traversing the spread. They're just trying to buy at the bid, sell at the ask, and they can do that as there's higher and higher volume. Market makers, especially in the terms of payment for order flow, they make their money off of trading volume. That is all they care about. The more volume, the better. They want high volume environments, and they're just trying to play that. And to them, the perfect scenario is high volume and low volatility. They don't want to get caught in a position and it trends away from them. They would love for the stock to go sideways, just on super high volume, and they're just playing the bid and the ask, just ping-ponging it back and forth. And so because of that, with payment for order flow, they have the right for those first dibs, and that's what they're doing. They're playing the bid and the ask back and forth, and that's how they make their money. So those are some of the pros, and there are still some very serious cons. The serious cons of it is, first of all, and this is what I was alluding to earlier in today's stream, was it segments the entire, okay. If you look at Citadel Securities quotes on like payment for order flow and their argument of why they should be able to do it, because they're filling out so much, they actually do give you a better fill. And when I say a better fill, that means you get a lot lower cost basis, but it's not like you're getting it insanely low where it's like a portion of a cent, maybe a cent. There's some truth to that. But what they conveniently miss out in explaining when they're pitching this to someone is this mechanism of payment for order flow. When you have so many brokerages selling the order flow to a duopoly, Citadel Securities and Virtu, what it does is it basically splits the entire market up into different segments, and you have one segment of retail traders. It's just a bunch of retail traders, which means that the leftover market is highly, highly competitive. All you have left from there are banks, institutions, and that type of stuff. So when it's highly competitive, when you think of highly competitive and these market makers like can't keep the bid and the ask so close to each other, you get wider spreads because it's a more competitive environment, and market makers are worried about taking trades and getting blown out. So like the only way it's worthwhile to them is to widen the bid ask spread. When you do that, for highly competitive players such as hedge funds, that's not much of a big deal. But it is a big deal to ETFs, retirement accounts, and pension funds, because that means that you're getting a worse fill. And according to Dave Lauer, when he had us like on the show, the bid-ask spread, it actually widened by 20%, which means that these pension funds, these retirement accounts, these ETFs are getting worse fills when they're actually trading it. So that's like, I guess, kind of the dark underside of payment for order flow. It's weird, it's complex, and it's good to know about. I think enough people complaining about it could create a scenario in which they get rid of payment for order flow. But understand that in that environment, it will also, and like, I think it's going to go that way. I really do. And I think that's beneficial because what this system is basically just lining the pockets of Citadel Securities. But understand that if it does go that way, it could have the unexpected impact of no longer having free trading. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And the reason we are free trading, like getting free trades, it's because we are the product they're selling our order flow. It's that gray world of like, it's like many things in this world where it's not black and white. There's a very large gray area. There's some pros and there's some cons. It's not all pro, it's not all con. And that's why people are discussing it on the news, is because you have some people that love the pros, you have some people that love the cons, and that's what it is. But I see a lot of confusion about this liquidity thing, and there's some videos that inappropriately explained it. And I know that because right now you could just Google stock market liquidity, look at that definition, and then listen to these videos, and like they're going to be wrong. I mean, I listened to them and they weren't explaining liquidity properly. And you also in no way can connect payment for order flow to hedge funds. Once again, the general statement here, payment for order flow is a connection between a broker and a market maker. No hedge fund in that discussion. But I guess to clarify, yes, I am on Webull, and yes, Webull does engage in payment for order flow. It does. Like, so if you're doing it, if you don't want to be on payment for order flow, you could check out something like Fidelity. But at that part, I mean, I have a Fidelity account. That's actually my retirement account. I like Fidelity. But what I don't like about Fidelity is the user interface is not anywhere comparable to something like Webull. Like this interface, in my opinion, is way better. So it's just, there's no perfect option right now. Like across the board, there's like moral things for you to consider. There's pros and cons. There's just like the ease of trading. How does it look? Like what indicators does it have? There's not like a perfect solution. And I'm not saying anything I use is actually perfect. I'm just trying to explain the scenario of what's actually going on. What's on my head? A tinfoil hat. Fidelity, yeah. Someone says Fidelity UI sucks. I mean, if Fidelity UI improved, I would definitely like that more. And the reason I'm on Webull at first was, so when I first started streaming, if you check out some of my older videos from earlier in the year, I was on Robinhood, and then I switched over to Webull because everyone was switching over to Webull. And I just thought, okay, like if there's any questions about the platform, I need to have it up so I can answer questions. Like for example, someone earlier today is like, on Webull, how do you get the grids? On Webull, how do you execute an options trade? So for me, it was beneficial as being on this side of the camera to be on the same platform that people were using so I could answer those types of questions. I guess, like I said, I'm being very honest. Like it's just, there's not perfect. Like there are downfalls to everything across the board. Yeah, someone said Fidelity is great, just $5 trades below. Yeah, so you're paying. You're paying for those trades then. So ask yourself, what's more important? Do you care about Citadel Securities playing the other side of your trades? Or do you care more about not having to pay when you make a trade? Because if you're buying, okay, I don't know the cost, like different brokerages, they trade a different amount. But if you're trading on a smaller account, it's very, very difficult to, I guess, weather the storm of the fee that you pay per trade. I mean, if you're buying one stock of AMC, and when you buy it, if that's $5, and if you sell it, that's another $5. Well, that means you have to profit at least $10 just to break even. It does change the aspects of your trading, depending on your account size, because your trading fees could really, really add up depending on your broker. Citadel is a market maker and a hedge fund. Go research what they own. They are playing every side under different name companies. Citadel Securities is a market maker, and Citadel as a hedge fund. Those are two different businesses. I sent you a link to track I made for apes. Could you let me know if you could use it audio, the next remix, holding from South Korea? Is there a way you could DM me that on Twitter? JVNR Music. Would that be possible? If not, I'll write your name down just in case. JVNR Music. JVNR Music. Lots of ways to make a new great recruiting video. I think you're the best one to do it. Andrzej video was fantastic. I love doing that with him. That was a blast. I had a lot of fun making it. Isn't it basically front running? Front running, kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's front running, but so previously there was more of a malicious practice of like full on front running with hedge fund or high frequency traders. And they've actually gotten rid of that. So now market makers, they're just trying to always fill out the bid and the ask. Like right now, this is liquidity. Remember the ease of trading. Market makers, there's a good chance many of these orders on the bid side are from a market maker, and there's a chance that many of the sell orders on the ask side are from a market maker. They just have a ton of orders sitting there, and they're just trying to ping pong it back and forth between the bid and the ask. And if they do a full trip on the spread, that's how they make their money, and they make a lot of money doing it. But with that in this whole discussion of it, it really doesn't have much to do with assisting or hurting the AMC squeeze. It's like a whole different issue, and its connection to the movement in AMC isn't really much. I have a Chase checking account that comes with a free trading account. When Robinhood blocked trades in January, February, Chase had no restrictions. Instant transfer. Crypto Anonymous. I haven't heard much about Chase's trading, but that sounds interesting. Can you say a random app we all can invest in for fun meme game? Can you say a random app? Wait, an app to invest in? Citadel Securities and Citadel are two separate entities, but they are under the same umbrella. Very naive to think that they are not playing both sides. I mean, they have two very, very different goals. Citadel, okay. Do I think that legally are they two different businesses? Yes. Do I think that they are keeping all secrets from each other? No. I bet that there is some sort of pollination of information between the two. But also think about their goals of what they want to do. Market makers are in and out very, very quickly. They're playing the bid and the ask, and that's all it is. Citadel Securities, as a hedge fund, they're actually making directional bets. Like, they have two different things. Market makers make a stupid amount of money from providing a full-fledged liquid market in and out. They're not directional players. To think that Citadel Securities cares at all about the direction of a stock, it's silly, because that's not what they're doing. They care about the volume of a stock, while Citadel, the hedge fund, cares very, very much about the direction of a stock. And with that being said, I just don't think it's to the degree of, like, I guess, the malicious nature. Do I think they're doing some crappy things? Do I think sometimes maybe there's a situation where Citadel, the hedge fund, gets in trouble, and then they talk to Citadel Securities to help them get out of that and be like, hey, man, like, could you just do something to help us get out of, like, being under the water? Yeah, I do personally believe that it happens. But also, just because I have a personal thought, well, we also need some evidence. Like, I can't just, like, lobby that and be like, oh, this is definitively happening. There's a lot of people in this community who like, just lob a crazy statement like that, and there's just not the data to back it up. It's one of those things, and this is why I have my tinfoil hat on. Do I think it's happening? Yes. Do I have the evidence to show that, like, there's crazy amounts of collusion between Citadel and Citadel Securities? No, I don't have that evidence, so I can't sit here and be like beating the drum of, oh, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening. Because I guess for me, if you guys are listening, the onus is on me to provide data and fact. And so that's why sometimes I have my own personal theories, but the things that we have to, like, run with are just verifiable pieces of information. Datarama.com, they have high-end companies, CEOs that own and sell, but not sure if it will help or not. I haven't heard of that, but we do track the buying and selling of insiders. JVNR Music, DM on Twitter. Thank you so much. I will check that out. Let's go AMC. AMC currently just below $44. IWM trying to make its decision on which way it wants to go. S&P 500. I mean, all of this stuff is just now consolidating. Big amounts of consolidation. Okay, and then GME currently at 192. Let's do a quick Ortex check. Quick Ortex check. All right. All right, so AMC short interest 19%, a borrow of 1.27 million with a net borrow of 266,000. GameStop 88,000, a short interest of 9.73%. Do we see any new news? What is this about? AMC is the next of our well-traded and most shorted stocks to buy. AMC stock short interest isn't the highest out there by roughly 17%. It's still up there, and undeniably the more than $5 billion in short stock wagering against the theater chain does make it one of the largest shorts in the market on a dollar basis. Most recently, a move by CEO Adam Aron to placate his meme trading Reddit base and scuttle a secondary backfired, and it wasn't without cause. Ms. Aarons, I see you, I hear you, I value decision. Nix AMC's ability to extinguish its remaining debt and build its cash war chest. Today, though. This is forward-looking market that's putting together a very bullish corrective double bottom pattern in AMC. My thoughts are bullish investors will be cheering wildly in the near futures. Oops, where did that go? How did I lose this? Oh, it was just the top one. Was there anything else in there? With stochastics oversold and bullishly positioned, a nearby daily chart confirmation of a pattern second pivot low is the matinee ticket for a solid looking seat in the front of the breakout crowd. Should that occur, I'd go with the August 50-60 bull call spread in lieu of buying this most shorted stock. So a bull call spread would be buying the 50 call and selling the 60 call for the August monthlies. But overall, it looks like this author is pretty bullish on the current charting pattern of AMC. And that one was, it looks like from Investor Place. Yeah, Investor Place. But I just like this news aggregator on Benzinga. Is AMC has caught the attention of types of traders and investors. Is AMC building for another breakout? Where's the conclusion? Bulls want to see the bearish volume continue to decrease and for the bullish volume to enter the stock and drive it up to close above its upper resistance level. If it can regain 47.91 as support, it has the room to move to 51.50, which could help AMC test the descending trend line and possibly make a bull break above it. I think this is a typo. Bulls want to see bearish volume increase to drop. I think they mean bears want to see the bearish volume increase. That's a typo. So more and more people paying attention to see where this could possibly go. S&P, what's it doing? Looking a bit weird here, bit weak here. Just kind of flat. We have this downward wedge. I want to see IWM just rip above, I guess, 226 really. That line. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. $1 million shares being returned makes sense with the jump in price on Thursday. Imagine if 10 million were returned, or 50 million, or all 100 million. Craig, I like where your head's at. Thoughts on PSFE? All right, I'll write that down. PSFD. PSFE. Think they will get back on the threshold list? Did they borrow shares this morning? Will they ever come in a time when they return the shares? Will they ever come a time when they run out of shares to borrow? I mean, it's possible when the utilization's at 100%, but we're not at 100%. So there's still, I mean, on just some very, very just like crude math, some very crude math. We're at 91%. There's about 99 million shares. So there's about 9 million shares to go right now that could be borrowed and shorted relatively easily. It becomes more difficult to borrow a stock, aka short a stock, when the utilization's at 100%. So we still have about 9 more million shares to go before we're at that based on like today's current levels. The threshold list, yeah, we could go back onto it, but remember that would be another consecutive 5 days of at least 2.5 million FTDs. But the market maker sees all trades. Hedge funds can play the other side that of the point. What's going on? You still believe some market fairness? Asked Dave. No, the market makers do not give the payment for order flow to anyone else. That would be disadvantageous to them. They would not want to pass that on. Brandon, your assumption is that the market makers pay for that data and then give that data to someone else. If they're paying for it and making their positions off of it, they would lose money if they then gave that to someone else. I think the collusion is more of Citadel Securities playing nice with Citadel and helping them out on certain trades, but it makes no business sense for them to do the payment for order flow, for them to pay for it as a market maker, and then to give that away to someone else. That would lose them money. Just join the 1,000 Club. Ape strong, hodl, never stop fighting. Love it. Congratulations, man. Majority of retail investors should pull out of the market after this, causing it to crash since they want to cheat. That's our only option for change. I mean, I don't like Ryan. I'm not going to pull out because you can make money on the downside. Sometimes you can make more money on the downside than the upside. Ooh, the mods just kicked some sort of Greg out. What did he say? Zach just said, has Matt sold shares yet? The answer is I still have my AMC position. But he's also kicked out some sort of Greg. Never stop fighting. That's awesome. The 1,000 Club, 1,000 Share Club. Congratulations, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry for the subject change, but what are your takes on SafeMoon since we talk crypto too? I have no SafeMoon. I probably won't buy any SafeMoon. As of now, I'm keeping my crypto investments. I'm not really actively trading it, but my investments are a little bit more basic. Bitcoin, Ethereum, just kind of like some Litecoin. I do have some Doge. I have some Algorand. I'm trying to think of the other ones I have, but with it, I mean, I rarely even check on them because I'm planning on holding them for like over 10 years. So for me, it's not like an active trade whatsoever. But as of now, AMC not moving much on the day, hanging out at 44. GME also not moving much. GME had a pretty good morning, and so maybe it could have a solid afternoon, but it's at 192.40. AMC at 43.92. S&P 500, it got hit. Someone was doing a lot of selling at 11.27, but it looks like it's bouncing back. In IWM, trying to hold the breakout. So no GME though. Thought apes hold both. I mean, many apes do, hence why I have GME still up. Trey's nipple OnlyFans. Yeah, if things get more crazy, we'll definitely add you in. I appreciate the offer. It's bogus that they can short a stock down in pre-market when there's such low volume and potentially less buying pressure. Maybe that should be a new SEC fin rule: no shorting at all in pre-market or after hours. Jesse, I mean, I don't really agree because you could buy in pre-market and perfectly undo it. As much as there could be a relative high amount of selling pressure in pre-market, there also could be a relative high amount of buying pressure in pre-market. It cuts both ways. When does the stock price reflect the amount of shares available to trade? After or before the FTDs is purchased in the market maker, or after the option is exercised? Does the stock price reflect the amount? Stock price, the relationship with stock price and the amount of shares is when you multiply them together, that's the market cap of the company, the value of the company. Breakdown watch is a breakdown below 41.35. Breakdown long. Trade quality. Started a transfer to Webull on the 8th and says estimated completion is the 19th. Why does it show that long, or could it be possibly take that long? I keep hearing people say 2 days. Cat Moores, I mean, I agree with you. I hear a lot of people talking about 2 days. A lot of people talking about 2 days. That seems very, like, that's 11 days. That seems a bit abnormal to me. Data and stats for AMC. Is this information verified, M? Was talking about SMI in the GME chart. I think it may have connection between SMI and using the tip off of futures move. We had a trigger back on July 8th when we recovered. Is IWM being shorted to bring down AMC's price? I doubt that, because there's two other you would have to bring down an extra 1,999 companies to bring down AMC through IWM. IWM is a Russell 2000, as in it's tracking 2,000 companies. You wouldn't short that to bring down one of those 2,000, especially when that one does not have a utilization of 100%. It's way more cost effective for them to just literally say, oh, I'll just short that stock directly right now. Did you hear that the AI-based ETF AMOM sold Walmart, FB, and bought AMC? Also, did you know you were quoting Barron's story by Avi Salzman? Yeah, so we talked about that story, the AI-based ETF going long, quoted as loading up on AMC. And yeah, on Saturday, some of my quotes were used in a Barron's story. I was excited about that. ARPO. Renovation, rev it up. All right. ARPO. I'll write that down. ARPO. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. IWM. We very much want that to hold. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Come on, IWM. Spy, spy, spy. What are you doing, spy? Oh, there. SPY, seen a little bit of red. IWM, hold this breakout. Wish it could hold 225.70. Comes from Quant. Bring up the web page is pretty cool and free and cheap and ball on a budget. All right, I'll check that out. Thanks for the suggestion. Right, all right, all right. The regulators are not going to step up. The only thing we can control is buying more, putting the hedgies deeper underwater. Apes, do you want this? It's from Houdini. Nate, yes, 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 yes. Said you believe they would run same. Yep. Correct, sir. Correct, correct. I think I had, yes, last week we were doing some sort of explanation on a call spread, or maybe some sort of spread on Virgin Galactic. Basically, I was just making the bet that it would stay below 50, 55. Oh, I guess it expired last week. I was trying to check it out. But I guess that expired in the money. Sweet. Something with, yeah, so a spread, remember with options, it can get very complicated very quickly, as in you could like buy and sell calls for the exact same date. So what I did was I think I sold an SPC 55 call and then bought a 60 call, which is a bearish bet. You're saying you want it to stay below 55. And I think it expired last week because I don't see it in my account anymore. Why is the volume so low for AMC? What is the volume currently at? Volume 28 million. Just not that many people trading it. Remember, volume is just how many people are buying and selling. So low volume just means less people are trading it. Low volume is not in any way correlated with being bullish or bearish. It just means low volatility. That's it. You cannot low volume. I've seen no correlation or no study ever in any stock that says lower volume is bearish and or bullish. It just means most likely lower volatility. What are your thoughts on the GME July 14th crypto release? Dylan, it very well could be one of those things that is like just buy the rumor, sell the news, kind of what we're seeing with SPCE today. Well, on top of it, they are suggesting that they might do some sort of at the market offering, a dilution of potentially 500 million. With it, it might be that because we all know about this GME NFT crypto release thing. So it might be that, or the announcement might be even bigger than anyone expected, and then it could go higher. It kind of depends on the actual announcement itself. Someone just said low volume is bearish. No, it's not. Low volume is just means not many people are buying and not many people are selling. It just means it's being less actively traded. It has no connotation with being bullish or bearish. There are some days that are super, super high volume and can be very bearish. There are some super high volume days that can be bullish. Volume is not indicative of being bullish or bearish. Rockets and magnets, please. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's get the rocket. Let's get the rocket. Let's get the rocket. All right. Okay, maybe I'll move it here for a bit of extra charting support. And let's get the GameStop cat. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. All right, so we have some charting support now with the rocket. We have the cat, which could very well not be a cat. Who knows? On GME. In my process of transferring all my 300 plus shares of AMC to Webull, I'm a newbie to Webull, so I'm intimidated. Is it easy to learn? Also, when is the mother of all short squeezes happens while my shares are in process? Also, what if the mother of all short squeezes happens while my shares are in processing? If that does happen, you might miss out because you won't have the ability to sell. Is it easy to learn? Grace, I mean, I think it is overwhelming, and that's very, very fair of you to be like, okay, hang on, like I see a lot of things going on. But once you mess around it with it for like a week, you'll feel pretty confident in it. At least that was my experience. All right, AMC at 43.73, hanging out just below 44. The SPY getting hit currently, but IWM waking up. Every time I do this, it just does not hold the new trend. We're trying to hold this trend line breakout, and really we're just trying to get above 225.75 on IWM. I think if this pushes, it will end up playing out better for AMC. To chat, Robinhood to Webull transfer, my experience, simple fund transfer took 10 total days to transfer to funds to settle. I didn't transfer shares. Oh, thank you, Clips Photography, for sharing that. I do see, just like anecdotally, I see a lot of people who are doing a transfer from something like Robinhood to Fidelity. A lot of people are saying, oh, I was done in 2 days, just so people know. Like, I don't have the exact stats on it, but I see that being commented quite a bit. Quite a bit. Hey, Matt, could it be a strategy to slowly lower AMC a few percent per day to exhaust apes? And second, do you know a broker which is compatible with TradingView in Germany? Cheers from Munich, Chris. Good duck and thanks. So for the second part, I'm not too familiar with German-based brokerages. So if anyone in chat knows that, what is a good brokerage that can work in Germany and also be tied up with TradingView, like connected to TradingView? Could it be a strategy for the slowly lower AMC percent per day to exhaust apes? I mean, that's definitely one potential strategy. But remember, the longer it takes them, they lose more money of the cost to borrow. So yes, if you're shorting AMC, like if a hedge fund out there is shorting it, they want it to go down. They'd prefer that it comes down quickly, but obviously coming down slowly is better than not coming down at all. So they're doing everything in their power to push the stock down, and then the Ape Nation is doing everything in its power to push it up. It's just it's a tug of war battle. As much as we have conviction in our trade, they have the exact same conviction in the opposite trade. They're betting on it coming down. We're betting on it going up. Do we want it to explode in one day? Yeah, of course. But if we have to, will we take the win of it slowly grinding upward? Yeah, that's also possible. Remember, when we talk about this stuff, there's many times when you have to think about it in the inverse. So for example, okay, with the dark pool thing, I think this is a good example. People were saying, well, I hear that they're buying on a dark pool and then selling on the market to drive the price down. Okay, maybe. Like, we know that's not true. That's not how it works. But think about just the exact opposite. If that were true, what would be stopping someone from buying it on the market and then selling on a dark pool to just drive the stock price up? A lot of these things, when you're hearing about it, just think about the exact inverse and ask yourself, okay, like, are they just canceling each other out? Is this possible? Is that possible? So for that one, that would just be my example. Like, if true, could very well true, but then think about the inverse. Do you think it's possible that Adam Aaron is giving us time to do another vote to get a share count? So when it shows retail numbers are 100% without institutions? No, I think he is waiting for the squeeze to happen because I think he thinks that no one will approve additional dilution until the squeeze is over. I think they scrubbed it because I think they know the vote was going to be no. I mean, even if you're in chat here, when it was still the proposal was going to be voted on, a lot of people were like, I'm not voting yes until the squeeze happens. So I think they just didn't do it because I think they thought the vote was going to go no, which, I mean, I saw a lot of people that were not into it. What do you know about order flow delay? Matt, I need a bit more because I don't think order flow delay is a thing. That was a hot topic. I should say a hot topic about a month ago that someone was spreading misinformation that they hold your order for like 10 or 12 or 15 days. There's absolutely no validity to it. Absolutely no validity to that. There's a lot of people out there who are just saying things, and then people think because it's on the internet, it has to be true, and it doesn't get fact checked. Whenever you hear something like that, just even give it a quick Google search. Be like, oh, that's interesting. But just because it's out there, because it's on Twitter, because it's on Reddit, because it's on YouTube, that doesn't make it true. The amount of, maybe it's not even intentional, but the amount of like misinformation out there, whether it's malicious or truly accidental, it's immense. So because of that, that's why I say that's the rule. No matter what you do your own fact checking, even on me. If I say something and you're like, hey man, like, I don't know about that one, like, let me look into it. Or even if it sounds amazing to you, honestly, you should check that stuff even more. If there's a piece of news that like jacks you up and you feel great, that's the red flag that you should be checking to make sure it's true. I say that for everyone, but this is your trade. It's my trade. Like, because I'm trading something doesn't mean that you should do it, because you have to have conviction in your own trade. So no matter what anyone says out there, your fact checking should not just be like, oh, I saw this on YouTube. Like, I saw this on Reddit. Like, someone mentioned it has to be true. That's just, It's just not how it works. When you hear something, whether good, bad, or indifferent, take the time to give it a quick Google search. See if you can find anything that confirms it. Maybe you find something that's disagreeing with it. But just because someone put in the time to hit record and put it out there doesn't make it true. I mean, look at, they let people like me on the internet. I'm here in a tinfoil hat saying whatever I want. I could say it. And yes, I bend over backwards to ensure that everything I'm saying, at least to the best of my ability, is accurate. Do I get everything right? No, I've made mistakes. And then I come on the next stream and be like, hey, I was wrong here and here and here. What was the most recent thing I was wrong about? Exercising options on Webull. I thought that there was an exercise button the way that there is on Robinhood, but no, apparently you either have to submit a help, like a ticket to be like, hey, I want these exercise, or you have to call them. So right there, I made a mistake. I accidentally put the wrong thing out there. And as soon as I realized I made a mistake, I just corrected it. But there's a lot of people out there who make mistakes and then just don't correct anything about it. So just please be careful with me and anyone else. That's the general blanket rule, is do your own DD, do your own research so you can have conviction in the trade. If you have your conviction, it doesn't matter what anyone else in the world does. It doesn't matter what I do, what Trey does, what Adam Aaron does. It doesn't matter, because if you have conviction and you know the players and the situation, you'll be able to make the best decision for yourself. What? You look like a Chipotle burrito. Delicious. If I transfer my Robinhood 31 cost basis to my Fidelity 54 cost basis, with the average my total and Fidelity before roughly? Thank you, by the way. Yeah, Chris, you might have to manually update that. When you do a transfer, you're allowed to manually update, so you might want to like check that out. But yeah, you just average it based on, like, you can multiply your shares by the cost and then divide by the total amount of shares after adding the two lots together, and you have your new cost basis. Do you personally think there would be an issue getting out during the mother of all short squeezes if you're on Robinhood? Can you also transfer options to Webull? I don't think there's going to be an issue, because they've stopped buying previously, but they've never stopped selling, and that's how you get out, is by hitting the sell button. So I'm not worried about not being able to sell. Check Finstone Matt Twitter, head of the blockchain GameStop. He said no set date for the NFT launch. July 9th tweet and reply, please lower the 714 expectations. Bird Bear right there. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So what is it? Finstone Matt? Finestone Matt? Finestone Matt? The head of the blockchain GameStop thing. He said there's no set date for the NFT launch. I appreciate you sharing that, because now the whole community knows it. Thank you. I am not selling, but if I were and bought 1,000 shares at 30 and 1,000 at 70, would it be better to sell at 70 over the 30? Would the higher price purchase affect the pattern different? But if I bought 1,000 shares at 30 and 1,000 at 70, would it be better to sell the 70 shares over the 30? Once again, you just have an average position. You don't get to pick the block of shares, because you're just long and you paid whatever you paid for it. There would be no difference between selling it. And in fact, like, if you bought those on the same brokerage, you don't even get to pick. It's not like, oh, you have this lot here and this lot here. You just have 2,000 shares at an average of 50. And then you'd be selling from that average at 50. All right. I love me some DDs, Matt. It's all good. But this order, like this concept of, I don't even know who, because it's such a crazy piece of misinformation. I don't know who would be holding orders. And we know all of your trades settle in 2 days. So like, how could you hold, or like, this order holding thing is just absolutely bonkers. Webull is trying to put out FUD that there's a bearish sweep for September 30 puts. Can you explain this? So a bearish sweep would just mean that they hit the ask. So when you have a bearish or bullish sentiment, it just means if you're hitting the bid or the ask, it's not really that strong of a sentiment. So it's just basically saying that people bought September 30s. Do you have AMC call options for this week and future weeks? As of now, no. I'm waiting for volatility to pick back up. Options, there's certain environments you want to play options and certain environments you don't want to play options. Right now, I have my AMC shares, and in certain opportunities, like last week, I added to my position, and that'll probably most likely happen again this week. For me, when I saw that the volatility was getting crushed, I slowly was switching from some options and some shares to now just shares. And if volatility picks back up to make some more money, I'll try to maybe get some options so I can get more shares. But as of now, I personally don't think it's the right environment for options. Once again, just my own personal opinion. AMC undefeated tweet to trend. Stephanie Cameraman said in dark pools that they will take multiple sell orders, causing the price to drop while delay the block purchase until the complete is fulfilled, even up to a week. That's order flow delay. Essential hard worker, there's a bit of confusion there. When you are buying and selling on a dark pool, the impact is immediately felt in the price action. So let's just say you're trying to buy 10 million AMC and instantly you buy a million. Yeah, you're going to see that in the price action, the million being bought. But what you're not going to see is just the trade being fully reported until it's completely fulfilled. And also with that, so you see it in the price action instantaneously. You're going to see it in volume. You just don't see a report of the trade until the trade is fulfilled. And also with that, I don't know if that's right or wrong. I know Stephanie Cameraman said it, but it was not confirmed by Dave Lauer. It might be true. It might not be true. In all honesty, I don't know because I've only heard one person say that. And it wasn't confirmed by other dark pool experts. I could ask some people, maybe I'll send them a message, be like, hang on, is this like valid or not? But I know Stephanie was alluding to that, like kind of tangentially to what you just mentioned. But that's something that I have to do my own DD on. Just because someone said it does not make it true. It could very well be true. It also might not be true. I just know I haven't heard it from anyone else. But once again, it's not like the price action is somehow hidden or not impacted. That happens instantaneously. Is the swing upwards inevitable? Could it only be contested at this stage by a game of perception of the stock? Thanks for the content. Is the swing upwards inevitable? No, there's no such thing as inevitability in the stock market. No such thing as 100%, no such thing as a 0%. The stock market is a world of statistical likelihood that lives between 1 and 99. Nothing is inevitable. Nothing is guaranteed ever, ever, ever in the stock market. How can so many people continually buy shares and the price still doesn't make sense to me? Well, because remember, when you're buying shares, someone's selling you the share. For the amount of purchase shares in a day, there's always that amount of sold shares. This is a concept that I think maybe confuses some people. But right here, okay, let's look at AMC. The volume today is 29.91 million. Let's call it 30 million. What does that actually mean? That means that 30 million shares were sold and 30 million shares were purchased. When you're a buyer, there has to be a seller. When you're a seller, there has to be a buyer. You can't buy from nothingness and you can't sell into nothingness. There's always another player on the other side of the trade. So when you're saying is your point of is there a lot of buying? Yeah, but when there's a lot of buying, there's also a lot of selling. The amount of buying is always equal to the amount of selling. There's never an imbalance because you have to buy from someone and you have to sell to someone. What's different? Because the next follow-up question that I see from there is, well, hang on, if there's always the same amount of buyers and sellers, which there are, how is it possible Mr. Tinfoil Hat guy, that the price moves. Well, the difference there is the price that is agreed upon. The buyers and the sellers are coming to some sort of handshake deal of like, no, I agree on 43.77. The buyer and the seller agree, and the trade goes through, and then the price is at 43.77. The difference right there, buying always equals selling. It has to. You can't buy from nothing. You can't sell into nothing. It's all about the price that the two parties agree upon. Are they agreeing on a higher and higher price or a lower and lower price? And they agree upon, that's the amount of buying pressure and selling pressure. If there's a lot more buying pressure, the buyers are more aggressive and they agree on a higher and higher price, so the stock goes up. If the sellers are more aggressive, they're going to agree on a lower and lower price, and they're just going to go down and down and down. That's the only thing, is it's the price that's agreed upon. Buying always equals selling. This is a very important concept. And I think maybe I'm not articulating it the best. So please let me know if I confused you, or if like it's not, if like there's still confusion about it and maybe I'm not. Please just let me know, and I'll try to like I guess explain it in a different manner, because it's good for us to all understand that axiom. It's very important overall. Unless you're buying fake shares. No, someone still sold you those fake shares. There's always a fake share or a real share. There's always another player over on the other side. If I buy one, and if one buy equals one sell, how does the stock go up? Confused. Because of the price that's agreed upon. Explain buy the ask. So buying the ask is what adds to the inflow, and then selling at the bid. It's hitting the ask, buying at the ask. That means you're traversing the spread, and that means you're an aggressive buyer, because you're not waiting to get filled at the bid. You're like, no, I want the stock, and I want the stock right now. So buying at the ask provides to the inflow, and it shows an overall positive aggression in the buying camp. And then hitting the bid is the exact opposite. That's a negative aggression in the selling camp, in the bear camp. So when people are saying hit the ask, that's just like a very aggressive bullish move, and that's increasing the inflow. And hitting the bid's the opposite, and that's increasing the outflow. Matt Finstone said middle of July in his July 9th tweet. Someone super chat to Matt to look up the tweet. I don't know how. I immediately have issue with anyone calling out any specific date. Think about this. From January until now, AMC and GME, anyone that's put out a date, literally 100% of people that have put out any date have been wrong. The odds of properly calling out a date is just so low. It's zero. Like, no one has called a date outright. So this concept of setting up expectations for a date, I'm so tired of it. All these things of like, the squeeze is just around the corner, we're moving now, like big move coming tomorrow. No. None of these people have been right. We have to be realistic. We have to live in a world of realism of like, okay, here's what's going on. Here's the good. Here's the bad. Here's the indifferent. Here is the situation. I'm so tired of these people just trying to get some sort of emotional response of like, that's all they do. They're just like blowing smoke. That's all it is. It's like, it's tomorrow. It's happening today. It's the squeeze. Okay, well, you've never been right. So like, what's going to change? I mean, I guess the concept is, if you continually say the squeeze is going to happen tomorrow, I mean, I guess theoretically in one of those days you just might be right. And then you're like, oh, look, like I got it right. Like, but it's just the amount of times that they're wrong. Like, come on. June 2nd was called out. I mean, yeah, it's just so like the June 2nd thing, the quadruple witching, like every time someone's looking at a date, it's just, it hasn't come true. And then I get crapped on by the internet because they're like, Matt, you're not a real ape. Like, why wouldn't you say that this is going to cause it to squeeze? Because like, well, I don't believe it. That's my opinion. And I'm up here. If you like me or you don't, at least I'm honest. At least I'm telling you what my actual thoughts are, my transparency. I refuse to go along with this trend of like, just because everyone in the community is saying something, I also have to agree with it. So many people were so jacked up about this threshold list thing. And I was like, I don't think it's going to become anything. I mean, the videos are on my channel. You can check that out. I was like, I don't know. This feels like another thing where we're going to have set up expectations and then people are going to feel let down. Do I feel good that I was right about that? Not at all, because I'm in it. I want AMC to go to the moon. I am right there with you. I want it to happen. It doesn't make me feel good when I have to say, hang on, let's be a little bit realistic here. I don't think it's as bullish as people are making it sound. And then people get mad at me because they're like, well, you have to be bullish all the time. Like, no, I'm here to tell you what I think is truly going on. And if you don't like it, because I'm just not the hoorah guy of like, everything is bullish 24/7, well, okay, sorry, but this is also a serious money play. And I think you would have, in the long run, if you like me or you don't, at least I was being realistic about what is actually happening. It's so like everyone's just throwing that out there. It's gonna squeeze. This is how they're hiding everything. This is what's going on. This is how they could continue it. Like, come on. We've heard it. Like at a certain point, that works for a week or two, maybe a month. And then to continually be told that like, oh, no, this is the time it's going to go. Like, how long can that go on before people are like, hang on, maybe they don't know at all what they're talking about. It's crazy. Hey, Matt, check out the moves BlackRock is making. Thoughts? Angie, what are the moves that BlackRock's making? Is there like a recent one? Matt is the dork I like to watch every day. But when my wife walks in and asks what I'm watching, I tell her porn every single time. Uh, Related to your explanation, most of us just buy the price shown at the on the app. You usually don't place a buy order for a specific price. Well, that would be a limit buy. So if you want a specific price, you'd put in that limit. You could say, I want to get filled at 43.50, and if it can fill you at 43.50, it will. But what the price is showing you, that's showing you the value of the most recent trade. You could see that over here. So right here, you have the volume, and then you have the price that they agreed upon. So someone bought 290 shares, someone sold 290 shares at 43.67. A buyer and a seller agreed on the deal of 43.67 for 290 shares. You can see the time and sales coming across. This is just the volume being exchanged and then the price that was agreed upon. And the most recent price that was agreed upon is what you see on the app. The bid is all the sitting buy orders and the ask is all the sitting sell orders. But remember, this is just for the NYSE. This is just the New York Stock Exchange. So not necessarily like the full-fledged picture. On Fidelity, I can pick exactly what shares I want to sell. If there's shares I bought 70/30, I was wondering if it's something shares at 70 would differ. Harrison, I was unaware that, I mean, on my Fidelity, I don't get to block it like that. But with yours, it wouldn't matter because you're selling shares, like you're selling an asset. You're not selling an asset that like no one knows the price you got it at. So all it would have is psychological implications on your cost average, but it wouldn't hurt or benefit AMC because you're just selling stock. No one knows what price you got in at besides you. Has there been stats on UFC or Black Widow yet? Do you foresee surprises in the FINRA short interest report today? Ortex has been off before. Lastly, has there been a trend following short report? Okay, moonshots. No report thus far in UFC. We just know it did well. Like we don't have the exact numbers. In terms of Black Widow did very well. 80 million theatrical debut, 60 million Disney Plus, 78 million international, and it was like the biggest attendance weekend from since reopening, since the world, aka reopened, biggest attendance weekend for AMC. So good across the board, but we're looking for the specific numbers related to the UFC. Do you foresee any surprises in the FINRA short interest report today? Ortex has been off. Yeah, they're never perfectly on. They're doing their best to estimate it. So I don't think they'll be perfect. I think they'll be close. I think they'll be close, but like I don't think it'll excuse me. I think there's going to be some percentage surprise like there always is. All right, I think I am up to date. Matt, do you think Buff 24/7's brother is bullish 24/7? Hey Matt, learning the difference between RSI and stochastic RSI. I'm reading that stoch is better for buying. Is RSI better for selling? Do you agree? No, they're both two different indicators. I wouldn't use one for buying and one for selling. You would like want to use them, I guess, maybe even together. Like I wouldn't use one indicator for buying and one for selling in that setup. And I also don't think that stochastic RSI is necessarily better than RSI. Like they're just slightly different. They tell you slightly different stories or slightly different details on the same story. All right, AMC 43.45. Let's have fun since everyone is so Debbie Downer lately. Cheesesteak version of Mary Kill, John's roast pork, D'Alessandro's, Angelo's. It would go D'Alessandro's, Angelo's, then probably John's. D'Alessandro's one for sure. Probably then John's roast pork, then Angelo's. But I also like Angelo. Like none of it is negative. Like I'm a fan of all three. Do hedgies keep shorting more to capitalize on puts? Love you, brother. They keep shorting more because they think it's going to go down and they think they can make more money. What is this? Your tinfoil hat is messing with chair's powers. Please remove and proceed to arm the duck, headband, or rally cap. We could do that. Someone got mad. They got timed out. Bird Bear got timed out. Sorry for timing out. It sounds like it was a misunderstood joke. So if you're still listening, but also the Webull thing, referring people to Webull, a payment for order flow broker. I mean, almost all brokers are payment for order flow, and if you like free trading, that's just, I guess, kind of part of it. Like there's no such thing as a free lunch. Like why do you think there's free trading? It's because of payment for order flow. And I think people are now speaking against it because they think it has something to do with hedge funds and liquidity, and it doesn't. It has something to do with true liquidity, as in how much stock is being bought and sold, like the ease of it being bought and sold. That's true liquidity, but that's a different liquidity than other people are referring to. Oh, Bird Bear is now banned. How is Chair doing? Adventure Joe, Chair's doing well. Not been any advice. I feel like that the hedge funds are bleeding us dry when we buy options. I believe apes should be buying shares only. You could believe that, but remember the best combination mathematically is a combo between the two. It's kind of the scenario of a combination is the best, followed by just shares, followed by just options, followed by holding, followed by absolutely nothing, followed by selling. That's like the order in which it does or doesn't help us. Combination is the best, but shares alone are better than options alone. You may sell specific shares to choose long-term versus short-term tax reasons. A chart of the percentage daily over time would be interesting to compare the trend, not looking at a specific price. A chart of the percentage daily gain over time would be interested to compare the trend, not looking. Oh, KD, I kind of like that. I'll see if I could get that chart going. I like that, to just see the percentage. I'm sure that has to be out there. This is like a Macy's red tag sale. Buying more. This is the way. Go Cowboys. Wait, so is Bird Bear still banned? I don't think Bird Bear should be banned. I don't know what he was saying. I think he maybe is misunderstanding PFOF, but I don't know if he should be banned for that. People are entitled to their opinions. Can you dissect the Motley Fool article, 8 Lies That Have Fueled AMC? Keep up the great work. Yeah, so I don't want to go through that again. We've already been through all 8. That was a bit earlier in this stream. So if you want to rewind, you can watch my my take on those 8 lies. Since it's a tinfoil hat day, here's mine. What if AMC was the most of us smooth brain apes needed to become a day trader, and now most of us can make the moves we should to make more money for AMC? To second gamma squeeze will force to go over 100 and cause the hedge funds to cover and start mother. By the way, happy birthday. Now most of us can make these moves. We should make more money from AMC to get the second. I mean, stonks are us. I mean, some people are very, I don't know about that in general, because some people like day trading, some people are good at it, and then other people don't like it, and some people like suck at it. So I'm not in any way saying day trading is for everyone. And I'm not the biggest fan of day trading AMC or GME. I'm not really the biggest fan of day trading in general. Like sometimes I'm more of like a multi-day swing trader. I would classify myself as, but for AMC, I have it and I'm holding it. Merry Christmas. What's going on, Trevor? I agree that in a normal scenario, options are needed. However, I feel like hedges are manipulating the price and stealing our money via options. Yeah, but that doesn't change that like a gamma squeeze is massively beneficial to us. Like unknown name, like you'd have to have some sort of proof. You can't just say, I feel that hedges are manipulating the price and stealing our money via options. Very well could be true. And if you have evidence of it, I would love to show it here. I would love to do it. But I also know that a gamma squeeze could very much help us. Hey, Matt, what's your opinion on AMC leaps? I know you've mentioned the stress over theta and options, but don't don't leaps kind of alleviate that stress? Thanks for what you do. Yeah, but also remember they're more expensive. So if you have the money in your account, if you're well capitalized, yeah, that could work. But remember, like leaps are expensive. Like the farther you out, the more money you're going to spend. So that's also inherently increasing your risk, but it's also de-risking because you're not like there's pros and cons to all of it. Pros and cons to all of it. What is this? I'm confused. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. AMC at 43 right now. That is a new intraday low. does not really make much sense to me. IWM is pushing. IWM is definitely pushing. What is it being shorted? I'm trying to like piece together what could possibly be going on right now. So IWM is pushing. That should be boding well. Net neutral, a small or a quarter mil return. Short interest is still 18.88. It's not really necessarily adding up in my mind, folks. Not necessarily adding up in my mind. Oh, the Ortex, what could be going on with this? Well, we do know there's strong support between 39.75 and 42. Just so you know, that's like the next major level of support. I would assume at this level, it's some sort of combination between a continued short attack from shares that could have been borrowed a couple days ago, probably some day traders hopping on the trend downward. We could have some people who are paper handing out. They're just like, all right, I'm done with this play. I guess there's various things that could explain it, but it doesn't seem like there's like one thing that's so obviously going on. Of course, there's going to be a bit of manipulation. I won't say exactly what I did to earn some money to buy more AMC, except I'm sore in a few places. Happy Monday, Matt, fellow apes. Hey, Dan, I'm assuming you got paid like you won a workout competition. That's why you're sore. Maybe a CrossFit competition. Any idea why Wells Fargo is shutting down the new personal lines of credit? Could it be a sign of an economic crash? Maybe, but Wells Fargo, I saw that they were doing it, and I'm sure there's some sort of explanation, but man, I don't know. Wells Fargo has done some sketchy things in the past, like really not that long ago. So I don't know. It's interesting stuff. Looks like IWM is on the move. Here we go. Let's get this push. Let's get this push. All right. This, I'm very much expecting the strength in these, both of these, these indices. SPY pushing, IWM pushing. This action is so incredibly weird, in my opinion, in AMC. Very much incredibly weird. You'd think that the bullishness in these two, the fact that it's not showing a huge amount of borrowed shares today, something's weird. Something's very strange. Something's afoot. Something is afoot. French toast crunch is superior to cinnamon toast crunch. Hey, man, aside from me, who's your favorite subscriber? You're all equally my favorite subscribers, even my synthetic subscribers, my naked shorted subscribers. Matt, can you discuss rounding top pattern? Watch a video saying AMC has one on a 3-day chart. A rounding top? Is that just talking about like kind of like a U? Is that all it is? Like, are they arguing that that's a bearish pattern or something? Question, is Market Chameleon a good source for dark pool volume data? I can't say anything positive or negative. I don't know where or how they're sourcing it. So it could be spot on. It might not be at all. Each Friday comes and goes. Options keep getting wasted because shorts are knocking the price down on said Fridays. I believe they are robbing us. Yeah, but what about May and June when people were making hundreds of thousands of dollars and then they just switched it over to shares? Um, to say that it does not impact it, that's not fully accurate. I agree with you that when you buy a call or a put, at the moment you do it, there's no impact on the stock price. But if the stock continues to trend in your favor, then it can help you through a potential gamma squeeze and hedging. So I agree with you. At first, it does not help or hurt or anything. It's a whole different bet. But there is a scenario in which it could. And then there's also, I guess, potential psychological implications of people saying, hang on, why was there $3 million bet on this strike price on this date? So that might prompt someone to buy more options, to buy shares, to follow the big money. So remember, we don't live in a vacuum. Justin. Good stuff, Matt. Keep spinning this truth, conspiracy theories, and speculative thinking by the community. Nothing. It's a game of chicken. We have to hold. If retail/apes can't afford much, they should be buy shares, not options, to help raise the price and add pressure. Yeah, I mean, unknown name. I agree with you. If you can only do one, stock shares are better than options. I agree with you that the best thing is a combination of the two, which means you have to be a little bit more well capitalized. From there, I think stocks are better. And then from there, I think options are better, like in that order. And then from there, holding is better than selling, obviously. What do you think about GoPro? I'll add it to the list. I haven't checked on G Pro in a bit. Tia, thank you for that super chat. A thought, institutions waited for the second quarter filings to be done and then did a sell-off when the reports were shown to show that they still have their shares, and retail thinks it's retail chung. Moonshots, I mean, that's a possibility. It doesn't make much sense to me of why someone like Vanguard or BlackRock would sell right now when the play is nothing but alive. It's very, very much obviously alive. So I don't know why they would just arbitrarily choose to get out when there's been no major technical change or fundamental change or community change. So for them, I think it's the play as it's been the same all of June, basically. And now it's just spilling over into July. It's a patience play. Patience is a virtue. We're just kind of waiting to see how this plays out. I can in no way guarantee how this story ends. I don't know. I'm sitting here watching with you day in and day out to watch the chart, to go over the news, to explain some of these concepts. But I'm not a fortune teller. If I were, I would be the world's richest person and I'd be on a beach somewhere drinking some water. And I don't know. I'm here with you. I'm watching it. As much as you guys want me to, I wish I could control the entire market or a market to any degree, and I can't. I'm just another casino player sitting at the stool right by you. Options are why we have new floors on AMC and GME. Please stop with the don't buy more options. I made 20K off of options and bought the dip. I mean, I don't agree. Like, I agree with you, Ellen Randall. I guess I think the combination of the two is the best, followed by just shares, followed by just options. Matt, can you please look at FUV Ortex data and give me your thoughts? FUV? Yeah, I'll throw that up right now. Ortex. Wait, why is that not showing up? FUV. FUV. It's on the NASDAQ. It has a short interest of 40.35%, but that means nothing to me. I think there's a lot of people who are going around trying to hunt for high short interest plays, But remember, the correlation with high short interest is commonly that the stock actually falls. That's why AMC and GME are so special, is because it went against the grain. It caught Wall Street and these hedge funds really when they weren't like paying attention to what they should be paying attention to. FUV, yeah, it has a high short interest, but that doesn't really mean anything if you don't have people supporting it and trying to go against the grain. For example, think about how many people are currently fighting for AMC and GME, and it's still a full-fledged battle. I don't have much faith in these other stocks when they have a high short interest. If someone out there isn't battling for it, and I just don't see a big community support for FUV. It might do well, but I haven't been tracking it and I don't hear much about it. I hear exponentially more about AMC and GME than I do FUV. Having a high short interest does not guarantee in the slightest a squeeze play. Don't go around in your continued trading career and think that every stock's going to behave the way AMC and GME have been behaving. It's very, very abnormal. V be like, hey, F you, man. FUV joke. Sorry. It's all good, Matt. Hey, Matt, can you explain how, when, and on what value the short interest paid by hedge funds? Thanks. How, when, and on what value is the short interest paid by hedge funds? Yeah, so they're paying this cost to borrow fee. So it's 1.86% of like how much they borrowed. But this is the annual fee. So it would be split per day by how many trading days are on the year. So for today, the current rate is 1.86% of what you borrowed on the year. What you pay per day is the amount of trading days. This divided by the amount of trading days in a year, which is like, I don't know, 220, something like that. But this is the annual fee if you were to hold it all year. But this is dynamic. It changes. It goes up. It goes down. We've previously seen AMC have a cost to borrow fee in excess of like 200%. So it's very expensive for a couple of days there. And now it's cheaper relative to itself, but this is still expensive for the stock market. Hey, Matt, is the chart looking like a short ladder attack since 2 weeks or selling paper hands? A short ladder attack it's a rarity. It does happen, but it would be more common when SSR is on or when their utilization is 100%. If SSR is not on and the utilization is not 100%, there's like a short ladder attack would just not happen, because when you do a short ladder attack, this is something that came out of Reddit. And there's some validity to it, sure, but I think it was overstated how commonly it happens. When you do a short ladder attack, that's this concept of buying it and selling it lower, buying it and selling it lower. When you do that, you're losing money. And the hopes of it is like you can get it over a certain important level that it causes true capitulation. So with all of that being said, it's like kind of a high risk play, because you're like, just to even start it, you're going to lose money. So there's no reason they would engage in that when they can just straight up short the stock. Shorting a stock when the utilization is 100% is so much more common than a short ladder attack. A short ladder attack, honestly, if SSR is off and utilization is not 100%, they're just going to straight up short it. It'd be a short attack, not a short ladder attack. Is it possible to eat fish and chips in that killer hat? Oh yeah, you could. I mean, the amount of Cheez-Its I've already eaten in this hat, like this is very food eating friendly, this hat. Matt's synthetic girlfriend. MB, thank you for that super emote. Beware, Tether cryptocurrency has inflated the crypto market. SEC ruling will correct some issues. AMC has potential to go to the moon. No FUD. That's from Stellar Mass Gaming. What are options? Options are a high risk to reward derivative asset class. You have two types. You have a call option and a put option. A call is the right to buy 100 shares at a certain strike price on or before an expiration date. So if you were to buy the 45s, this 45 strike for this Friday, one contract, you would have the legal right to buy 100 shares at 45, no matter what AMC's at. Even if AMC's trading at a gazillion, you would have the legal right to buy it at 45. And then obviously you would profit that difference. A put is same thing and just kind of the opposite, almost perfectly. Well, it is literally the inverse. You would have a right to sell 100 shares at a certain strike price before or on the date of expiration. So the way you profit off of that is, yeah, like if you have, I don't know, like let's say you're talking about Tesla, and I don't even know what Tesla's at, 286. So let's say you have a 675 put. You have the right to sell it at 675, even if it's trading way below that, and then you would profit that difference. So a call and a put are the perfect inverse of each other. One is the right to buy and one is the right to sell. And that's if you own a call or put. And of course, you can also sell calls and puts to create the position, not just to close out a position, but you could create a position and then you like once again invert it. Buying a call is a bullish bet. Selling a call is a bearish bet. Buying a put is a bearish bet. Selling a call is a bullish bet. What is the average cost of the hedgy shorts? The average cost, Hank, I don't know if that's known information. We know the average duration that they've been in, and you can then look at like how many days ago that was. That's like one thing, but it's not perfect. There are some creators out there pointing out a list of stocks with high short interest daily, and it's misleading for the reasons you say. No names, but it rhymes with. Really? He talks about that? That seems silly. Arbitrarily hunting for high short interest plays, it's a loser's game. I have not come across anyone who is like continually successful at it. Thanks for the answer. What are your thoughts about Tesla today? Possible to go over 700? I have no idea if it'll happen today, but just in general, like over the next decade, I'm pretty bullish on Tesla, but I haven't been following it like on a day-to-day basis recently. What you do in Russell 2000? Right. This I very much want to see more. So we need more green. More and more green. I feel like we're not asking for too much. We just want more green. All right. Matrix. All right, audio update. AMC's at 4281 and GME's at just below 191. Right. What questions do we have over here? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. This may be a conspiracy, but the tinfoil hat is affecting the AMC price. Back to the rally hat, please. We could do that. I'll put on. I have the headband right here. We can get the sweatband, the duck sweatband. We could tie this in. We'll do whatever's necessary for the good of AMC. Nice and tight. All right. We're ready to go. We're ready to battle. Robert DeVio. Vivo. Becoming a space ape. Becoming a space ape. All right, RTY coming back, SPY coming back. Let's see a bounce. I want to see a big bounce in AMC, currently trading right at 43. Wake up, turn on stream. Matt is wearing a tinfoil hat and has a NASA shirt. AMC must be doing the same. Oh, brother. Can we put an ape statue on Wall Street? That would be hilarious. Like right by the bull in the financial district. If every retailer ape spent their money to buy shares instead of call options, it's my belief that the price would be higher, period. Okay. That's your belief. That's fine. I think you're understating the fact of how much money people have made on options, and then we're able to buy a larger amount of shares. I own way more shares than my account originally started with because of the profits I've made on options. So if your goal is still the net buying of the maximum amount of shares, options have helped a lot of people be able to buy more shares in just pure magnitude numbers. If it dropped to 10 a share, would you still hodl? It very much depends on the shorts. I mean, I've stated that like if there's still shorts in the game, I'm still in the game. It's not like a price point thing for me. It's the trend of the chart and what are the shorts doing. Matty Vision becoming an astronaut. Bring out the magnet. Well, we have these. Are they off-centered now? All right. We have the rocket ship. All right, let's also get a magnet. Let's do the rocket ship magnet combo. Because why not? When in Rome. When in Rome. Matt, it is my belief that if everyone bought AMC, then pirates? What's going on, Wolfcraft? All right. AMC battling it out at 43. GME, low volume. GME, what is volume on GME? GME, not even a million. The volatility and volume on GME are very much drying up. We need some excitement. We need some action on it. It's not doing much. The volume on AMC also relatively low, 37 million traded, which it's decent. That's not it's just low, I guess, compared to say like the start of June, which is also abnormally high. It was definitely abnormally high. All right, let's zoom in here. Get a better look, make it bigger. Okay. AMC, we're zoomed in. It's just this midday grind right now. Stop losses are visible to market makers. Does this encourage shorts to hold their grounds? Do market makers or even Robinhood delay our buy orders? No one's delaying any order. And I mean, what'd you say? Are stop losses visible to market makers? Yeah, but they're also visible to us. Like we could see them right here. Um, their stop losses are not something you get for payment for order flow. That's not a PFOF thing. Uh, but that's kind of the difference between a lit exchange and a dark pool. A dark exchange is when it's lit, you see the buy orders and the sell orders, and some buy orders and sell orders are stop losses. So we're looking at them right now. So of course, market makers also have access to it, but it has nothing to do with payment for order flow. Benzinga's latest article says volume in AMC has been declining, which indicates the stock is running out of sellers. Pattern is often seen before large upward swings in a stock. Your thoughts? I hope they are very much right. What are your thoughts on AMC and IMAX working together? As in, like, just merging together, or Nelson, in what kind of, I guess, partnership would you be suggesting? Or like, in what way? AMC as a company looks good, and there's no reason to believe that shorting is failure is a good company. What other grounds could there be? That it's fundamentally overvalued, but we freely admit that. Is AMC currently fundamentally overvalued? Yeah, but also why it doesn't matter, because like for us it's not a fundamental trade, it's not a fundamental investment, it's not a fundamental swing trade, it's not a to people in Ape Nation, it's not fundamentally any of that. But the people shorting it, they're looking at the fundamentals and saying it's fundamentally overvalued, and that's why they took their short. So believe that shorting is failure is a good opportunity. I don't know if they're necessarily betting on the failure. They just think that the price is trading at a severe premium to the company's fundamental value. So they're betting against it. And then we're buying it because we think that the shorts could get trapped and cause a massive upswing. They're in it for more of a fundamental breakdown, and we're in it for the game of cat and mouse against the people shorting it. We're we're in it for two very completely different reasons, and they're not even necessarily opposing. Um, I fully understand why they're in the play. I just like our reasoning better. What does this even mean? I don't think Matt's a sellout. That's good because I'm not. That's fair to say. That's not fair to say. I just think he's not being 100% about July holds. I don't know what July holds. What do you mean not being 100%? I'm not a fortune teller. What July holds, I'm right here with you. Folks, if I could tell you how July would play out, I would tell you. Up, down, sideways, I would give you the perfect play to make a lot of money, because that's what we're here to do, is to make money. We're here to make money. We're here to send a message to Wall Street. You think I'm not being 100% about what July holds? I don't know how to be more 100%. I don't know. I'm fully admitting that if you're looking for here, be like, hey, I want some YouTube dude to tell me exactly what's going to happen in the stock market. That's not me. I don't have that ability, and no one on this planet has that ability. I don't know how to be more 100% transparent. No clue. Right there. That's my statement. Matt, what does July hold? No clue whatsoever. I'm sitting here, and day in and day out, I'll watch the technical levels, I'll look at the volume, I'll read the reports, I'll track the short interest, but that doesn't tell me I don't know what's going to happen in July. I hope we go to the moon in July. I wanted to go to the moon back in February. But just because I want something doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. Ryan, shout out. Could buying mass numbers of out of the call options force call option sellers to buy a large amount of stock to hedge their exposure in a squeeze? Only in the scenario that they actually go from out of the money to in the money. Like, they're not going to hedge if they're severely out of the money. Why is AMC fundamentally overvalued? They're the #1 theater chain in the world, and they successfully pivoted to showing sports. Agree to disagree. Overvalued because, I mean, that's a fundamental breakdown. Right now, the market cap is 21 billion. It's 21 billion. Wait, Gorilla Champ, you have to come at me then with a number that you think it's valued. There's like many people highly supportive of AMC are still pretty much in agreement that the fundamental value as of now of AMC, like if you look at their revenue and everything, it shouldn't be around 21 billion. I mean, it's coming off of a year where it lost 98% of its revenue because it was shut down. When you're talking about value, that's the value of like, okay, do you think it's worth its current market cap? And people who are fundamental traders and investors, they do a fundamental breakdown and they come up with a value basically based on its revenue, its earnings per share, and its future prospects. I'm not of the opinion that this is a fundamental trade, but I mean, Gorilla Champ, how would you come up with that? Like, what numbers have you crunched that suggest $21 billion is a fair evaluation? But to me, it doesn't even matter. This is just not a fundamental play. Like the fundamental, to me, it's the same as discussing the fundamental situation of literally any other stock, because I am not in AMC for any fundamental reason. I'm in it for the trade reason of I think the shorts can get trapped. I think they overplayed their hand and they're just biding their time to try to get out with suffering minimal damage. And I think we caught them in a situation that they did not think was going to happen. I think they were ill prepared. And to me, it's a trade. If you're talking about fundamentals, that's more of a long-term investment. And if you think it, that's great. Like, I'm not saying your thesis is wrong, but for me, my thesis right now is to not be in AMC for a fundamental long-term investment. That is not my thesis. It could be yours, and you also might be right, but we could also both simultaneously be right. You might think it's worth fundamentally more. I think it might go up because of a short squeeze, but in the end, we're still right. Like, we just have two different theories of what the current situation is, and that's perfectly acceptable. Like, the outcome of the stock could still make us both theoretically right, but I'm just like informing you of like why I'm personally in the play. Hey Matt, come on, bro, give us the info. We all know you have that crystal ball. I think the shorts are trapped. 2022 share 50. No, that's a fair thesis. And like, if you have like, that's what I want everyone to do. I want everyone to come up with their own theory, their own thesis, do some research on it. And if you have conviction in the play, trade at that. That's perfectly fine. And I'm excited. I'm happy you're doing that, Gorilla Champ. Benzinga's article. All right, we did that. We did that. Sweet. All right, AMC making that test of 43 again. The RSI is getting beaten down. Hopefully we're seeing a bounce relatively soon. Can you make AMC go up right now with all of your duck headband power? I wish. I wish. All right, let's check Ortex. Someone was just asking for that. A borrow change, a return of 264,000, short interest of 18.9%. In terms of GameStop, a borrow against it, 119,000, a short interest of 9.77%. For Benzinga, remember, I got a deal with them. It's in the description of this video. If you want Benzinga, there's a free trial. And then from there, there's also a discount if you choose to buy it after the free trial. There's various packages, various products, but the Moon Gang discount will be applied. All you have to do is click on that link. What news do we have? This is a little bit ago. AMC. Other stories. Is AMC building up for another break? Benzinga blog. Okay, this is talking about AMOM buying a lot. Not all of the company's statistics are available to the average trader, such as whether naked shorting is occurring on a security, but knowing the short interest in a stock has become highly important to navigate the markets. Naked short positions hold a stock down unfairly, and many retail investors believe that there are enough naked short positions on AMC to drive the stock to over $100 if the shorts were forced to cover their position. AMC is holding strong above the $40 mark, which gives the bulls confidence that the stock is consolidating in preparation for another move. Volume in AMC stock has been declining, especially in terms of bearish volume, which indicates the stock is running out of sellers. The pattern is often seen before eventual large upward swing in a stock. Ba-boom. I very much hope that this author is correct. Melanie, I hope you are a fortune teller, and I hope you are very, very right about this. Oh, this is what we saw a bit before, but this is a typo. Instead of bulls want to see, it would be bears want to see. Very cool. I hope Miss Melanie is spot on correct. Oh, hang on. Whoa. Where did my signals go? Signals. Filters, add filter, security, AMC, GME. All right, there we go. Why did I just delete that? Okay, sweet. Any options activity? How do I click off of this? Some puts just came through. Before that, we had some 4 calls in a row. More of this. I feel like every single day we see this, but someone is doing something for December and January. December of this year, January of next year. But we're always seeing like a sizable amount of money in and out. There's some theories about what this is and isn't. And I mean, like I said, they're just theories, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a market maker basically covering up an overall position to appear as if they're net neutral when they truly aren't. I understand that this isn't a pre-market volume push stock to 2-3, but not a short attack. Now in a regular market low, volume isn't moving a stock at all. Oh, wait, hang on. I think I mixed it. I understand that this isn't a fundamental price move, but still worry about the fact that whether the hedges are doing to bring the price down is working. I don't agree with that because we're up over 250% since the end of May. I think when people are looking at it, you're looking at it on too small of a time frame. For me, when in doubt, zoom out. Look how far we've actually come. Matt, did the Volkswagen GME squeeze have similar timelines and patterns? Do you expect similar patterns on AMC, or is each squeeze unique? I would argue that it's very unique. AMC might be more similar to GME. Volkswagen was a different beast. It involved Porsche. It involved the government. AMC and GME is a community-driven thing, so I don't know how much utility there is in comparing this squeeze to something that happened in 2008. There might be. I just don't really... I don't know. I would think that there's more of a relation, more of an overlap between AMC and GME. But even this, mostly, I would argue, is that this is a black swan event and it's completely unique. And we are on like the frontier of a new style of short squeeze. Confused on how low pre-market volume pushed the stock down $2 or $3, but it's not a short attack. Now in regular market, low volume isn't moving the stock at all. Well, in pre and post market, it's way easier to move a stock because of its low volume. So a smaller amount of money has a bigger impact on the stock price. And volume pushed the stock down. Confused on how low volume pre-market pushed the stock down 2 to 3, but it's not a short attack. It could have been a short attack, but remember, it could also just be people selling at a lower price, like just agreeing. Selling is selling, whether it's a short or someone getting out of a position. Like selling is selling. We don't know if they're creating a position or getting out of a position, but selling is selling and buying is buying. All those types of selling that we give them names to, it all boils down to the fact that someone's just hitting the sell button. The difference is if they're creating a position or closing a position, but it still has the net effect of adding to the selling pressure. Bro, we are done for the month. I don't know what that means, but I also do know that when AMC and GME, I guess, what was it, April? All I heard in April was they're so done. They're going nowhere. How could you talk about it? That's all I heard. When the stock got knocked down from 14 to 12 to 10, oh, it's done. Why are you talking about this? There's no potential. And then you know what happened? It ran. It ran all the way to 72, and all those keyboard warriors disappeared into the ether. That's all it was. There was like, oh, no, it's done. How are you talking about it? And then it broke out of 1450 and ran right up to 72. So this concept of just these like lame keyboard warriors saying, oh, it's done. How are you talking about? We've here as a community, we've been here. We've heard this time and time again. It's the same lame keyboard warriors, except they're saying what they said at $10 and now they're just saying it at 42. Like it's the same thing. They get real quiet when things start to move, and then they feel emboldened when things are red. They're like, oh yeah, I'm right. Like, well, if you keep saying it, one of these days you will be right, because I know that short squeezes do come down, but like it's the same thing as almost like the opposite of all these people calling for this squeeze the next day. When people call it for it to fall every single day, they're wrong. And maybe they're going to be right in the future, but it's just like these same super lame people calling for the same thing every day. As much like, give me an exact date and an exact price, and we'll see if you're right or wrong. I think you're going to be horrifically wrong, but like just to say it just generically, I mean, I've heard this exact same rhetoric from literally February until now of, dude, it's done. How are you talking about it? I'm like, well, the stock is trading at 42. That's a huge percentage gain from where we were. Dude, it's done. Why are you talking about it? It's so incredibly lame. Better yet, if you think I'm so incredibly wrong, why not bet against it? Like, that's what I like about this like keyboard warrior thing is if you think at large the Ape Nation community is wrong, like if you truly believe that, well, put your money where your mouth is. Do it. Why not? You can short, you can buy puts, you can literally do whatever you want. And if you think at large this community is so wrong with our thesis, have at it. I personally think you'll end up losing money, but I'm also not perfect. I'm not a fortune teller, and like whatever, I think you're going to be wrong, but like you don't have to, I guess, spend your time being a person who's contributing nothing to society beyond the fact that you're a keyboard warrior. There is a way where if you think you are that right, have at it. Put your money where your mouth is. It's that simple. It is said that when a war or competition, the difference between the first and second place is usually fractions of a second. Now is when life separates the men from the boys. Don't be a part of that. I should have, gang. Victory is close. Folks. Oh, quick reminder. I don't think I've even done this today. If you haven't already, I would appreciate it if you drop a like. It just helps me out with the algorithm. It would be, I don't know, hit that like button as many times as you want. Make yourself feel better. But I don't think I've done it. I appreciate that support. Obviously, it just helps get more people in here. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button to become a member of the Moon Gang. Liking, subscribing, Completely free, just helps me out with YouTube, gets more apes into the ape community. That's literally all I ask for. Beyond that, everything is just like a huge, massive bonus. Greetings from the UK, Matt. Came here for the classic Kohrs rant. Was not disappointed. Happy birthday, man. Matt, do you have an OnlyFans? Please say yes. I could say yes, but that would not be the truth. When I need conviction in my trade, this is the place I go. Thanks, Matt, for being awesome. I mean, Patrick, I appreciate that. But remember, you have to have also your own conviction. Understand like what the short numbers mean, the trend of the chart. Like I'm happy to teach these tools, but I guess I want people to see what I'm seeing. I don't want people just to see that I'm doing something and be like, oh, I'll copy that. Like I want just for you, I guess, to have like my understanding of the situation. And then when you do, maybe you agree or disagree. All right, AMC 4250, SPY flat, IWM flat, 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 flat. Flat, flat, flat. All right, what else do we have going on? What other questions do we have? What metric do you use to determine how many shorts are still in the play? I use Ortex. Ortex. Right here, 96 million shares on loan, 99 million. Right here, I see day over day that there's still an immense amount of shorts. And please understand that this is just like a conservative floor value. It's not accounting for any naked shorts, and it's not even accounting for the entire market. This covers 85% of transactional volume. So we're missing 15% of the picture, and we're missing 100% of the illegal, illegitimate picture. So like I say, it's very much the conservative floor estimate is just a minimum, and if anything, it's higher. M James, YouTube hating on other AMC YouTubers. I'd suggest unsubbing from him. Dude went off the deep end. Well, wasn't he the guy that was trying to like con people into donating to his own his GoFundMe, which was just like literally stealing from the community? All right, we need some positive movement in SPY, IWM. Come on. AMC 4254, GME just below 191. GME just really not moving much today. It had some excitement this morning. That was great. But since then, flat. GME actually kind of flat on the day. Neutral. Matt, I subscribe to Cheers OnlyFans. Sorry, buddy. Do you have a Twitter? Yeah, my Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram are all right above me. Matt_Kohrs, KOHRS. That's my Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. Do you think that we are telegraphing our strategy? If they know average ape has X shares at X dollars, I ladder attack with my friends to get out there. No. Like this ladder attack thing is being overstated. Do I think it happens? Yes. Do I think it happens as easily as the community think it happens? No. They would rather just short it. You're not going to short ladder attack before a short attack. A short attack is way more common than a short ladder attack. We all can't be engines. Remember, a caboose still travels on the same track. You say buy, I buy. You say sell, I sell. No way. Doxing. That's why I'm not telling people when I'm buying and selling, because I don't want people to make decisions off of what I do. People have become fascinated, absolutely fascinated with Trey's position, with my position. I don't get it, because like, you have to have conviction in the trade yourself. You shouldn't be making trades based on what someone on YouTube says. Like, we're here to offer commentary on the situation, but I want no one at all, literally no one, to be following my trades in, out, because I'm not perfect. You would want to follow someone who is a perfect trader and they're going to make you money, but I'm not a perfect trader. I can tell you, yes, I have my AMC position, but this concept of following me in and following me out, it's not a good concept. I get confused. They're returning shares and the price is going down. How does that work? Because of T2 settlement. To return shares today, it's one of two things. It's either shares that were never short and they're simply being returned, and hence there's no impact on the price action, or it was shorts that were covered 2 days ago, T2 settlement. Now they're returned today. And so we would have seen the upswing 2 days ago, and there was an upswing in AMC's price 2 days ago. But it's probably a combination of the two that would properly explain the current position. Matt, if you could choose between a lifetime supply of Cheez-Its or a lifetime supply of various animal shirts, which one are you picking? This is a really good question. A lifetime supply of Cheez-Its or a lifetime supply of animal shirts? Oh man. I'd have to go with a lifetime supply of various animal shirts, because with Cheez-Its, like, I think that would end up killing me. Like, I'd have some sort of organ failure from eating too many Cheez-Its. So with my own health in mind, I'd have to go with the shirts. Not a hedge fund. Senior Tesla plays not listening to you. uh, I love that. That's hilarious. What are your thoughts on Riot and Mara? I would rather directly just play crypto itself rather than a crypto miner. Matt's perfect hair. To everyone asking for our OnlyFans, it's a private feed only for a select few subscribers, and he mainly just plays with his hair anyways. Hey, Matt, if our 60% orders are being routed to the off exchange dark pool and never hit the actual exchange that we see, how are we going to create buying pressure to increase the stock? Well, that's because it's still buying pressure no matter where it's executed. If it's executed on a dark pool, a non-ATS, or an exchange, it's still buying pressure. Hedgies shaking a tree and nothing is following. Average Rob, shout out. We are seeing some, I guess, boringness, just sideways grind. This is, I mean, I was saying this in June. Remember, this is the summer months. There's less volatility, less volume. People are legitimately just on vacation. Especially this particular year, not many people were vacationing last year. So I think a lot of people are using this summer to like take a break from technology, literally stepping away from their screens and like hanging out with family and friends. The summer months are usually a bit more just sideways chop, a bit more boring. That's not a guarantee. Obviously, we can see explosive movements in AMC and GME. In fact, maybe if less people are paying attention, it might make it more likely. But this is more so commentary on the S&P 500 IWM, just like this boring sideways stuff. It's lunchtime. It's the summer. What's your take on the price movement today? Pretty sure everyone's expecting a lovely day trading, considering the talk of covering shorts, etc. So I mean, I would say those are two different things. So when you're talking about covering shorts, this is another thing about the threshold list getting the expectations getting way too high. And I wouldn't say anything about covering because it never hit 13 days. It was taken off before 13 days. So even the way people were building up expectations, which I did not think were right, even their thesis of 13 days, we never hit 13 days. I was more bullish on today because of Black Widow, F9, and the UFC thing, partnership with AMC. So that's why I was bullish. It had nothing to do with the threshold list. Today's action, it's weird. It's very, very strange. And to be honest, I'm having a tough time explaining it because there's a net return. So this makes sense because we saw great movement on Thursday. So the return shares, okay, that adds up. But with all the downward pressure, the question is who is selling? Someone is selling, whether it's a short creating a position, like someone is selling out there. And I'm only seeing 1.33 million shares being borrowed. And we're trading at a volume of 40. So that's 1/40th. I mean, to get knocked down 8.26% on 1 point, like something else is going on. Something has to explain this selling pressure beyond just like the minimal amount of shares borrowed against AMC today. And I hate it. Like, I hate to say it. If I say terms like manipulation, I want to be able to prove it. But at this point, I guess I should put my tinfoil hat back on. But what else explains it? Like, I just don't see many apes selling. So who's selling it? I guess maybe it's some big player like screwing us over. Yeah, I guess that's possible. Maybe someone's super long and they're finally taking their profits. I don't think that that's likely though. So on the show, I really like to only discuss things that I have the verifiable like sources for. But I guess in my own theory, and maybe I'm being optimistic, maybe I'm being pessimistic, maybe I'm just being naive. It seems super. This is just like from 1040 until now, this is mathematically perfect. This is so systematically perfect. If I had to throw out a theory, and let me just clarify, this is a theory. I do not have the evidence in front of me that suggests this. My theory is that it's getting attacked by like algorithmic trading, high frequency trading today. This is such a systematic, mathematically perfect walk down of the stock. This is a very controlled sell-off. To me, it's so perfect, it screams algorithm. It screams high frequency trading. It seems like some sort of systematic thing is perfectly walking it down. That's my theory. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that's just my theory of what's going on. Dark pools are used to keep the market from being affected when millions of shares are being bought or sold. So why are you so staunch that there's no dark pools can mask orders? So why are you so staunch that there's no way dark pools can mask orders? I haven't been staunch because that's exactly what dark pools do. Dark pools hide the bid and the ask. So if someone's trying to buy a million shares, they're hiding it on the bid. Like, you just don't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. So I don't know where you're coming up with this. So why are you so staunch that there's no way dark pools can mask orders? That's the point of a dark pool, is to hide the buy orders and to hide the sell orders. It doesn't hide the price action though. It's trading at the same price and you just don't see the buy wall. It's a hidden buy wall and it's a hidden sell wall. You hide orders, but that doesn't mean you hide price action. So that's your second part. What was your first part? Dark pools are used to keep the market from being affected when millions of shares are being bought or sold. No. Dark pools are to hide it. It's a more competitive play. You can't see large buy orders and you can't see large sell orders. And the only way it doesn't completely, like, the way it goes completely hidden, like a massive order goes through without anyone noticing it, is if in that dark pool, at the same time you're trying to do a massive buy, is at the same exact time in the exact same dark pool, there's someone also willing to do a massive sell at the exact same price. That's the environment in when a lot can be traded with absolutely no impact in the price. That's how it happens. So I'm not going to say, oh, it doesn't happen at all, but it's just a rarity. And this isn't an opinionated thing. We brought on experts to talk about dark pools. Like, I'm not coming up and being like, oh, I'm right, these are my opinions on dark pools. I'm just relaying what dark pool experts have shared on this channel, and those interviews are still up and you can watch those. But this dark pool thing, this is the New York Stock Exchange on the right. Imagine seeing exactly this, like the price it's at, 42.42, and you just don't see this. You don't see any bids and you don't see any asks. All you see is the prototypical midpoint between the bid and the ask, and they're just trading at that. You see no bid, you see no ask. That's what a dark pool is. And like, we could trade on dark pools. Like, dark pools are not exclusively a hedge fund thing. You and I could all trade on dark pools right now if you wanted to. If you wanted to buy 10,000 shares of AMC right now at this very moment, you could buy them on a dark pool and just no one would see your buy order. Like, it would sit there as a hidden wall and it would just be like continually filled as long as people are willing to sell it at that price. Dark pools are open to us. Like, there are dark pools we can trade on. Can we trade on all dark pools? No. Some dark pools are like a membership private thing. Like, not all exchanges, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, IEX, all those are open up to literally everyone. The same is not true about dark pools. Some dark pools, it's like a private membership thing and only certain people can utilize them. What could we see in the coming week? Call options, price actions, any predictions for the closing for this Friday? Nope, no predictions. I'm looking for the bounce off of the region, 40 to 42, really 39.75 to 42. And then I'm looking for a breakout above 50. And then from there, 52, then 55. Like, it's just, we have different levels of resistance and we have different levels of support. Why doesn't the SEC do shut? Sorry, I don't know what that means. Didn't the head of the New York Stock Exchange say that dark pools routing was distorting the price by up to 25%? No, the New York Stock Exchange, that president, her comments were about non-ATSs, as in Citadel Securities. She had no commentary on dark pools. That was actually one we talked about with Dave Lauer. That's in the interview. I brought up these quotes. It was 100% nothing to do with dark pools. She was taking a jab at Citadel Securities and Virtu for non-ATSs. Remember, okay, so the umbrella term is venues. Under venues are where just it facilitates the connection of buyers to sellers. Exchanges are a type of venue. The New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, IEX, they're all venues. Another type of venue is dark pools. There's many, many dark pools. I think there's like 40 major dark pools and about 14 major exchanges. There's a third type of venue, which is called, so dark pools, the true name for it is an ATS, an alternative trading system. It's as in it's alternative to an exchange. But there's also another one called a non-ATS, a non-alternative trading system, and that is retail wholesalers, i.e. people like Citadel Securities and Virtu. So those are all types of venues, and venues just facilitate the connection of facilitate connecting a buyer to a seller. So in that scenario, the New York Stock Exchange president, her comments were about non-ATSs, which is that third type of venue, and not dark pools. Hey everyone, to all the new apes, please do your own DD and look up order flow delays. The numbers you're seeing now is not real. I personally believe the price is in the thousands at the end of the day and will pay you just to hold. Fred, that's incorrect. Order flow delays and the number is not real. I personally believe the price is in the thousands. There's literally no evidence that suggests that. There's some, I guess, people who have put up videos that say that, but no one has provided a shred of evidence about that ever. People have said it, but anyone can make a video at any time on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. anyone can make a video. That doesn't make it true. The stock market is not a game of like, oh, I feel this. Like, you have to have some sort of evidence. It's literally a game of numbers. Like, that's we're living. You can't really apply opinion, like just I have a gut feeling about a situation, to like a world that's based on numbers and fact. Do you look up order flow delays? Order flow delays, there's like, what, 1 or 2 people on YouTube who have talked about it and have no evidence whatsoever. Fred, you were mentioning doing your own DD. Who knows? Maybe I'm getting it wrong. If I am getting it wrong, I would love for you to DM me that DD on Twitter. Seriously, like, if you have it, I would love to be the person who breaks it. Like, do you know how awesome that would be for me? Like, I'm not inherently against these very lofty claims. I would love to be that person. I would love it. Do you know how good my video would do? How many views I would get if I could prove something like that? I would love to do it. That's like a big journalistic creator goal. Like, I would love to be the person who shows it. I'm not against it. I'm not against you. I wish your claims were right. I just don't think your claims are right. But if I'm wrong, send the DD my way. I would love it. If it's beyond Reddit and if it's beyond just a YouTube video, like Reddit, like, I love the Reddits where people post their sources. Like, those are my absolute favorite. But if you have it, think about how awesome that would be. Like, I'm in no way against you. In this, I think you're misunderstanding something, but who knows? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. And if that's true, feel free to send any DD my way. And if I can prove it and show it, I would love to. Do you know how cool that would be for me? If I can make a video like that of like, no, AMC's actually currently trading in the thousands, that would be amazing. That would be groundbreaking. So I'm here, like, and I wish you were right, but I still need the evidence to back it up. Hedge funds are shorting due to fundamental reasons, but is the narrative of shorting company survival still relevant in swing potential? But is the narrative of shorting companies' survival still relevant in swing potential? Ryan, hedge funds are shorting due to fundamental reasons. Yes, correct. But is the narrative of shorting company survival still relevant in swing potential? I think yes. I don't know if I'm fully understanding your question. Hey, Matt, will you please do a quick review of how to read level 2 market data? Love you and share. Level 2? Yeah. These are the current sitting buy orders on the New York Stock Exchange. These are the current sitting sell orders. These orders are orders that haven't been filled yet. On the left side, you have the buy orders. On the right side, you have the sell orders. And then up top, this is just the graphical representation of like the total aggregate of like, okay, as you go back, obviously it just gets more and more because you have more and more buy orders. And then as you go up in price, you just have more and more sell orders. So this is a graphical representation, and you can see the spikes. The spikes are where there's like a lot of buy orders on the left side, and the right side, these spikes are where there's a lot of sell orders. Someone needs to ask the real questions. Which is better, Bezos 1 or Bezos 2 from Bo Burnham inside? Those are just so hilarious. They're absolutely hilarious. The Bezos thing, Bo Burnham. Matt fails to realize that these questions make him go against it, which makes it seem like he's going against AMC. Stop answering these FUD questions. I'm just here to explain the truth to the best of my ability, and I refuse to go along with the crowd of people just saying crazy things like that. If there's no evidence, people are just saying it, and they're abusing the community. There are many creators out there who just say things with no evidence. I don't understand how every comment is not just data source question mark, data source question mark, source. It should just be source question mark. There's so many people with no sources, and then people are just like, oh yeah, no, that sounds good. And it's confirmation bias because it makes people feel better about their position, but that's super, super dangerous. You guys are playing with your real money. Why would you not just ask for a source? Like, it's just, I don't know about you, but when it comes to my money, I care about like, okay, what is the bet I'm actually doing? Do I truly believe in it? I'm not just gonna believe in a person who's like never ever provided a source ever and just is talking. And there's many people out there like that, and I just don't. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It is okay to ask for sources. If something sounds good, bad, or indifferent, just ask for a source. And we need to do more of that as a community. Chris, UPST. No, but I could do that right now. We could look at some of these charts. UPST. Looking strong. I mean, just need if you get in, you'd almost kind of have to risk this recent low, which is far away. But if you get this movement upwards, you could try to ride that. I like the bounce back though. Once again, I have no UPST, CCIV, CCIV. Love this pattern of higher lows. It got beat down. It took a breather. We did have some bearish divergence. The stock went higher. The RSI went lower. It took a breather, and now it's fighting back. I like that. AMD. I'm just a big fan of AMD. It's not the most exciting mover. It's actually a lot of range-bound trading. As you can see, it doesn't move much. But if we finally can take out the 90 and 95 to 100 level, I think AMD could get moving. PSFE. PaySafe. Oh, I don't like this overall downtrend. I don't know if this is, out of the ones we've looked up so far, not my favorite. ARPO. Definitely not chasing this one. A gap up pharmaceutical play. They're super high risk reward. GoPro. Also just not moving much. No clear trend. I mean, when you're trading, look for the setup plays. Make it easy on yourself. Don't try to trade a super difficult chart. Like, just wait for the trade to come to you. That GoPro looks like a super, super difficult trade. Hey, the longer this takes to play out, perhaps the better if we end up paying long-term capital gains versus short. Yeah, I mean, if this ends up taking just even a day over one full year, you'd pay a lot less in taxes. That is one point. Thanks again for you do, brother. Truth hurts sometimes, and people need to understand why we do what we do. Keep it up. Want to check out Disney, DIS. Ooh, looking good. If Disney can hold above this, I like it. I like a nice return up to 190. I'm liking Disney. But overall, I mean, Disney is definitely a part of my long-term portfolio. Disney is just a massive, massive conglomerate. I'm a fan of Disney for various reasons, and I really like this action. But I've also been in it from since like a sub 100 point. So like I'm very, very much so, I guess, in the green on this one. I mean, I've been in Disney for years and years and years. And once in a while on any major sell-off, I'll add some more. But in terms of like a medium-term thing, I mean, this is some very nice strength. And honestly, it's probably doing somewhat well because of Black Widow. It did super, super well in the Disney Plus streaming. Yeah, I wish more of those views went to an AMC theater. But if you're in Disney, I mean, it ended up benefiting you for sure. Fred, it's all good. Sorry, I got clickbaited. Smooth brain moment. I apologize to the community and your viewers. I currently hold 4x shares and will keep holding. Fred, hey, it's all good. I mean, there's a weird, I guess, connotation or psychology thing going on my side. And like, Fred, I truly, when I don't agree with people, that's okay. Cause like when people say it, like, I'm just trying to keep expectations in reality. And if you can prove me wrong and be like, hey, because of X, Y, and Z, I think this, like, send it to me. Like, I want to be on your side. Like, I would love to be the guy who's like showing something amazingly cool and getting everyone jacked up. But like, I just need the data and the sources to actually do it. Like, it's not a personal attack on anyone. I'm in it. I have my money in this play. I want it to go up. I'm in no way against you if I'm not agreeing with something that's overly bullish, because I just want it to be overly bullish and also true. I don't want people to conform to confirmation bias, to only be looking for confirmation bias. All right. Looks like AMC is finally getting a dip off of a low RSI. Some day traders probably buying it right off of this perfect bounce. As soon as we're about to go to oversold, people buying right before 42. Let's see if we can put something together, get some movement together. If the hedgies lose their arses on this trade, they'll save a ton on taxes, so win-win. Descending wedge pattern, maybe to break out, maybe, who knows, not me, just a look, just reading charts. Sal, I mean, I think you're right. I was more focused on like, this is just so, it was so systematically perfect. To me, that's an algorithm, that's a computer system just selling very, very methodically. For my audio listeners, AMC is at 42.86 and GME is at 190.26. GME, low volume, low volatility. AMC on a relative rate, also low, but still relative to itself lower, but it's still decent volume, decent volatility. For the long-term capital gains tax, how does that work if you've continued to average down or up? Are we still continuing to add to your position? Well, it would just be like that first chunk that you bought. They would be the first ones that would be taxed differently. It's not like your position as a whole. It's like when you actually bought those shares. But also for the tax thing, I highly recommend everyone talk to a CPA because it's different per country, per state, per tax bracket. Let's talk about another D&D. How could they get away with the slaughter of Game of Thrones? I mean, all those good plots hammered down and buried. Emily, very good point. I am one of the people in the world who is deeply upset at the final season of Game of Thrones. In fact, I don't even like thinking of it because I love the show. I loved it all the way. And then just, I don't even know what happened. There were so many cool storylines that they started and they never came back to. I'm not the biggest fan of the conclusion of the series, and I'm not trying to give away any spoiler alerts or anything like that. Man, I was such a fan of it, and the final season, I just found it so deeply upsetting. All right. Sorry if you've already covered this, but can you give your spots on SPC? Branson is now selling 500 million shares. So they're in talks. It's not confirmed, but if they do it, I would look for this stock to come. Like, I mean, it's share dilution. You're just selling shares that you're selling them to get them to create. You're pushing down. You're increasing the supply and hence pushing down the price. Can you take a look at QSI? QSI. What is this? Package software. Yeah, it just seems like a really tough trade. It doesn't seem to be trending. Like it was trending and then it got messy. For me, I don't know if I'd be involved. We have some bearish divergence. I would not be going long on this. The stock went higher. The RSI is lower. I guess if I had to trade it, I would short it, but it's also just a no trade for me. It's a super ugly chart. Not the ugliest chart, but definitely not a good looking chart. Please Google delay of order flow. It says latency delays are intentional slowing of order flow to protect market makers, promotes quote fading. All right, let's look this up. So, vegan, if you're looking at this, latency delays known as speed bumps are intentional slowing of orders by exchanges. That's still in the realm of seconds. That's a battle against high frequency trading. Vegan ape, if you're talking about the Bank of Canada website, like the first thing that comes up when you search delay of order flow, the intentional slowing of order flow by exchanges, that's battling high frequency trading. That's like you're still in the realm of like less than a second or maybe seconds, but that's not like a multi-day. There's this concept of delaying orders by days. That is just not how our stock market. We have T2 settlement. So the fact that you place a trade and it settles 2 days later, how would it be delayed more than that 2 days when you have proof of the trade going through within 2 days? The thing you pulled up, it's a battle against high frequency trading. Did he used to work for Wall Street? Wouldn't he know all the inside secrets of how they are manipulating the stock? I have no clue about him or his life or anything. I don't watch his content. Yeah, okay. This is a good one, Josh. Can you explain the shares outstanding versus market float with AMC as they are extremely close to equal? Yeah, good question. Shares outstanding are the amount of shares in existence. Free float, the market float, are the shares that can publicly be traded. And then the other thing is closely held shares. So you have closely held plus the free float, the market float, add up and equal outstanding shares. Depending on the data source you use, they might have slightly different numbers for closely held versus free float, because that's people's own interpretation of what is closely held. They might be like, we don't think this pension fund's going to sell at all, so let's put them in closely held. Well, some other data source might be like, we think the pension or this insider might sell, so let's not count it in closely held. Let's put it in free float. But anyway, free float can be publicly traded plus closely held equals outstanding shares. And outstanding shares are the shares in existence. Selfish46, please stop watching videos selling your dreams. Stick to the script, buy and hold, and be patient. Your long plays on Tulip is genius. Believe me, I know. However, could you please provide a source other than my personal confirmation? That is future Mac Kohrs. I did not read the name. I love it. Yeah, so a lot of my sources for this tulips thing is about 400 years old, but hey, it's still a data source. But yeah, you guys need to look at the tulip bubble in the 1600s. Can you check out CleanSpark? It's a company that does microgrid and BTC mining. They forward PE 7 to 8 or something. Can you check out CleanSpark? CleanSpark. Looks, you might like it, but I mean, it looks really heavy. All it does is lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. It kind of broke below this support. If anything, I would want to short it down to $13. Like, I think there's a good $2 short in this if I had to play it. I know it seems like you're bullish on it, but I'm just looking at the short to medium term chart. All I see is a continual downtrend. You're very much, if you go long on it, you're very much fighting against the trend. I think the next long opportunity is at $13. And that would be better for risk to reward, but I'm seeing weakness in this. Thoughts on AMC not making the threshold list? In one way or another, it seems like they somehow took care of a couple of the failure to delivers to get it off the list for one day. I'll probably lose my mind if it goes back on the list today. If it goes back on the list today, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, that is the most, not blatant, but I would say it's manipulation, because they took it off the list the day before regulators were about to step in. They did it on day 12. Regulators step in on day 13. And if we go right back onto it, that's something. That tells you something. Something absolutely crazy. So let's, if I'm going to be looking tonight when it uploads after the market closes, if AMC's back on, well, we wouldn't actually know, because once it goes off, it has to be on it for 5 consecutive days to go back on the list. So we'll start the timer for today, and 5 days later, we'll know that they restarted the FTDs again today. So it won't be on the list today. We can guarantee it because we know it has to have 5 consecutive days of 2.5 million FTDs, and then it goes back on the list. So what, Monday? So basically Friday. If we see AMC on the threshold list on Friday, we know that it restarted today because that's the definition of it, is like 5 consecutive days. And I'll just lose my mind. Jason, XELA. You want me to check out XELA? XELA. Looking strong. I mean, I wouldn't chase because the RSI is already overbought. But if you're in it, I mean, you're basically looking to see how it reacts to the high threes. From basically $3.80 to $4, that's the next resistance. If you have a position, congratulations, ride the trend. But for me, I wouldn't get in now because the most reasonable, the closest support is down at $1.80. I don't like that risk reward. But if you happen to already have a position, watch 380, watch the region from 380 to 4, and above that, you might get some movement. But I wouldn't be hopping on now. It's severely overbought. The risk is a bit too far away for my liking. But if you're in it, crush it. I love you, Matt. I'm a straight man, but I love you. Jason, I love you. Do you look at PLTR as a potential stock to invest in? PLTR, fun fact, I own PLTR. Ooh, I guess, break even on PLTR. PLTR, this was a beautiful move. And look, it just went super overextended. It's taking a breather. I thought it was going to come back down to 21, where it's bounced 1, 2, 3 times before, rejected. But if it pulls an early U-turn, that's even better. And look at this. When people tell you not to do technicals, look how perfect this is where it got rejected. Technically, it was overbought. Technically, it hit off 27.50. You know what it did? It also was previously rejected at 27.50. I'm not saying we have to get into some crazy hardcore technical analysis, but the most basic concept of saying, hey, this is oversold and it's at support right here. We had support. It bounces there again. It's oversold. Do you know how perfect of a play this is? You buy it at support, you run it all the way up to resistance, and that's exactly where it's overbought now. That's such a perfect play. You could have played PLTR from 17 up to 27, and it literally would have been technically perfect. You bought at support, you sold at resistance, you also bought when it was oversold, and then you sold when it was overbought. This is a perfect swing trade. It doesn't get better than this. And look how perfect this rejection was. Exactly where it was rejected in March. There's people out there who hate on technical analysis, and I just don't see how. I don't see why, because sometimes it leads you to perfect, absolutely perfect trades. Look at that. I haven't looked at PLTR in a bit, but look how perfect that rejection is, and look how perfect the support bounce is. Man, I'm jealous. Like this is a layup of a trade. You buy at support, you sell at resistance, bing, bang, boom. You would have made what? Over 50%? What a perfect trade. What a perfect trade. Thoughts on BSQR? People were asking about that last week. I wasn't the biggest fan. What is the short interest on it? 137%. It feels like people are chasing it now. BSQR. It looks weak to me. I think sooner rather than later, this is going to sell off and do a gap fill play to $2.63. If I had to play BSQR right now, I would bet down. It did not make a new high. The RSI was severely blown out. We're seeing some weakness. I think people are going to pounce on it, and you're going to finally realize the big difference between a stock like AMC and GME and then just like a classic pump and dump thing. I'm not hating on it. Like if you made money on it, cool. And I'm not trading it. I have no BSQR position, but if I were to trade it right now, I would bet against it, and I would bet on it coming to a full gap fill from the high here. Like this is the gap region. It just looks weak. If you were in it and you're like, if I'm like making you steam right now because you're like pissed off and you're like, I'm long on BSQR, this thing's going to explode, I would say keep your risk tight. That's how I would play. If I had a long position, I would risk this recent low of $3.88. That would be my personal risk. That's how I would play it, but I'm not going to play it. I don't have a position, but it looks more weak to me than it looks strong. Ian, happy birthday, Matt. Thank you. Any insight into reverse stock splits and how they typically play out after GE has an 8-to-1 reverse split next year? So it just makes it more expensive. They're more, I guess, rare. Usually you see splits and not reverse splits. But remember, when you split or reverse split, it's not fundamentally changing anything about the company. The market cap's the same. It's the equivalent of changing a $5 bill into 1 5s or a $5 bill into 5 1s or 5 1s back into a $5 bill. You still just have $5. Thoughts on the Credit Suisse compliance officer abruptly leaving? Are the first dominoes beginning to fall? Ooh, I like that. I like that. I'd have to look a bit into it, but that's a fun story. Is it finally Matt's real birthday? No, it's not. Soon though. Soon. I think with all this birthday stuff, when it's my actual birthday, people are intentionally just not going to say anything. Which is hilarity in itself. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize what time it was. All right, it's 1:45. Hang on. Ortex just posted that shorts from 2 weeks ago are down 25 million. Does that mean that they've added 25 million to today's update? Thanks, Matt. Shorts 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Let me check this out. But continuing yesterday's strong momentum up 3 point. Gary, I'm on Ortex's. Oh, you're saying that this report just came out. So we have a new one, a release date. Okay, so it was released today, but remember, this data was valid as of June 30th. On June 30th, there was 75.5 million reported shorts. So this is what we have to do to check into it. Their estimation at that time was 93 million, so they were overestimating it. So if I had to assume, don't be surprised tomorrow if this recalibrates downward in terms of its short interest. Look at this. So as of on Wednesday, June 30th, the exchange reported short interest was 75 million. Their Ortex's estimation was 93 million. So I'm assuming, so what we had here before was Ortex's was underestimating, and now apparently they're overestimating by a bit. So please don't be surprised tomorrow morning when this updates and it's lower, because it's just this, like they're going to recalibrate the models. It's nothing, like I'm telling you this now that we have this data, they're going to recalibrate and the number will come in a bit lower to try to account, because their goal is to always try to be as close to these as they possibly can. So prepare for that mentally. It doesn't change anything about this situation. It doesn't mean that shorts have actually done anything. They're changing their estimations on it. It's not indicative of shorts covering or not covering or anything like that at all. All it has to mean, all this means when this changes tomorrow, is a recalibration of the numbers. Any concern about the national debt ceiling at the end of the month? How bad does this affect the market if an agreement isn't settled? Bam Bam, it can be important, but also like this is just how the US runs, is like a mountain of debt. And sometimes it's more important than other times, but I don't know. see too much craziness actually happening with it. Why are you avoiding talking about how Citadel is behind the global banana shortage and how AMC is actually trading at 42,069? Remember everyone of the battle of 801 and where we are now? Very, very far from 8. Today is his birthday. Long on tulip, stuck in big cat aficionado. Future Fast and Furious star. He has a real girlfriend. Calms me out on red days. Mario becoming an astronaut. All right, I think I'm up to date. I think I'm up to date. All right, yeah, let me double check. Okay, cool. Folks, I'm just gonna go quickly get. I'm gonna eat lunch as quickly as I can. It's 1:50. I'll try to be back by 2 p.m. I'm not turning the stream off or anything. Please play nice with each other. I'm not going anywhere. Just give me like 10 minutes. I just want to get some food really quick. All right, all right. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Checking the level 2 updates, there's a few asked for 750. Yeah, that just means that someone put in an order to try to sell at 750. That doesn't mean it was filled. It's just a sitting sell order. That's for you, Matthew. What did I miss? What did I miss? AMC had a nice run for lunch. I went from 42 to 44. Now we're at 43. It looks like the SPY and IWM hopefully waking up, hopefully pushing. Fingers crossed. What's this different? 20, 25, 25, so 5 each. Oh, that very quickly adds up. All right, folks. What's Charles Payne talking about today? 2 p.m. Charles Payne. What is his subjects today? Market anxiety, corp earnings, inflation, fixation on crashes, big government takeover, 2H21 winners, Cuban seeks freedom. All right. Okay. I don't think making money will be discussing AMC today. It doesn't appear. Does not appear. Hey Matt, my wife doesn't believe me that you use Dawn for shampoo and why. So what do you use and why? I mean, if it's good enough for ducklings, it's good enough for me. SSR. Oh, it looks like people are talking about SSR. SSR, I mean, I think the proof is kind of in the pudding here that it doesn't really ever seem to protect us that much. Doesn't really seem to protect us all too much. What are your thoughts on staying on Webull in regards to payment for order flow? Does Webull engage in payment for order flow? Yes, 100%. Do almost all brokerages engage in payment for order flow? Yes. Does Fidelity not engage in payment for order flow? Correct. Does Fidelity have a god-awful UI that just pales in comparison to many other brokerages? Yeah, like it's one of those things that like sometimes that's like the trade-off. So I mean, I guess I've spoken about this. Like even other things, like did Webull also stop the buying of AMC and GME? Yeah, it did. Like I'm in no way arguing that they're perfect, but it's more of the mess of brokerages at large. Like we don't have like a perfect answer. And a lot of these other ones, if you don't have payment for order flow, that means you're paying per trade. So do you want to pay $1, $2, $3, $5 per trade to buy and to sell? And that's something you have to ask yourself. But like if your question is Webull on using payment for order flow? Yeah. Do I believe that payment for order flow is in any manner impacting the AMC MOAS? No, I don't think so. I think payment for order flow is a whole different other beast that we need to discuss and get to the bottom of. And I think it should just be like outright banned, but also understanding that if it is banned, well, then we might, as a system, have to revert back to paid trades. So it's one of those things. I think there's confusion on what payment for order flow is doing and like what it is. And I have some issues and personal qualms with it. Like I'm not trying to hide anything, but I'm on this just because I was on Robinhood. Like Okay, so I have a futures account on TradeStation, and then I have a Fidelity account for my retirement account. And then I'm still active on some of the brokerages, but I don't really carry money with them. I was on Robinhood, and then because of the debacle in January, I was like, okay, I want to get off. And then I saw that a lot of people were switching to Webull. And then I picked up Webull just so I can answer platform basic questions of like, how do I do an options trade? How do you get grids? Like I wanted to be on the platform that a lot of people are on, and I just didn't want to be on Robinhood anymore. So that's how I ended up here. I'm not arguing that they're perfect, but I'm saying, okay, they have a very nice UI and they have free trading. And that's very attractive to a lot of people. Free trading, awesome UI. So for you, it comes down to the question of, do you not want to have Citadel Securities and or Virtu on the other side of all of your plays, but like then you want to pay for trading? Or do you want to have like a less good UI? I mean, I guess it's all up to you. Like, I don't think there's a perfect option out there. There's no brokerage out there that has free trading, an awesome UI, and does not use payment for order flow. You can have two of these, but not all three of them. I would love if someone made a brokerage. For me, I am in no way sponsored by Webull. I can say whatever I want about them whenever I want. Hence why I can just tell you, yeah, they're in payment for order flow. Yeah, they also did stop the buying of AMC and GME back in February. That's part of it. They had that rule for less long, granted, back in February than like relative to Robinhood, but I'm not sponsored to them. I'm in no way tied to them. There's an affiliate link. If you sign up for the affiliate link, you put in $5, you're guaranteed to get at least $11 in 2 stocks in total. And on my end, I see a stock. We don't get the same stock, but like, I don't know, I just get like ADT or something like that. But with it, I'm not sponsored. I can hop to whoever I want. I sign no contractual deal. And with it, if anyone out there has a brokerage that we want to get this entire community on, no payment for order flow, great UI, and free trading, let me know. I would love to switch. I would love to be that person of, hey, check this out. It's way, way better. But as of now, this payment for order flow, I think people are somehow trying to conflate it to somehow damaging the AMC movement. And payment for order flow, is it an issue? Yeah, I think some aspects of it should be fixed or completely gotten, like, just we get rid of it. But I don't think it really, I suppose, I guess just straight up has an impact on the AMC squeeze, because many people, you have to understand what payment for order flow is. It just means that they get first dibs on the trade. They're playing the other side of the trade. If you buy, they're the ones selling to you. If you sell, they're the ones buying it off of you. That's what payment for order flow is. They get first dibs to take the other side of your trade. But for me, I don't, like, I buy my AMC and I sit on my AMC. I buy my AMC and I sit on my AMC. I think maybe it matters more if you're in and out and you're actively trading. But for someone who just buys shares and you're just sitting there, like, okay. Like, at that point, it was your trade was fulfilled by Citadel Securities or Virtu or something like that. And it might, in the event of the squeeze and we go to the moon, you sell it, the other side of it might be also filled by them. But like, in the meantime, it doesn't really like change anything. Payment for order flow, in my mind, is not really connected to this AMC thing. It's another issue that we should discuss. As a community, we should look into it, see a way, because it can be taken advantage of. It can very much be taken advantage of. But for us, just sitting on our AMC shares, if you're just diamond holding shares, I don't necessarily see what it changes. And who knows? Maybe I need to be more informed. Maybe I need to learn more about it. I just don't see the connection necessarily to AMC. Very large number of retail traders and apes wouldn't even be in the movement or any stock if it weren't for free trading and payment for order flow. Yeah. I mean, the reason we have free trading, and this has happened over the past couple of years, is because of payment for order flow. Don't think that Robinhood or Webull or any of these other guys woke up one day and they said, oh, I want to do something great for the community. I'm going to let everyone trade for free. No, they found a way to become more attractive, get people on their platform. And if you're not buying anything, that means you are the product. And the way you're the product in this scenario is that they're selling, like, you're your trades are getting essentially at least the first dibs. You're not necessarily getting fulfilled by Citadel Securities, but they at least get first dibs. And that's what this is. So like you are the product. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So if you do enjoy free trading, well, that's kind of a byproduct of payment for order flow. That's how we got to where we're at right now. So I guess I'm just trying to be open about it of, okay, here's the situation. Am I sponsored by Webull? No. When you sign up, you get 2 free stocks, at least $11, and I get a free stock. We don't get the same stock, but I get like 8, I don't know. I've been getting like ADT lately. But anyway, yes. So right there, I'll get that. But also, to me, I'm not like betrothed to Webull because that's kind of the referral deal with anyone. So if someone out there's like, hey, I like this brokerage and Ape Nation should get on it, well, let me know. If it has free trading, an awesome UI, and is not doing payment for order flow, I would love to pitch it. And there's a very good chance that I would get the same deal or even a better deal. So for me, financially, being the person who talks, like, I mean, everyone's talking about Webull right now. Like that's the broker that gets pitched. I don't care. I could switch because like, it doesn't really mean much to me. It wouldn't change anything on my end. I just want a good UI that makes sense to show during the stream. I can't be showing a crappy UI all day. Like I need something that like it's good. A lot of people are on, so I can use it to teach certain things. For it just doesn't like matter much. I'm almost every single brokerage like runs the same deal of if you get people to sign up, they get free stocks, you get a free stock. Like it's the same thing across the board. To me, there's not a special financial incentive to be on Webull, like in the slightest, literally at all. I just want one that it looks good and it's free trading. And so maybe inappropriately, I was putting more weight myself on the UI, also the UX, like how it visually looks and how it makes, like how it runs, and the free trading. I put a premium on that over payment for order flow. And maybe that was wrong. Maybe that was wrong of me. But that's where we're at because I think a lot more people care about free trading than they do payment for order flow. But if all of a sudden the community cares very, very strongly about payment for order flow and all of a sudden everyone is willing to pay per trade, okay, let's do it. Let's do the big switch. I have no issues with it. Can you transfer off of Robinhood if you still have active options? Thanks for what you do. I think to some you can transfer, or you could just transfer all your stock and let the options play out. Your mailman is telling you about Webull. The community wants a squeeze, not payment for order flow. Yeah, I mean, that's what I feel like. To me, this is just another distraction of like what we're doing. Payment for order flow, yes or no? I feel like isn't the main thing talking about AMC and GME and these things going to the moon, and like maybe after this, like it. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it. I think it's important and I think it could be improved as a system, but PFOF or not, well, that's payment for order flow. Like, does that really change anything about AMC going to the moon? Like, um, to me, it seems like another narrative that has cropped up in this community that like it's almost serving as some form of a distraction. Like, I let me know. I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm understanding it incorrectly, but I thought it was more of like everyone viewing was like, okay, what's going on with AMC and GME? And maybe if you guys want to discuss PFOF later, I'm happy to. Like, I'm not saying anyone's wrong. Like, I just thought I was trying to follow the main intent of the community. But if the main intent of the community has switched off of AMC and GME into payment for order flow, well, I'll do it. I'll become a PFOF crusader. We'll crush it. I'll complain about it all day, every day. I'll make videos. I'll bring on SEC people. But I'm saying that a little bit facetiously because I know most of you are here for, okay, AMC and GME. Like, I feel like that's just like the main thing. Someone just said, bigness. I'm in Fidelity and Webull. Me too. The only thing I don't like about Fidelity is how crappy its user interface is. Like it's just really crappy. So if they improved it, okay, that's interesting. I'd love to talk about it, but that's where my retirement account is. I have a good amount of money in Fidelity. Nicholas, honestly, man, at this point, I'm here for you, bro. Nicholas, I'm here for you. Public has free trading and clean UI and no PFOF. They make their money off of tips and its potential. I would have to look into Public. They have free trading and clean modern UI, no PFOF. You know what? I will look into Public. I'll go right with it and see if that's all true. Matt, discuss turning off your share lending. Okay, yeah, so that's one thing that I guess is more like easy. Webull or not, no matter what brokerage you're on, if you don't want your shares lent out, you got to turn off share lending. Cash account, margin account, it depends on your brokerage, but just double check if you have to give them a call or just check it out in your settings. Doesn't really matter what brokerage you're on. I would just recommend like ensuring that you're not lending your shares if you don't want them to be lent out, because lending is what they need to do to short more shares of AMC. So Webull, Robinhood, E-Trade, Fidelity, it doesn't matter. Just double check. If you don't want your shares lent, make sure that the lending's actually turned off. Public is CFD. I was trying to get Andrew's crew, the Moon Platoon, to raid your chat, and they failed. Let's bomb Andrew's Mo Money chat with ducks. I'm good with that. Public and fantastic. Graham recommends it. All right, I'll look into Public. People act as if I'm like tied to a particular thing. I will look into Public tonight and see what's going on with it. It's not the best, but on YouTube, there's Confessions of Market Maker 2 when they talk about PFOF and the other side. Hey, Matt. I died Friday from that question, but I did my first option ever. It's the $40 CCIV, 16 December. Did I give myself enough room or realistic goal? Love you. Yeah, so Sean, we were checking out Lucid Motors early today. I think that's a solid play, Sean. I think that's a solid play. I hope you absolutely crush it. Absolutely crush it. Public has free trading and clean UI. They make their money off of tips and it's optional. Wait, how could that how could they run an entire brokerage based off of tips? Who in their right mind would ever tip their broker? I need to look into that. Steph tweeted that there's been no AMC dark pool activity today. Do you think Disney will be as big as Netflix? Disney is bigger than Netflix as a business. It's way, way larger than Netflix. Its streaming sector isn't necessarily as big, but Disney itself is huge. It's huge. If you were the hedge fund, what would your strategy to save your clients money? I'd be seeing lots of vids talking about controlled covering over time. But controlled covering is still the same magnitude of buying. So I don't know how that would necessarily save them money. Why does this freeze sometimes? So I don't know. And I also, this concept, what was I seeing on Twitter? A controlled, what was it? A managed squeeze? That's just a terminology that I think just got made up. I was reading that on Twitter, something about a managed squeeze. How do you manage a squeeze? A squeeze is one of the most like volatile, violent moves upward. How would you manage I don't know what the terminology was. I don't remember it verbatim. A controlled squeeze, a managed squeeze. I don't know. That's what, like, that's just managing a bunch of apes going like absolutely bananas in the jungle, like an entire entire group, Pride, I don't know, what's a group, what's a group of gorillas called? Whatever that is called, I don't know the name. How do you control that? That doesn't even, like, they just put two words together and it sounds good. You can turn off on Robinhood. To turn off lending, you would need Robinhood Gold. YouTube has been caught siphoning off thumbs up quantity from other popular YouTube posts. You might want to have the mods keep track. Yeah, sometimes it just, I don't know. I don't really get along that well with YouTube. Speaking of which, just so you know, my backup, just in case things go absolutely haywire, is Twitch. It's Matt_Kohrs. It's like right above the rocket up top. That's where we do like the unboxings and that type of stuff. You can control it by dragging it out as long as possible, but it still goes up. It doesn't change the magnitude. It just takes longer. So if you have shares, like, okay, you just have to be a bit more patient. Someone, what was this? A guerrilla group is called a troop. Get ready, troops. I like it. CNBC just reported FUD that Reddit retailers are trying to buy and push silver. They tried to silver FUD with GME Moon. I do remember that. People were getting so jacked up about silver. But honestly, I could tell you guys on this side, I'm seeing no one actually discuss silver. So I wouldn't buy into this, the silver distraction. All right, where are we at? Where are we going? All right, we're seeing some strength in both the Russell 2000 and the S&P 500. AMC is kind of flat at 43.40, and then GME is flat at 191. Is anything else like moving today? SPCE is moving. It's moving down. Moving down, 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 down. Moving down, down. SPCE. SPCE. The market, new all-time high. The stock market, hey, overall, your blue chip stocks, I think we just continue this melt up, honestly, for the remainder of the month, maybe. I mean, seasonally, the market is strong. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. A group of apes is called a shrewdness, and a group of gorillas is called a troop. Good to know. Someone just said Tesla is moving nicely. Don't you tempt me. Don't you bring me back to my old ways. Oh. Honestly, let's be honest with each other for a second. If I were trading Tesla today, I probably would have lost money on it. Let's just be honest. Matt, maybe you don't have any idea about what you're doing. That's a good one, TM. A few days ago, we talked about, in theory, being able to buy your own lent shares. Is it possible to have shares lent again, 2x, and be bought again? Yeah, I mean, if you lend yours out again, you're just kind of continuing to daisy chain it. Definitely, it's theoretically possible for sure. There would be, if it can happen once, it's not going to stop anytime after that. If it can happen one extra time, that means it could theoretically happen an infinite amount of extra times. Most big banks do not use PFOF, Chase, BAC. Yeah, but also with them, they don't really have full-fledged trading platforms. Like they just have like some crappy UI where you hit buy and sell, but you're not seeing a nice chart. You're not getting indicators. You're not like getting a full-fledged trading experience if this is what you're into. For me, I'm a very technical trader. I want to see indicators. I want to see trend lines. I just don't want to see a thing that says buy and sell in the price. That to me makes it way, way more difficult. Do you remember the lady's last name that came to talk about dark pools? Yeah, Stephanie Kammerman with a K. Kammerman. SEC disabled dark fibers last week. AMC run coincidence. I saw something about the dark fibers being disabled a while ago. Did they do that again last week? Did you read the Market Watch article about AMC this AM about he states hedge funds companies never have to cover? I'd have to read it, but technically if they're hedged or if they have the money to continue to pay the cost to borrow fee and all of that, they wouldn't, because like what would force them to? The thing that would force them is if they're completely underwater, the brokerage could say, hey, we're gonna have to margin call you. And if they don't have the money, that could be one. If the person who is long on AMC decides to sell and take profits, that could force a buy-in upon them. So this concept of never having to cover, it's just not technically accurate. There are scenarios in which people would be forced to cover, margin calls being one, and buy-ins, if you want to search what a buy-in is. But basically, when you own a stock, you're with a broker and some people let the broker lend out their shares. So they lend it out, someone shorts. And what happens is that original owner who's long on a stock, if they decide to sell it, if the broker doesn't have enough like free shares around to cover that, they would then force a buy-in on the shorts. And it doesn't matter if they're well capitalized, paying the fee, it doesn't matter at all. A buy-in, I mean, I've seen some buy-ins where like you have to cover in an hour or the broker is going to cover your position for you. So to say never, that's not theoretically true. Wealth Simple in Canada doesn't lend your shares. Wouldn't short attack show up on level 2 as giant sell walls as opposed to a slow beat off we're seeing? No, a short attack would be the succession of buying and then selling at a lower price very rapidly. You see it more so in stocks with low liquidity, a lower amount of trades. When a stock is actively traded, it becomes almost numerically impossible to properly pull it off. And you wouldn't want to do it if you can still short. Right now, AMC could still be shorted. So they're going to just short it instead of short ladder attack it. Short ladder attack is a thing that was properly described on Reddit. I give them that credit. But then the community ran with it and started to think that it happens way more often than it actually does. It definitely can happen. It's definitely a thing. But you see it when you're either on SSR or the utilization is 100%. Right now for AMC, we're not at either of those. So I just think we're seeing straight up shorting. Thoughts on Dare Bioscience? Bill Gates founded, just granted $50 million, and they're successful completing for clinical trials. Current under 2, current leader in women's health innovation. So fundamentally, if you like it, we looked at the chart, Don, earlier at Dare. I wasn't the biggest fan of the chart, but that's also more of like a short to medium term play then when I'm looking at the chart. If you just like where they're headed years down the road, I mean, have at it. It depends your thesis. Like how long do you want to be in it for? Off exchange trading is bigger deal than PFOF. I 100% agree with that. It's, I think in my mind, a bigger issue and also just way more money. So I think it's more problematic. It's more problematic and there's just more money in play. I would rather fix the off exchange thing before the PFOF. If you use margin in Robinhood, they'll lend your shares. But I believe if you have Robinhood Golds, you can actually opt out of it. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone. I think that's how it works. I'm just not on Robinhood. A lot of people are hyped about silver, but the only silver I care about is the silver on our backs. I love that, Del Mundo. BlackRock is moving. Straight ignore my super chat on Dare Bioscience. No, Don, I just did that. Remember, there's like going to be a delay, and sometimes I go through the super chats a bit, like they load strangely on my end. I still like this TM. Matt, maybe you have no idea what you're doing. Not unless you have 2,500 in Robinhood. Show AMC. I am right here. AMC, $43. $43 buckaroos. Ooh, S&P new all-time high. I was calling this out on the weekend. 438, I think, is a realistic target for this thing to go to. Not saying today, but I think that's the next like major stop. Just my humble, non-financial advice opinion. All right, what else do we have going on? GME at 190.66, AMC 43.01. All right, let's see how this is going. RTY pushing, which makes it feel even more strange to me that AMC is not pushing. Even more strange. So here's the situation we have on the day. Russell 2000 pushing, just got above. It went from red to green. We're seeing some strength. On the opposite side, we're not seeing much strength in AMC, and we saw a perfectly systematic sell-off this morning. Disconnection. Good afternoon, teacher. Much love. Thank you. Gracie. Merci. 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 Hey, Matt, in the AMC level 2 a few minutes ago, when the volume slowed down, you could see 282 offered at 100,000. What is the behavior explaining that? Oh, that's just someone put in a massive sell order. That doesn't mean it was filled, though. They just put in a limit price. And basically, they're saying that if it hit that, they would be willing to sell. But these are unfilled orders. They're sitting buy orders on the left side and sitting sell orders on the right side. So if you see some giant number, that just means that someone went out there and put in a massive sell order. Like when I say massive, I mean at a very high strike price. Would you say 10,000? But I mean, you could probably do that now if you want to put in, like you could probably put in a limit sell, like a share at 1,000 to just, and like then if it's on the New York, if it gets routed to the New York Stock Exchange, you would see it pop up over here. Like if you go down far enough to look at the high orders. But at that point, remember, we're just looking here at the New York Stock Exchange. What is this? Imbalanced shares. What is this? I'm going to look this up. But remember, this is just the level 2, the buy orders and the sell orders for the New York Stock Exchange, not the market at large. What do you think about which stocks I buy? Hey, you have to buy what you believe in. I can't tell you what to buy. Maybe I'm more risky or less risky than yours. All right. Come on. Let's keep pushing. Russell 2000 coming back. Where are we at in the bigger picture on the Russell 2000? The Russell 2000 looks like it wants to make a move to 227.75. 227.75. So I think the Russell 2000 has another dollar in it until it hits the next resistance. Yeah, I think it has a whole nother dollar in it. And then we'll see how it reacts to that. Which, I mean, its strength should theoretically be helping AMC, just money flowing back into small caps. Do pattern day trading rules apply to cash Webull accounts? So pattern day trading has nothing to do with your brokerage if you're in the US. Like they're all following the same set of rules. So if you have a margin account in the US, you have a margin account. It doesn't matter the broker, but you have a cash account. So pattern day trading is exclusively for margin accounts. Cash accounts have their own other set of rules that relates to a free roll, a good faith violation, but it's not, I guess, brokerage dependent. It's just the fact that you have a US brokerage and then you have to follow both of those sets of rules. One for margin account, the pattern day trading, all that good stuff. And then the other one is going to be the cash account rules. Why do you think the Russell 2000 is running, but AMC hasn't followed yet? That's what I've been trying to think about. It doesn't make much sense to me. There should be a stronger correlation. There's a divergence, and correlations, it's more so of like an extended period of time. Like you don't have to look at it like perfectly intraday. Things don't necessarily have to move in lockstep, but today the charts are just so wildly different, and I do find it interesting. I wish I had a better explanation for you, but it is throwing me for a little bit of a loop. It's just something about it is not adding up, especially when I put it in the picture of the fact that we had a systematic sell-off this morning. Something funky is obviously going on with AMC, and it always has been, but like specifically today, I think it's very apparent in the price action. No limit to day trades on the Webull cash account. Well, that's not necessarily true because eventually you might find like run out of money because you have to wait for the money to settle. Matt, the exchange reported short interest versus time doesn't add up. Can you explain 15-day increments starting from May till now? What do you mean versus time doesn't add up? I need a little bit more of like what part of it you're focusing on so I can give better commentary. Just want to say thanks for all your hard work. You are appreciated. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. All the support is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right. Quick hydration break, team. All right. Hopefully you can skip that ad. Just a quick Google and didn't confirm for sure, but it looks like public doesn't allow day trading at all. Oh, well, what? That doesn't seem fun. Do you think they could be putting AMC on the short sell exempt list? Stonks RS, are you talking about SSR? Any thoughts on SPC having an amazing day yesterday and yet the market on stocks today? I mean, I understand the rumor, blah, blah, blah. There's no guarantees that the flight would happen. That has a lot more for SPCE. Its weakness today is related to the dilution, the potential of additional dilution. Cat Moores, can I assume Robinhood's data is really weird. They like per time period, they're just kind of averaging it. Robinhood's data feed is very bad. PFOF is much like your social media platforms. We are the products. Facebook and others sell our info. That's why platforms like Facebook are free. I'm using Robinhood for my investments right now, but I have accounts on Schwab and Webull. Is it possible to move from Robinhood, moving long terms to Schwab and Webull, or do I have to sell and rebuy? No, you can move. I am Cobalt. You could do a transfer. Yes, for SSR, I didn't know they could sell short with the exempt tag. Exempt tag is just for market makers. It's not like hedge funds can get an exempt tab or a broker can get an exempt tab. Short exempt volume is it's a market maker related thing. All right, hang on. Ooh, this is my first one of the day. My first Greg of the day. They already a mod beat me to it. My mod beat me to it. Man, these mods are fast. I was so excited. I thought I was gonna hit my first Greg of the day. If only selling activity happens in the New York Stock Exchange and buying in dark pools, wouldn't that drop the price of AMC on the New York Stock Exchange and increase it in the dark pool? No, because they all trade at the NBBO, the National Best Bid and Offer, NBBO. Give it a quick search. But the price is the same across all venues. The real question, where's Robinhood wallets? I want out. Yeah. I mean, I've been public about this too, but the concept of I would never buy crypto on Robinhood or Webull. You don't have actual ownership. You cannot transfer it to a wallet. If AMC doesn't squeeze because of manipulation, there'll be so many people that will pull out of the US markets. I know it 100%. Could be. I think there's going to be a lot of angry, upset people, myself included, obviously. Kelly Ripa doesn't drink live on air. What about QuantumScape? I know long-term play. It's the lowest price it's been since the possible bounce play. Donnie, yeah, all right. QuantumScape. I'm familiar with this company. EV battery maker. Looks super weak though. Okay, so you could attempt if you're really liking the stock. I mean, this is a good risk to reward setup. There is a chance it could bounce right off of 24. It is previous support. That's a possibility. If it breaks below it, your next shot is more like 20 to 21. So if you want to take a stab at it now and you see it break down, you could get out or you could continue to average at 2021. For me, it looks a bit weak. I would be prepped up to buy QuantumScape at 20. That's how I'd personally play it. I would be looking for a bit of bullish divergence in the RSI. That's how I would look at it. I just see a lot of weakness. We kind of have like a flipped George W almost. But if it starts to bounce, that's a different story. And then you could just risk it. It's all about controlling your risk to reward setup. That's all it is. This game is just like time and time again, you need to take solid risk to reward plays with good statistical setups, and you just wash, rinse, repeat. It's a good setup. 20 is a bit better. I'm just looking at this resistance and this resistance. I like it. It's in the EV space. I like some of the other EV plays better than QuantumScape, but just in terms of a quick reversion trade, there's potential here. There's definitely potential. Matt, I'm having deja vu. It seems like there were similar disconnection short ladder attacks the day before AMC went to 14 to 30. Yeah, could be, but I don't think this is a short ladder attack. I think this is shorting. I think this is straight up shorting. But that's an assumption. I just don't think I don't see why they would do a short ladder attack when they could just short. It doesn't really add up. I guess just to repeat, I think a short ladder attack is much more common when the utilization is at 100% or the stock is on SSR. So the Russell 2000 pushing, like I said, I think it could go to 2750. I'm surprised the SPY isn't being a little bit more green with this push on the Russell. All right, what else do we have? Can you please luck wish Stark AJ think is hurting? Here's my luck. Hey Matt, appreciate keeping it real for us all the time. Wondering, is Chair single? Asking for a Chair friend. And do you like Tyler, great question. Chair is single, but when I check Chair's iMessages, like when Chair's asleep and I like break into Chair's contacts, I'm seeing a lot of steamy texts back and forth with Trey's lamp. So I don't think they're dating, but they're definitely talking. What happens if the share count is higher than the total amount of shares? David, that's very common when there, in fact, it has to be true whenever there's any amount of shorting. There has to be more shares because someone is loaning shares and then selling it to a new buyer. So you're moving a block of shares and there's more than 100% ownership. You can't have any ownership below 100%. And as soon as they're shorts, it goes above 100% ownership. All right, AMC still cruising at 43. Not gonna lie, kind of boring, just flat here. And then GME also boring at 190. What's Tesla doing? Is Tesla moving? Ooh. Tesla swinging back around a little bit. Is it gonna make that run? The old $700 run where it's been rejected countless times? All right, did I miss anything? Yes, for SSR, I didn't know they could chill short with the exempt tag. But it's still market. Remember, it's not directional shorts. It's a market maker thing. Tesla. Your daughter just got a job at Tesla. Congratulations, David. Started transferring from Robinhood to Webull last Thursday after hours, but 20 shares. AMC's 3 shares have transferred. I got 90 shares in AMC. Wonder what holds it up. Trying to figure out the shares to transfer. Maybe you just need like another day for it to all settle. Did you have trouble in high school with grades? My son is arguing with me while I watch you on YouTube. No, I did well in high school. I'm a person who's very myopically focused. I don't mean like addictive personality in terms of like how we commonly think of addiction, but my brain is very much like I latch onto one thing and I do that at like my full capacity. So in high school, that was my like that's what I guess dedicated my obsession to, was seeing how good I could do in high school. I performed well in school. And then now obviously you guys see it. This is why I work so many hours. Like it's just how like I'm not a person who functions well with balance, and maybe that's not good. Like well, it's not good in various ways. But I'm very much a person who I find one thing and then I run with that one thing at my full capacity. And it doesn't leave much time for like other leisurely, like whatever. I become fully obsessed. So in high school, that was it. And that was stupid. It was very stupid. It's good, obviously, if there's someone young out there, yeah, you should get good grades, but you also have to ask yourself, like, what's the potential cost? And I then went into college and I thought it was kind of the same environment with like, oh, if you get good grades in college, like that's what sets up a better life. And now on this side of it, I've realized that college grades are much more of a prerequisite of like, does person whoever have GPA, whatever. If you're in college right now, especially as an engineer, and don't play the game the way I did, especially engineers, but I assume this is good for like good advice for many, many people. I came out of high school thinking that the key to success in life and getting the job and everything was exclusively your GPA. So I would grind it out to get the highest GPA I possibly could. not realizing that GPA is more of a check mark of, do they have at least GPA X? You say yes, and then you move on to that next thing. And this moving on to the next thing is the part that it's how I played the game wrong, of building out a network, talking to the right people. It was more of the social aspect of, like, with recruiters and companies and all this extracurricular stuff, more than just your GPA. Like I said, GPA has become a game where it's a prerequisite and you have to do well to a certain degree, but above that, it's diminishing returns. That extra energy and time, in my opinion, should be spent on the proper, like, extracurricular activities, or really even just your mental health. There's a point where, like, after it, that extra effort, you don't get the same bang for your buck, if that makes sense. That's the way in which I think I played college wrong. I think I don't know. Well, I can't say, because it led me here and I'm super happy with what I'm doing. But for those of you out there, especially in engineering, understand that, like, yeah, to a certain point, your GPA is important, but to a recruiter, and I've been on that side when I was, like, hiring for companies, on the US system we run on a 4.0, no recruiter in the world cares if you have a 3.7 versus a 3.8, a 3.4 versus a 3.5. A lot of the times, in my own experience, it was, do you have above a 3? Yes or no? You say yes, and then you move on, and it's about the other things. No one cares if it's like, oh, I have a 3.8. Well, I have a 3.85. The 3.85 kid doesn't get jobs over the 3.8 kid. It's not how it works. The 3.8, 3.85, they both look phenomenal. And then they're like, can I have a conversation with you? Is this a person that I want to spend 40, 50, 60 hours a week with working? Like, you have to get along socially. Do you have cool projects? Do you have things outside of it? So anyone in college, that's kind of how, I don't know. It was fine. It led me here. I'm very happy with where I'm at, but I definitely didn't play it perfectly. Experience, GPA, Trey's chest hair. Yeah, that's what I found. And I don't know. It was just the improper way in which I played the game. But look at me now. I took my college degree, I tied it in a nice bow, and I yeeted it off a cliff. So maybe you shouldn't be taking college advice from me. uh, That was one of the things I liked, though, in college. The insanity of getting that first internship, at least in the US, at least for engineering. It's very much of like, oh, like, we'd love to give you this job, but, like, we wish you had a bit more experience. I was like, yeah, no. That's why I'm talking to you. Like, I'm trying to get internship experience. They're like, yeah, no, but, like, we like to give interns, like, with experience, more experience. I was like, yeah, but that's why I'm applying to be an intern, like, to get experience. And it was very much a what came first, the chicken or the egg scenario. The fact of, to get any experience, you apparently also have to, like, have previous experience, blew my mind. There's some really good internship programs out there, but then there's some that are just so incredibly illogical. We would love to give you experience, but you have to get experience. I'm like, yeah, no, that's why we're talking. I'm trying to get experience. They're like, yeah, but you need experience. I was like, well, how do you want me to get experience if I don't have experience, Mr. Recruiter? And they're like, I don't know. Good luck, kid. Good luck, kid. Couldn't agree more. My GPA was low, and I'm working for Fortune 20 software engineering. Yeah, right there. It's so much experience. And I'm not telling people, like, oh, just tank your GPA. Like, that's not good. But there's more things beyond GPA in this world. Entry level position, 5 years required experience. So, my background, I studied computer science and I'm a software engineer. And I remember one of the jobs that I applied to, Swift was the kind of like one of the, it used to be a popular coding language to make iPhone apps, Swift, SWIFT. And I remember one of the jobs that I applied to, it said that you had to have, like, so many years of Swift experience. And then I looked it up. Swift wasn't even a language for that long. Like, literally no one in the world would have the criteria. And that just shows when they do these job postings and stuff, it's just someone who might know even less than you writing up the job posting. They're like, yeah, you have to have like 15 years of Swift experience. I was like, but Swift it's not 15 years old. How would anyone in the world properly get this job? And that just shows that a lot of the times, especially for technical jobs, the people writing it up are not the technical people. It's just like someone in the HR department that might not necessarily have expertise on that subject matter, just writing something up. But for me, like they're like, you have to have this many years of coding in this language. I was like, yeah, but the language hasn't been around this long. So like, how is that possible? So silly. So silly. I went to school for IT for every entry level job. I applied to want experience. Didn't make any sense to me, so I gave up after all that. Well, Mr. Poncho, Poncho 234, Mr. Poncho 234. I hope you found what you like doing now, man. Hey Matt, I saw you got my duck call yesterday unboxing, just tuning in. Did you get it work? Hopefully you have a lot to quack about. Dude, thank you. I have it right here. No, I have not figured it out. So I have it right here. I was messing with it this morning to try to get it. And maybe I'm just really bad at it, but maybe I just need to practice more. But I appreciate you sending it. I will master this. But I was trying it this morning, not the best of luck. So this is definitely what I'll be working on tonight. What's Matt doing tonight? Is he reviewing SEC filings, reading DD, doing charting? No, I think the guy in the duck band is just working on his duck calls. That's like my prep for the next day stream. uh you put both people. Oh yeah, I know. Like I was watching the videos and stuff. And then I was actually trying to clean it out because I had gotten spit all over it. I've learned in my engineering career, if you don't fit the experience requirements at an entry level, apply anyways. The worst they can say is no. I agree with that. My son just graduated as a software engineer with a 3.99 GPA, having problems finding a job because internships were closed due to Rona. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so that's another issue of people like with the experience problem. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I feel for you. Well, best of luck to your son. Also impressive GPA. 2.85 GPA as an engineer. Got my first internship because I knew how to golf. First internship I applied to. I remember my freshman year. As a freshman, because like when you're trying to get it, it's your first semester, so you don't even have a full semester under. And I wanted an internship so bad because I thought that was like the key to life. And well, I was wrong. But I remember I got my first internship. I was leaving the like job interview place, like the career fair thing, and super discouraged. No one wanted to talk to me. And I was in an elevator and it happened to be a recruiter. And she's like, oh, like, what do you do? I was like, oh, I'm a first semester. At that point, I was studying mechanical engineering. And she's like, oh, I work at Cummins diesel engines. So I know Cummins just from like trucks and stuff. I didn't know that they have a big marine like segment of their business. They also make diesel engines for boats. And she's like, oh, like, is that something you're in? I was like, yeah, I love like boat engines. Who wouldn't? And she's like, oh, cool. And then that's how I got an internship in Charleston. So I got to live in Charleston for a summer and my job was awesome. I was just like driving around boats in this marina, taking measurements. Really, really fun stuff. But it was that lucky. I was like, sometimes life is way better to be lucky than it is skillful. And that was my internship luck. I was just on an elevator and she said, do you like boat engines? And I was like, yeah, sure. Why not? Bam, got a job. Like it was that like, and it was awesome. It was super, super fun. Like I ended up not becoming a mechanical engineer, but it was so much fun. And Charleston rocks. So if there's any Charleston people listening right now, I love your town. I love your city. What I think's fun about Charleston in general, this probably isn't true, but it very much feels true that more people own boats than they own cars. It's probably not actually true, but like it seems like everyone owns a boat in Charleston. Everyone's like, oh, my boat. I wish I had a car, but I have a boat. Super busy today. Finally able to sit down. What's up with AMC? Won't be available this week. So happy early birthday, brother. Smurf1GG. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Something crazy is going on with AMC. Look at how perfect this. It was just from 10:30 until 1:30. We just had what? 3 hours of just being perfectly walked down. Just so systematically selling. To me, it's indicative of some sort of like algorithmic trading, not necessarily high frequency trading, but just some sort of sell program that was just selling for 3 hours straight. So it was something weird in terms of Ortex. A return of 1.21 million. Kind of makes sense. Remember, these shares were probably shorts that were covered 2 days ago, which is when it was doing really well on Thursday. That adds up. The borrowed shares 1.33, short interest 18.7%. We had some of these numbers come out today. Please do not be surprised if the Ortex reported short interest drops tomorrow. It looks as if on June 30th, it appears as if they underestimated or actually overestimated how many shorts there were. So I'm assuming the model will recalibrate. If we look at June 30th, the exchange reported short numbers were 75 million. And at that point, Ortex overestimated up to 93 million. So I'm assuming what's going to happen, and this has no change at all on the actual amount of current shorts. But I'm assuming their models are going to recalibrate and update in the morning. So please mentally be prepared for the reported short interest to drop here as an Ortex reported short interest, but also understand that all it's doing is recalibrating its own model. It has nothing to do with the actual like current shorts in the world. Nothing at all. They're just recalibrating a model to try to be a bit more accurate. Previously, they've been underreporting by 3 separate reports. So underreporting. Now they're overreporting. So what we saw for the past 3 reports, the next day after, the short interest spiked up. So it's closer to explaining the real situation. This time it's overreporting. So they're probably going to calibrate the model down. So please, the fact that this will go down a little bit tomorrow doesn't actually mean anything about what the shorts are truly doing. They're just recalibrating the model. Tomorrow people are going to be freaking out. I can already know that I'm going to be answering that question. They're going to be like, what are they doing? Why is it so low? And it has nothing to do with like the actual shorts. Just reporting stuff. Carlos, Mr. Matt, only to tell you I love you and you make me squeeze 724 57 joke is holding 1843 AMC shares at 33, 90% of my cash. Do you think I would become a millionaire? I mean, upon a massive squeeze, yeah, that's over. You have almost 2,000 shares. That's a lot of money. Every dollar this moves, you're getting an extra $2,000. Jeff, just so you know that. You have to look at the currency, Jeff. It's $50. Pink means 50. Carlos, insanely generous super chat. I hope you crush it. My first season as a river guide, my trainer said it was better to be lucky than good any day. I guess the duck master knows best. If people are buying every time someone is selling, please explain the 77.44.40 bloodbath when Mudrick sold the shares. I'm really confused and pissed. Because remember what the difference is the price that's agreed upon. The buyer and the seller agree upon a price, and it's that price that they're agreeing upon are they agreeing on a higher price, the same price, or lower price? it's all about selling and buying pressure. But this, I mean, how you can't just buy from nothing. If you're buying from nothing, how does the price get set? You can't sell into any to nothing. You have to sell to someone, because if you're selling into nobody, who's deciding the price then? Remember, there's always a player on the other side of your trades. Hey Mark, I spent 6 years getting a mechanical engineering degree, 3 years getting my aircraft mechanics license, 2 years getting up a small business. Now I sit here and watch you wear awesome hats. Jeff, that's hilarious. A lot of education, man. Congrats. Good luck with your business. Hey, bud, sorry if I missed this, but you commented on the average duration at which shares have been on loan. I know it was 50 days. Yeah, it's around 37, 38 days right now. 37.75 days is the average age of shares on loan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so roughly around the $12 to $13, roughly. If I did this right. Did I actually count to 48? Did I do my math right? The start of June. I totally had to, I think I overshot it by 10 days. But yeah, this is the metric, 38. But it's also been going up, as in they were at 30 and now they're holding. So the average is going higher and higher and higher. We did bottom out at 31 days, and now we're at 38 days. Someone was asking about an Ortex. Yeah, so they did also recently have a buy signal. Where are the buy signals? Right here. Earnings per share, buy, recommended holding day, 6 days. The average return is at 58. How many times has this traded? I want to know. Recommended holding. So out of all of the times that this has been triggered, significant success, there is a buy. As of July 9th, there's currently a statistical advantage to being long on AMC because of whatever this signal is, EPS buy. It's recommended a 6-day hold, as into the end of this upcoming, like the current week, I should say. If you've taken all of these trades in the past, on average, the average return per trade is 58%, which, hey, I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, Matt, could you check out BBBY? What are your thoughts? Not going to like it as much as I like AMC or GME. In terms of its chart, though, like I just want to clarify, I don't think this is a short squeeze play, but from a technical play, I love this double support. Look at this. Support, support, resistance, support, support, support. So 2750, roughly 2775, extremely important to BBBY, Bed Bath & Beyond. I would look for this bounce to continue up to 32 would be my first target. And then past that, I'd be paying attention to 3550. But to me, I mean, the risk reward is nice. The risk is close. The reward is favorable. I think the risk reward ratio is good. But once again, I know that people try to like group it with AMC and GME. I would not look at it as a short squeeze play. I look at it as like, okay, it's a reasonable risk reward setup and you might be able to make a good trade. But AMC and GME, in my mind, are very, very different than anything else on the entire market. But that's more of short term. I mean, if you're in medium to longer term, you need a whole nother analysis. How are shorts able to get naked shorts and have unlimited time to cover? Um, how are shorts able to get naked shorts? So naked shorts are a mess up where prime brokers are allowing someone to short without locating shares. Good advice. If you don't get the intern show up anyway, what are they going to do? Pay you? That is hilarious. Oh, you're welcome. You have 5 kids, one's in college now. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really have much of a balanced educational career. Like I took it all very, very seriously. And then who knows? Maybe I am now lashing out against the system that I spent so much energy dedicating myself to. And I just professionally yell at a camera in my basement now, which apparently isn't a major. I think I should teach a social media class. Is that like a major yet? Content creation? I should be like some adjunct professor. I don't even know what adjunct professor means. It just sounds cool. And I don't want to know what it means. I just want to be an adjunct professor, a tenured adjunct professor teaching social media. All right, class. Chapter 3, yelling at a camera in your basement. You get extra bonus. You get extra credit if you stream all weekend. I'll give you 1 extra point. I should do it. Is that what adjunct means? Is tenured? Means you're on junk. Since it seems AMC is stagnantly late, I've been using my 3,400 shares to buy credit spreads and make 500 a week, inform others about credit spreads. Yeah, I mean, you could do that or sell covered calls. That's very, very strong. Credit spreads, covered calls, they're all good ways to make extra money per week. Junk stock professor. Oh, I have some friends who just recently finished up, or really some of them are in the middle of it, their PhD program. It just seems so brutal. So brutal. What? Well, that didn't go through. What are credit spreads? So there's 2 different call types. You could do a call credit spread or you could do a put credit spread. If you do a credit spread, you sell 1 call at a strike price and on the exact same expiration date, you buy another at a higher price. So if you were to do an AMC credit spread, you would sell the 60 and buy the 65. In terms of calls, same expiration date. It's like it's a spread, it's a vertical, as in like you're dealing with 2. So a call credit spread on AMC would be for this Friday, you could sell this 50 and then buy the 55. You could sell the 60. You could do whatever you want. The point is that the one that you're selling is closer to the current price and the one that you're buying is farther out. And the way you get your maximum profit is in the scenario when you get to that expiration date and it just has to be below the one that you sold. So if you did it for this Friday and you sold the 60 and bought the 65, you would get your maximum credit, your maximum profit if it stays at 59.99 or below at the time of expiration. You could do with put. That would be the opposite. You would sell 1 put and then buy another put farther down. Like basically the one you buy is farther away and the one you sell is closer for both calls and puts. And then with puts, if you do that, you're basically betting on it staying above the one that you sold by expiration. And if it's above it, you get to keep all the premium that you sold it for. If you want to know more about covered calls and credit spreads, if you watch the trading options playlist on my channel, it'll help you feel a little bit more comfortable with all of it. Someone just said, do you ever get nervous? All the time, riddled with anxiety and nerves. That's why I like to get in 2 good crying sessions in my shower per day. On the weekends when I have a little bit more free time, I'll shoot for 3. But I can't always squeeze 3 good crying sessions in. It's basically how I just let all the sad out on a daily basis. Mods are bots. Yeah, they're all artificial intelligence systems that I've coded myself. They're like super good. I know they seem superhuman, but they're not. They're all very highly advanced AI systems. They even pick their own name. That's how advanced they are. What are your thoughts on MRIN? MRIN. How's that one doing? I know it was a hot topic for a bit. Ooh, looks like it's going to get crushed. Um, got pumped up. I bet this thing comes back down. If it doesn't catch itself at 9, I think this could come back down to sub 5. If I don't have an MRIN position, if I did though, I would have shorted it on July 7th. That was the perfect entry. This weakness right here when it broke the previous day's low, I would have shorted it there and I would just keep holding that short until $9. And if it breaks below that, maybe 8. I don't know. To me, it's coming back down. My opinion, I don't know. I'm not in MRIN, but if I had to play it, I'd be betting against it. Did Matt just say he would love to teach social media? I remember when studies was the thing. I'm going back to get a minor in social media. Yeah, my advice to them would be like, hang on, wait for a once in a lifetime cultural movement behind 2 stocks, and then be the person who talks about them, and then just ride that wave. And they'd be like, I don't think this is like actionable tips. I'd be like, no, that's what you need to do. You find something in the stock market that happens once ever, and then just be the person who's talking about it, and then ride that wave. I'd be like, that's how you grow a social media. Like that, Mr. Professor Kohrs, adjunct Professor Kohrs, I don't know how to do that. I don't talk about stocks. I'm a makeup artist. I'd be like, I don't know. That's what worked for me. You got to do makeup related to stocks. Like, but Professor Kohrs, I'm trying to be an Instagram model. I'd be like, yeah, you have to be an Instagram model with stocks. I would just make them all end up talking and teaching stocks at all times. I'm not saying I'd be a good teacher, but that's just how I would do it. I'd also like to give out extra credit for no good reason. Someone comes in one day and they don't even really know about me or my history. They just happen to be wearing a duck shirt. I'm like, oh, this kid getting an A all class. The first person that just shows up in a duck shirt, doesn't matter. They got extra credit. The duck shirt, extra credit. Easy A. What is the days to cover meaning? Days to cover DTC, it's also referred to as the short interest ratio. That latter name, I absolutely hate it. Days to cover is a much better, I guess, moniker for what it means. But just so you know, it's the same thing as the short interest ratio. Days to cover is a theoretical metric of if all shorts wanted to cover at once, how quickly could they all get out? So what it is, it's the current amount of shorts divided by some sort of average trading volume. Is it the 3-month average, the 2-week average, the 1-week average? In my opinion, it's better to use a smaller time frame. I really like the 2-week average. But anyway, mathematically, it's the amount of shorts divided by some sort of average. And that tells you how many trading days it would take them to get out if they all wanted to get out at once in unison. You don't see that. It doesn't happen in reality, but it basically just says like, there's no way they could get out faster than X. Matt just watched Trades regarding Wells Fargo recent action announcement. Thoughts seem bad for the market overall economy. I think it came out when I was streaming today, so I haven't seen it, so I can't really give my thoughts on it. Is it possible that Ortex is wrong about MRIN short interest numbers over 120% shorted? Last FINRA shows 2%. Is that true? That the last FINRA? No. You have to look at the stock. Is it possible? I mean, without a doubt, because the stock wasn't doing anything. There was just no action in it. So the shorts are all new shorts starting on maybe June 24th at the earliest. Like, there would have been no reason to short this before because the stock was going absolutely nowhere. And then when it shot up, people were like, oh, it's overvalued. Let me short it. So all the shorts are new shorts. So I don't think Ortex is wrong on this one. Hey, Matt, missed my prior super chat. Can you check the 15-day 4-hour chart on AMC and tell me your thoughts? I'm in at 49.75. Thoughts on where we're going. Can you check the 15-day 4-hour chart? 15-day 4-hour chart. I don't know where 15 days are at. Like, I wouldn't just like arbitrarily stop it at 15 days. I want to see the full technical structure. So we kind of had this wedge. We broke from the wedge. We went up. We got perfectly tapped at this line. And right now we're bouncing off of the support at 42. But now look how oversold the RSI is. This is very, very important. 4-hour, like, I mean, look at what happened when it was overbought. We got overbought and it came right back down. Look at what happens when it's oversold. If you look at this chart, find all of the times that was oversold and look what happened right after. Right here, we shot up. Right on April 12th, we were oversold. It shot up. Look at March 24th, we were oversold and we shot up. I like buying it when it's oversold. Like, I can't guarantee squat ever, but just statistically, when you're this oversold, just look at historically what AMC has done. Whenever it seems to be oversold, at least this calendar year, it ends up shooting up right after because it's oversold. People are buying it as a reversion play. So right now I see it's oversold and went up. Let's see if it can make this base here. And we're basically looking for this trend line breakout, I guess, around 47.50-ish roughly. But I would argue that the odds in terms of this charting are currently on our side. It's better to buy in weakness and sell into strength. The RSI is showing a lack of bullish momentum, an increase in bearish momentum. I think people are going to be like, you know what? The bears are running out of steam. People are going to buy and start to swing it back up. But let's see how it plays out. Wells Fargo closing all lines of credit, 3,000 to 100,000 recently offered. No comment from Wells Fargo when asked. Yeah, that happened last week, I believe. Like, that's not breaking news today. It was announced last week when that happened. Seems weird, but also Wells Fargo, I mean, they got in a lot of trouble for doing super shady things. Like, that's not necessarily like a bank that you want to like model morality and good decisions off of. A couple years ago, they got in serious, serious trouble. Thoughts on Baby Shark token? I don't know much about Baby Shark token, so I don't know how much potential it does or doesn't have. Super nervous about leaving on my upcoming 10-day trip to Peru, sitting on 1,000 shares and won't have access to the internet much of the time. Hey, Trey's wrinkled t-shirt, just full send it. Full send. Where are you going in Peru? I went to Cusco. Well, you fly into Lima, then I went to Cusco, and then I trained to Machu Picchu, and then went back to Cusco. It was fun country. About 16 million spent on spy puts for 12/21. Interesting. Well, how does that relate though to the amount of calls, SPY calls for that date? Like just to know one side of it, that's not the full picture. I told you yesterday Matt was a wizard. Now he's making AI and has a tinfoil wizard hat. AMC magic. Last super chat wasn't it. I keep seeing on my TL that 70% of trades on dark pool. Is that the reason why it's stagnant price action? No, because trading on a dark pool moves a price. That just means a lot of trades are getting routed to dark pools. But that doesn't, the stagnant price is more so, I mean, it's also not that stagnant. Even though it's a down day, 7% is not stagnant. I mean, the S&P 500 is up 0.38%. IWM is up 0.04. GME is up 0.54. I mean, out of all of these, AMC's actually had the biggest move today. 7% is a notable magnitude for sure. In terms of like, I mean, just even like what we have on the screen. So I don't know if stagnant's like the right descriptor of this, but also trading it on a dark pool, trading on a dark pool moves the price. Like I would recommend watching the interviews with Dave Lauer, who's literally a stock market plumbing expert. And he said that, yeah, I mean, there are circumstances in which trading on a dark pool doesn't, but that's more of a rarity. Someone saying Disney's crushing it. Disney. Matt Kohrs barely got into PSU. Matt got waitlisted at my safety school. Uh-huh. Oh. Like, why do people even go out of their way to make those accounts? That's funny. Oh. Where are we at? Oh. I don't know. This math thing is hard. Waitlist. He got waitlisted at my safety school. Yeah, maybe I'm just dumb. Matt smashed the like, was waiting all weekend to ask your opinion. TBLT, it dipped today, but I'm bullish on their fundamentals. Thank you for all you do. TBLT. TBLT. Penny stock. Wait, is this? It dipped today. Wait, it dipped? Oh, we're down here. Sorry. Yeah, this gap up, this is exactly why I say don't chase gap ups. This gap up stuff, because this type of stuff happens. For me, the only way tough built industries, I don't like the chart at all. So for me, it would be more of like, I'd be in it if I like its fundamentals, and it sounds like you do. Remember, not all trading has to be chart. Not all trading has to be fundamental. It could be a combination of the two. For me, I don't see much good stuff in the chart, but maybe you just like where the company is heading, and that might be your thesis. And that's fine. That's perfectly valid. Thoughts on SafeMoon? I have 1 billion tokens. I'm more bullish, I think, on Doge than on SafeMoon. But who knows? Crypto's crazy. Crazy things could happen. This stock looks weak. It looks like it's coming back down to 13. Hopefully it bounces there. HRTX, that is. If it doesn't catch itself at 13, this thing could just keep falling. Like there's nothing, there's no support, previous support that would catch it. So I would very much hope that it catches itself at 13. You need to check out Charlie's vids if you haven't. He provides great deep dive DD into ETFs, funds, and new filings on AMC. Yeah, I mean, if I have some time, maybe I'll watch it. I got my girlfriend turned into your channel about a month ago before work today. I heard her listening to Matt Kohrs while taking a shower. I'm going to pop the question soon in a duck shirt post squeeze. Ah, Lucas, that is awesome. That is so cool. Hey, I'm liking these space ape couples. Liking the space ape couples. All right, Spy. The S&P 500, the overall market, made a new all-time high. I have a feeling that you're going to be hearing me say that quite a bit for the remainder of July, of just like slowly but surely grinding its way up. Slowly but surely. What else do we have? Oh, wait. People are losing their mind about Disney here. What's going on with Disney? Whoa, Disney is on the move. Disney with a nice 4% gain. Moving, moving, moving. Moving, moving, grooving. Wow. Look at this. The volume spikes. Whoa. Disney catching some action. That does not mean chase it. Does not mean chase it. I love this breakout, though, above 179, this double top breakout. And then it even broke above 181. I think the next stop for Disney is 187. If this can hold, and it looks like it is holding, it looks like 187 might be the next realistic technical resistance. So if you're in it, congrats. I'm in Disney, but it's just a long-term hold. I'm not in any way actively trading it. I'm actually just waiting for them to reinstitute their dividend. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. SPY taking a bit of a hit. Oh, it's 3:30, so we have about 27 minutes to go, 25 minutes to go. Interesting. All right, AMC moving its way back up to 43. Low volume, low volatility. GME 190. Low volume, low volatility. If you can't buy the dip, buy the rip. Hey, sometimes chasing can work. I just myself do not have the best of luck with chasing. Not my forte. Plot twist, divorcing my wife when this squeezes. Sharma, if I miss your first one, can you could post it in normal chat and just tag a mod and they could get it to me. Calling apes and YouTubers liars. Cecil, are you talking about the 8 lies? If you're talking about that Motley Fool one, yeah, we went over it. We debunked it. Sean Williams just loves the attention we give him. That's the author of the article. He's sitting high right now because he's probably has like the most views and it's the most talked about he's ever been in his entire life. And we ended up just like feeding into it by continuing to talk about it. But yeah, I saw it. I went over it. I shared my opinions. I just think he's wrong across the board. Matt, MDIA has been halted 3 times in the last hour and a half. What do you think about the stock? So it's probably just very volatile if it's moving a lot. Plot twist. All right, we came. News came out a few minutes ago that Disney is increasing sub prices for ESPN Plus specifically. Would you say that's bullish? I mean, the market seems to like it for whatever reason. I guess maybe they're just getting excited about the increased revenue. Maybe they think people have no issue paying it. How sure are you about the squeeze? Like, as in put a number on it? I don't know how I would quantify my like percentage sureness. I don't know, like if anyone could do that. I have my money betting on it, and obviously I want to make more money, and I think I will make more money, but I don't know how I'd like be like, oh, I am X% sure. Big shout out to the SEC protecting us. Oh, that is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Why do you look tan, bro? I don't know. I saw the sun this weekend, so maybe my face got a little tan. I'm an abnormally pasty white person. Like I don't know. There are some states that they don't like when I go out and people can see my thighs because they're too white. They're too blinding. It's just visually offensive how white I actually am. So I'm surprised that you're saying my face looks a bit tan because melatonin is just not something I have in my system. He is toothpaste. All right, what else do we have? What else do we have? I seriously think AMC is still on a discount. I mean, I agree with you. And I think from a technical perspective, it's a pretty nice setup. Oh, is melatonin how you sleep? Melanin? I'm thinking of melatonin, of like the sleep aid crap that people take. Melanin. Thank you for this swift correction from thousands of people. It makes me feel better. You can't be wrong ever. You really can't be, because just the likelihood of someone in a group of 18,000 knowing the real answer is very, very high. So when you're streaming to any large group, you can't be wrong because like everyone knows it. But also that's when I just switched up melatonin because I've started taking melatonin to sleep, but it's melanin, a melanin. Just go with pigment. Yeah, that one, that stuff. I'm as sure as 226+% short interest, Chef B money. Um, Opinion on Nano X, as in like the Ledger Nano X, like the physical wallet. I own one and I love it. I have some Bitcoin on it. What are you doing? All right, SPY, wrong way, dude. How are we gonna see another high by close if you keep acting like this? You need to grow up. All right, we have a little bit over 20 minutes. Disney still pushing. IWM not doing much. Microsoft 277. Apple down on the day. Tesla hanging out at 680. Ooh, this is me. I would have been like, oh, we're making that run to 700. And then I would have been smacked at 687. Happy I didn't play Tesla. And this is why you don't chase. You don't chase and be like, oh, it's going to break out, because you get smacked. Smacked. Good lesson right there. Good lesson. AMZN. Little red on the day. The Dow. The Dow's green. Well, that makes sense. How are the Qs looking? The Nasdaq 100. Tech coming back. Tech making a push. He said melatonin. This guy doesn't even tan. He pitches himself as a tanning channel? How could he? How could he? Would you rather have uncontrollable arms or uncontrollable hair? Also, what do you call a fake noodle? Impasta. Would you rather have uncontrollable arms or uncontrollable hair? I would rather have uncontrollable hair. I mean, I pretty much have uncontrollable hair. We just once in a while come into an agreement to play nice with each other. But if I don't have like product and stuff in my hair, this gets like, it gets nuts. But speaking of that, massive update, getting my hair cut tonight. Big. So tomorrow, if you think there's someone new on the stream, be like, yo, who's this guy? Just know that there's not anyone new on the stream. That's just me with a new haircut. From your years of investing, what is typically the average dark pool percentage of a stock since AMC is around 70? It's lower. It's more, I think it's closer to the realm of 50. So that's to go to 50 to 70, that's a 40% increase. Strong ETFs, according to you, depends on the industry you're trying to follow. So for esports, I like ESPO. For marijuana, I like MJ. For EV, I like RQ. I also like RK and ARKW. Those are all good ETFs. Let me think of any other ETFs. What other industries? I like the ETFs that are tracking semiconductors, such as like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel. Those are strong ETFs. Usually with ETFs, I just think of an entire industry I like, and then bet on that one, the ETF tracking the industry. Matt, although stock is up, why is it bearish? I don't know which one we're talking about here. What does that? Although stock is up, why is it bearish? If you're referring to AMC, it's a red day on AMC, but I don't think that means our entire like thesis on AMC has gone from bullish to bearish. Like having red days is part of trading. If shorting party is also the market makers, is anyone really paying short interest? Guess I'm wondering who profits from the interest. The people, two people do. The broker who like facilitated the loaning and the person who's loaning out the shares. They get paid. Market making shorting is very different and a different set of rules than hedge fund shorting or even retail shorting. Market making shorting, it's kind of a whole nother beast. Sometimes it has the same net effect, but it's a different beast. Someone said short on Matt's hair. The pun involved in that statement is pure hilarity. I appreciate that. Thoughts on Wish? Wish, how's that doing? I think it was trying to get pumped up. Ooh, not that good. I mean, if it can hold 10, that's one thing. It's kind of in no man's land right now. It either needs to break below 10 or break above 1250. 1250 is kind of in no man's land. The volume's dying off. I don't know which way it's going to break, but if I had to bet, I'd bet that it breaks downward. It's just the volume's going down. I don't see many people talking about it anymore. I think people are losing interest, and if it goes a little red, people I think will just sell their position, and you'll see further selling from there. But that's just a guess. I haven't been following Wish day to day or anything like that. With people transferring brokerages, what happens if shares were on loan? Do they have to be covered since the shares are being transferred? I don't know. That's actually a really, really good question. I'm sure the brokerage was just trying to switch because all for them it's a net balance. It doesn't have to be that exact same share. So they're like, well, okay, if those guys, if we're losing 100 shares, they'll just get like the 100 from someone else, I would assume. But that's just a guess. All right, Spy, do your thing. Oh, we have about 15 minutes left, so let's check out the 1 minute. The 1 minute, the 1 minute. Here's IWM. Here's the S&P 500. And then here's AMC. Here's GME. GME is getting tough. I mean, it's just such low volume. Look at, we have some 1 minute increments where it wasn't even really traded. Like there's just no bar, no movement. We need some action, 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 action. All right. Now we're set up for the close. Hey, Matt, with all this talk about the market economy crash, will that affect AMC in any type of way? It can. It could force maybe in a premature margin call on some of these hedge funds, and they might choose to cut that short position just so they like can become like get back within requirements. On the flip side, it could put pressure on the bigger players to just lock in some of their profits so they don't get in trouble. It would just, in my opinion, I don't know if it would be directional, but we would see just a lot more volatility across the board. How long does app approval take on Webull? Tired of answering same questions? The other day you asked if you are tired of answering the same questions. No, I'm not. Just because I know there's always new apes and I want to be welcoming to the community. And this is also, I guess, what I do all day. This is my life right now. This is what I've chosen to do. So with repeat questions, I can't always be like, oh, I said that 8 days ago. You should remember the answer because there's always new people. And I just want to be inviting. How long does it take? I mean, I think I was approved in like a handful of days. But yeah. Oh, okay. So just so you know, once again, we talked about the payment for order flow. And if payment for order flow does not matter to you, you could check out Webull, $5. Once you deposit $5, you're going to get two stocks valued from 11 all the way up to 2,300. So if you want Webull on this platform, but just so you know, you would be engaging in payment for order flow. To me, I think people care more about free trading than payment for order flow, but that's obviously your own decision. You're an adult. That's pinned to the top of chat right now. And what I want to do is here, let me do this. Hang on, I'm trying to change the pinned comment. How do I do this? Okay, there we go. So now this is different. This is not a trading brokerage. This has been Zynga. This is what I use. This has been Zynga right here. So there's many things you could do, blah, 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 like a lot. I use it for the news feed, the signals. I like checking out the options activity. They have many packages. They have many different offerings, but I've been using it for about 2 weeks. I decided I like it. So I reached out to them and they're like, hey, we would love to give the Moon Gang a discount. So if you click on that link I just pinned to the top of chat, I believe it's a free week trial. And then from there, you can decide what you want. Do you want a year package? Do you want a monthly package? Do you want some things are more expensive, some things are cheaper. There's a whole host of things. But overall, the point is that you're going to get some level of a discount on top of a free trial if that's what you want. So you could try it out, give it a trial run, see how you like it. But I just pinned it to the top of chat. Some people were just asking me because they saw that I'd been using Benzinga lately. And I was like, hey, maybe I could try to get us all a discount if for anyone who wants it. AMC 42, 55, 53, 56. GME 189. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Is that a misprint? Someone's doing something. Someone's feeling a bit froggy. Is this real? No, I think that is real. That was super strange. Hang on. Check out SPY and IWM. They're on the move. They're on the prowl. Look at IWM pushing. Huh. A 1 minute. Look at it. It shot up. That seems weird to me. Some big players doing something. What was the volume? 691,000 in a minute. Interesting. What broker is not payment for order flow? If you're in the US, one of the most popular ones is Fidelity. In my opinion, though, their UI and UX kind of suck. But if you don't really care much about UI and UX, if you're just trying to buy and then not even like watch it on charts or anything like that, like no technical analysis, yeah, that's a good option for you. Weird. Money's moving. Look at this spike. Look at the volume spike. IWM, S&P 500, some buy 350. It happened right at 350. Huh. You don't say. You don't say. Meet Kevin talking about momentum plays taking a dip. He just bought more AMC. AMC holding more than most momentum. Sweet. I like that. I like the sound of that. Weird. That was a very strange spike. Very strange price action. And now there's the follow through. So both of them shot up with the, I don't know, weird. I just pulled up the futures over here and the same thing happened in the futures market. So that was like a lot of money. Some maybe coordinated buy, like something happened where there was a lot of money being bought all at once. Interesting. Huh. Well, let's see how this plays out. Feels like hedgies are prepared for good news days. Ensure the fireworks stocks. We would have buyers in combat. Disney up, AMC down. I mean, those could be other big like macroeconomic catalysts, though, possibly. Mr. Foster. Chill, don't chill. Wear mud, not fud. We're getting some movement. We're getting some movement. They're pushing. No. I was so close to getting filled. I'm just trying to close out a futures position before the market. Come on, fill. Filled. Nice. Got a fill. Make sure I am flat. I have work to do tonight. Can't watch the futures. The futures market can be a big pain because it's open for 23 hours a day. it trades from 5 p.m. at night, 6 p.m. at night till 5 p.m. the next day. It's the Globex session. So it's not as hardcore as crypto because it also like it's closed from 5 p.m. on Friday till 6 p.m. on Sunday. So it's kind of off all day on Saturday, but it's pretty close to the crypto market of being 24/7. Pretty close. All right. Ooh, good thing I got out. Now it's showing some weakness. Are you familiar with the Max Payne theory regarding options? It's not really. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Um, I think I think it has some good validity. I don't think it's as crazy as it's like stated to be. But I think it's good to know about like these key price levels for sure. All right. Where are we? Where are we? GME 189.56, AMC 42.60, SPY 437. IWM. Come on. All right, we have 3 minutes. Do you think AMC will go back up to 60s before the end of the year? As in, do I think the squeeze will happen before the end of the year? Yes. I very much want it to, but this time frame stuff, I don't like throwing out. Like, do I hope it does? Yeah. But can I like guarantee anything? I think it'll happen sooner rather than later, but I also don't know because it's impressive that this has played out from February until now. I don't think anyone even expected that. I thought a lot of people were like, oh, okay, like it has to happen in February. And yet we saw a big explosion in June. So if anything I've learned is just like a lot of normal analysis and all that stuff we can just throw out the window because this is a very abnormal situation. Very abnormal. All right. Let's see for a little bit of strength in the close here. Come on, let's see some strength. uh Joey Face, shout out. What do you think is going to be the bigger squeeze, AMC or GME? In terms of percentage, I don't even know if that, like, that's a tough call because it's you have to look at the float, the short interest, the community size, the amount of FOMO buying. I don't know. If I said it, it's just like a pure guess. Ryan, shout out. You're a good dude. I appreciate that, man. I hope everything's going well, Ryan. Hope it is all going well. All right, we are getting close to putting a bow on Monday. Less than 1 minute, just so you know, in case you're trying to make a trade to like battle with pattern day trading and all that good jazz. Um, if you're trying to get a trade in for tomorrow, time's a ticking. All right. Whoa, pushing the market. There's some volatility. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ding, ding, ding. The casino is closed. Kinda, not really, but you get the point. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hang on. All right, 4 p.m. Hang on. Let's see if these Weeble numbers load in really quick. All right. All right, all right, all right. So according to Weeble, Weeble. All right, here's kind of a picture of the day on the 15-minute chart. All right, AMC 42.44, GME 189.30. So these might be, sometimes Weeble takes a couple of minutes to update it. So here is the plan. I will be posting an update video tonight. I'll be talking about the Ortex buy signal and also what we're seeing on Ortex. Probably, please don't be surprised if the numbers reported later. There's just recalibrating the model. That's all that's going on. We've seen the opposite happen previously. Definitely don't be surprised about that. So I'll explain that in the video. I'll go over the box office stuff happening with Black Widow. Hopefully we can find some numbers on the UFC. So I'll just give you a quick 10-minute breakdown of what happened today and what's kind of going on. And then also more of like just a technical like support and resistance analysis so we have a better idea of what's going on tomorrow. So I will be posting that this evening. And then obviously for tomorrow, I'll be streaming all day, 9 to 4. Nothing's changing tomorrow. That's my schedule. So update video tonight, streaming all day tomorrow. I'm trying to think of anything else. That's kind of the major things. If something big's coming up, obviously I'll just tweet it out. But for everyone who dropped a like today, thank you for that support. To all the new subscribers, thank you. To all the existing subscribers, thank you. To all the new members, to all the Patreon signups, anyone who bought merch, anyone who did anything. Even if you just hung in here for one quick second, I mean, good vibes only. I hope you did something good today to help out your karma. I appreciate it. You guys are the absolute best. Your support is beyond phenomenal. So I'll catch you later tonight. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, night, whatever it is for you. I hope you have a good one. And just remember, for me and Chair, best of luck in the markets.